Say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
A death in a race car is something that everybody accepts as a part of motorsport. Every time a driver gets into one of these cars, they accept that they may never get out. But what is harder to understand is a death so quick and unexpected that nobody sees it coming, on what to many is just a random day, in a random month, in a random year. For somebody, it spells the end. Tragically, during the week, Kyle Busch, a two-time series champion and a legend of this sport, sadly passed away. I'm not going to tell you how to feel. I'm not going to tell you how much of a legend he was and how everybody is hurting. We all feel the same way. A loss in motorsport is different. It's losing a family member. And in the NASCAR community, there was no one more rowdy than Kyle Busch. Today we race at Charlotte Motor Speedway for the Coca-Cola 600 in honour of Kyle. We are out here to give him a show and give him hell. But our thoughts are with Samantha and his two beautiful children. And to everybody in the NASCAR community, my heartfelt condolences. We are all in this together. We will all get through this together. And I hope that Kyle is resting in peace. Kyle Busch, a legend. Simple as.
Kyle Busch was a generational talent who rose to become a two-time NASCAR Cup Series champion and one of the sport's greatest and fiercest drivers. Across 22 full-time seasons in NASCAR's top division, Busch won the 2015 and 2019 Cup Series titles and 63 races, 9th on the all-time series wins list.
Kyle Busch has been legendary today.
His numbers across the other two national NASCAR series were record-setting, with 102 victories in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series and 69 wins in the Craftsman Truck Series. Busch was a proudly polarizing figure among fans, intensely popular with his adoring supporters, and booed loudly by his detractors.
If you don't like that kind of racing, don't even watch.
He entered the sport as a brash teenager with the nickname Shrub, as the younger brother to Hall of Famer Kurt Busch. But the moniker Rowdy, a nod to one of the main characters in Days of Thunder and to his aggressive style, is what stuck with him. A Las Vegas native, Kyle Busch followed many of the same steps that his brother did in accelerating up the racing ladder. Family go-karts on makeshift tracks and cul-de-sacs and parking lots. Then Legends cars at the Vegas Bull Ring, before a move to full-bodied late-model competition.
For us young drivers, we're thrown into the biggest series in all of racing. Sooner or later, you're going to have to get thrown in, so why not it be sooner than later?
Busch drove for 3 Hall of Fame Cup team owners, getting his start in the series with Hendrick Motorsports as a heralded rookie in 2005. He joined Joe Gibbs Racing in 2008, establishing a long-running partnership that made him the face of Toyota's NASCAR endeavors. He spent the final stages of his career with Richard Childress, arriving in 2023 and taking the reins of the number 8 Chevrolet. Behind the wheel, Busch was an electric, daring performer with a fiery personality that thrilled fans and crushed competitors. His trademark winning celebration, a showman's bow, served as a tribute to his roots as a Las Vegas native, but also a flourish, like a magician appearing from the smoke of another triumphant burnout.
Yeah, baby, that's the way I do it.
Busch's sharp wit and competitive spirit sparked a deep emotional connection with race fans of every age, creating the proud and loyal Rowdy Nation.
You love you some Rowdy, let me hear you go, boo!
Busch's death from a severe illness was sudden, coming just 6 days after what turned out to be his final victory, a Truck Series race at Dover.
Take whatever you can get, man. You never know when the last one's gonna be, so cherish them all, trust me.
He is survived by his parents and his wife Samantha and 2 children, 11-year-old son Brexton and 4-year-old daughter Lennox. In recent years, Busch's great mission was guiding Brexton's blossoming racing career, coaching his son in the family business at racetracks across America. Kyle Busch was unmatched in the record books and unrivaled on the track, one of the best to ever drive a stock car. He was 41 years old.
Hello everybody, welcome to JB Motorsports. We are in reflection, remembrance, and just here to race for Kyle. This is the Charlotte Motor Speedway. This is the Coca-Cola 600. 400 laps, 4 stages, each at 100, the longest of the year, and we are all set for what is going to be an amazing race. Welcome up to the commentary box. Matthew Owens, Josh Turner are going to join me in the commentary box for this one as well. Hopefully we'll have the little hour of Jack here as well, and we'll all reflect about Kyle Busch during the broadcast. We're set for what is going to be an amazing broadcast, an amazing race to honour an amazing man. Throughout this race, I want to hear your thoughts, your remembrance on Kyle, and I also want to hear about your racing action as well, because all this is for Kyle Busch. We had no qualifying, so we are set by the metric. We had a 45-minute practice that was interfered by rain, so this is how things currently look coming into it. Tyler Reddick will line up on pole position. That's going to be alongside Ty Gibbs, Shane Van Gisbergen, Michael McDowell, Chase Briscoe, Ryan Blaney, Chris Buescher, Austin Cindric, Austin Dillon. And then we're going to see AJ Allmendinger, Denny Hamlin, Ryan Preece. And in a rebranded 8 car, the 33 of Austin Hill. He'll line up 13th. Daniel Suarez is 14th, with John Hunt Nemechek 15th, Chase Elliott is 16th, Christopher Bell is 17th, Kyle Larson 18th, Zane Smith 19th, Todd Gilliland is 20th, Eric Jones 21st, Cole Custer 22nd, 23rd for Carson Hocevar, 24th for Bubba Wallace, 25th coming in for Conor Zilic, 26th Brad Keselowski, 27th for Ross Chastain, 28th for Noah Gragson, 29th Alex Bowman, 30th for Riley Herbst. Will Byron is 31st, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is 32nd, Joey Logano is 33rd, Josh Berry 34th, Ty Dillon is 35th, 36th coming through now for Tommy Hill. Then we're going to have Catherine Legg, who's only done 100 miles over at the Brickyard before getting taken out by Ryan Hunter-Reay. She is here at Charlotte to do the double. Cody Ware alongside Corey Heim there as well. Let's check in with Matthew Owens then, who is over on USN. We are checking out both streams today. Let's see what he has to say.
Of course, Busch with a top 10 a few weeks back at Talladega was his first top 10 of the season. Let's go back trackside.
K9 Volunteer of the Year and our Grand Marshal, the Senior Enlisted Advisor to the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, SEAC David Isom.
This Memorial Day, the USO and Coca-Cola are proud to salute America's military service members and their families, especially those who made the ultimate sacrifice. On this 67th running of the Coca-Cola 600, I am honored to be here today with the 2026 USO Service Members of the Year, the USO K9 Volunteer of the Year, and our Coca-Cola 600 Grand Marshal, the Senior Enlisted Advisor to the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, SEAC David Isom. We are proud to stand here in remembrance of those we've lost and in gratitude for the people serving our great nation as members of the United States military. Please join the Senior Enlisted Advisor to the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, SEAC David Isom, in saying the most famous 4 words in motorsports.
Drivers, start your engines!
So with heavy hearts, engines fire to life, and this will not suddenly just become another race now, but now the drivers in their seats behind the steering wheel can put the visor down and focus on racing one of the toughest races of the year, 600 miles at Charlotte. I'm joined tonight by Josh Birch, Josh Turner, the folks at JBM, and well, this was always going to be a tough night, guys, and JB, it has been extremely tough. Now, we try to turn our attention to racing.
A wonderful tribute, Matthew. I was listening to you in my ears while we started our show with a similar tribute, as many people have, to Kyle Busch. Hello, everybody listening in on USN as we team up for tonight's 600. And I think it feels right, Matthew. It was already in the works that we were going to do this, but tonight is a time for the NASCAR community and the whole motorsport community to come together and just deal with the shockingness that has happened. I started the JBM broadcast by saying a death in a race car is somewhat expected. You can accept it a little easier. But a death being so sudden on a random day, in a random month, at a random time, it's just rawer. It's so hard to process, and it is just such a shock. And I don't know how these 39 drivers are getting in their cars tonight and are going racing. It is a willpower that I have no idea how they've done. It is the greatest tribute to Kyle I can ever think of, and I'm sure, Matthew, you've mentioned it. It just reminds me so much of Dale after his death at Daytona, the following week at Atlanta, and everything that was there. It was just a weird atmosphere, and it's the same atmosphere we're having here tonight to sort of bring everything back up. So I'm hopeful we have a good race, because that would be the best honour possible. And we saw how the race was back in 2001 after Dale died. And I'm hoping we have a fitting tribute here for Kyle Busch, who, it goes without saying, was one of the greatest of all times in this sport. And I'm really, really I'm still wrapping my head around it now, 4 days later.
Yeah, I can't think of how many times I've said the words, it's impossible to believe that he is not here with us and taken from us at the age of 41, which is just one of the so many heartbreaking pieces of this tragic story. I was not aware, I don't know if others were, I was not aware that Samantha, Brexton, Lennox, Kurt, Tom, and Gay would be here tonight.
No, I wasn't.
But I will never be able to get out of my mind seeing Samantha crying next to Brexton on pit road during that pre-race. Incredible scenes in the worst possible way. As Kyle would want us to, we turn our attention to racing. 600 miles here, 400 laps. It is one of the toughest tests in all of NASCAR. It's also a race that has given us great racing in the next-gen era since 2022. Last year, Ross Chastain went from worst to first and scored his first win of the year. Catherine Legg is here. She arrived here just after 4 p.m. Eastern Time after an early crash took her out at the Indianapolis 500 in her attempt for the double. And we hope for Catherine she will have a good night tonight driving for BJ McLeod's team. Qualifying was rained out yesterday, so the field set by the metric. Give you the starting lineup here with Tyler Reddick leading the field to green. His 5 wins this season, of course, most of all drivers. He's on the front row with Ty Gibbs. Shane Van Gisbergen, the Watkins Glen winner, starts in row 2 alongside the Watkins Glen runner-up Michael McDowell. Chase Briscoe and Ryan Blaney. Blaney, a former winner of this race, in row 3. Row 4 is the Texan Chris Buescher and Austin Cindric. Austin Dillon, former winner of this race, driving for Richard Childress, Kyle Busch's team, of course, tonight. Starts in row 5 with A.J. Allmendinger. Denny Hamlin and Ryan Preece in row 6. And then Kyle Busch's car, renumbered from 8 to 33 and driven tonight by Austin Hill, the regular in the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series, starts from 13th on the grid next to a former teammate of Busch's, Daniel Suarez. He gave Suarez one of his first chances when Daniel comes stateside and started his NASCAR career. Another driver that Kyle Busch gave an opportunity to, a young driver, was John Hunter Nemechek. He drove for Kyle Busch Motorsports in the Truck Series. He starts alongside Chase Elliott in row number 8. Row 9 is Christopher Bell and Kyle Larson. Row 10, the front row motorsports duo of Zane Smith and Todd Gilliland. Eric Jones was another driver that Kyle Busch gave a chance to. When Jones passed Busch on the outside to win the Snowball Derby many years ago, that's when Busch sought him out and put him in a KBM truck. Tonight he starts 21st alongside Cole Custer. Row 12, Carson Hocevar, Darrell Wallace Jr. Wallace has been so emotional this weekend. Hocevar posting many pictures over the weekend of when he met Kyle Busch as a young kid. Connor Zilic is in row 13 with perhaps Kyle's greatest rival, Brad Keselowski, who has had beautiful words this week since Busch's passing. Row 14, the defending winner of the race, Ross Chastain. He won last night's O'Reilly Auto Parts Series race, and in Victory Lane did Kyle's iconic bow celebration. Noah Gragson, another driver that drove for Kyle in the Truck Series, starts with him in the 14th row. Row 15, Alex Bowman and Riley Herbst. Row 16, William Byron, won many races for KBM in the Truck Series. He's with Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Joey Logano and Josh Berry in row 17. Ty Dillon and Timmy Hill in row 18. Catherine Legg, back from Indianapolis, will start 37th next to Cody Ware. And rounding out the field is Corey Heim, back in another entry for 23-11, JB.
And we are all set for what is hopefully going to be a quite close event as we get going for this one. We have got a new way of doing things, so we'll be on the comcams, then we'll go over to the battle screen, and any cautions we'll see this over on the JBM side as well. Over on USN, I'm delighted that Matthew and me are teaming up for this one. And, well, Matthew, I want to throw a question to you on this one. From a driver's mindset coming into today, they all have one thing: win the Coca-Cola 600, win one of the most important NASCAR races of the year. It's this in Daytona for many drivers, and they all want to do it to support Kyle. So the question is, how do you put that to your side and race your race today? Because Reddick's off on pole for the metric, and he has been so fast this year.
Exactly right, and a lot of these drivers do now have to put the visor down and find a way to carry on with life now in the race car, as difficult as that may be. But these athletes do amazing things each and every week. The good news for them is it is not overly hot as it can be on this weekend in Charlotte, 70 degrees ambient. And that will continue to cool as the night goes on.
50 different pole sitters here. Race winners 57. The last time we were here, we had 40 cars. Today we only have 39. But in terms of lead changes, there was 34. Cautions, there was 8. Caution laps we're here for 52. And the average margin of victory was 0.673 of a second. We're all set, I think, Matthew, to repeat that today, because they are not going to hold off. The conditions are superb, and we can go into the night. The chances of rain have also dissipated, which is good, because we've been fighting that all day, which just cost the start of F1 when Rosenquist took the checkered flag. How did you find that 500 end, by the way? It was here, there, and everywhere for us.
Oh, God. Amazing.
I'm literally... we started Formula 1, gave up for a lap, and then called the end of the race. I'm so glad we did. Closest ever finish in history.
Yeah.
And I loved it. Bring it on. Bring it on. Well done, Felix. He deserved that race win. So, say again? I saw someone came through there.
Wasn't me.
I had feedback. Sorry, yeah, so... it was a radio message coming through. So, yeah, Rosenquist deserved the 500. Arguably, Antonelli deserved the Canadian Grand Prix we just had. Who deserves this one, mate?
Well, again, I think everyone would love for one of these RCR cars to get up and get a win. Chances of that aren't great, but they have shown much better speed over the past handful of weeks. But that would be so great to see. Of course, Austin Dillon, a former winner of this race. As ever with these races that are long and physical, you certainly have to look at Denny Hamlin, as Prime has had something happen there. Have to look at Denny Hamlin as one of the favorites. He's won this race before and will be a favorite tonight. And now, oh, Lord, Tyler Reddick.
Are you ready?
Has dropped back. And Tyler has dropped back, and they are doing the missing man on the pace lap here.
I like that. I like it. But this is such a strange situation we're seeing coming out of the last corner. What lap are we being silent on? Lap 8 or lap 18? It was lap 18 in the... By the way, Matthew, you're going to cry at this, but I've got some M&Ms for the broadcast.
Yeah, I might have to get some myself, because I do have some. Well, yes, go ahead.
NASCAR Race Control in the tower have officially said today pole position is being held for Kyle Busch.
Oh, let's listen to the teams out there today.
Longest race. We start with a 3-team. Austin Dillon behind the wheel.
It's the longest race of the year. I know we all want it. Can't win it on the first lap. One lap at a time. Focus in the whole night. Love you guys.
No matter the result, work is off. Make KB proud. Daddy? I love you, buddy. Okay, have a good night. Love you guys too. man. It's all up there, brother. I love it. Well, all night for you guys. Love you, brother. Love you, too.
So much.
Matthew, I think it's safe to say that nobody at all is ashamed to cry today. Kyle Busch will have another pole position. Comically enough, in all this weird circumstance, the truck race didn't have a qualifying. That was set by metric, and it was Kyle Busch's car who won the last week at Dover. That started on pole position. So another car, Matthew. If your camera doesn't work, leave it, mate. We're not going to be on that much.
Oh, okay, very good. I see what's happening now. Yeah, sorry. Apologies. Okay. We should be getting one to go this time around. You did ask me about what lap we're being silent on, and I will let you decide whether you want 8, 18, or both.
Let's do both.
I do certainly want to, when we get this, when you throw it to me for the start, I would like to lay out for the start. Oh,
I'm with you.
I just don't quite know what we're gonna do, but what we're gonna do moving forward. But tonight we do what Kyle would want us to do and what he would be doing.
JT's got a great stat that he sent to us earlier on, which is quite shadowing, really. JT, I don't know if you've got a mic on you, but have you got that stat that you told me about in my ear during the end of the Indy 500? Throw him under the bus, but it was about how this is the first race in a long time since we've had no Busch, no Earnhardt on the field. And that's quite scary. I sent it in Madhouse just for this. I've got Madhouse open on my chat. Oh, now it disappears from me. Here we go. So the stat is, Matthew, the 2026 Coca-Cola 600 will be the first NASCAR Cup Series race without an Earnhardt Busch in the field since 1979. It's the first Coca-Cola 600 ride either since 1977, and Richard Petty won that race. The 47 and 49-year streak will be broken tonight.
Wow.
That is crazy.
All right, JB. Let's go.
We race for Kyle Busch. We give him the pole we know he probably would have taken. And now we go racing. Let's put everything that's happened in this terrible week behind us, close the visor, and focus on racing. It's the Coca-Cola 600 at Charlotte Motor Speedway. And to call the start, it's Matthew Owens.
Our sport is shaken, but as NASCAR always does, we have come together at the track to grieve and heal. Kyle Busch is not on the track with us tonight, but he will forever be with us. Tonight we race to honor the life and legacy of the great Kyle Busch. We take the green flag at Charlotte.
Drivers getting
Clean moves from everyone on the start. Matthew, go on.
Kyle Busch led 1,061 laps in his career at the Coca-Cola 600, including the first lap in 2008. Tonight, lap 1 of this 600 is led by Tyler Reddick, who leads lap 1 from Ty Gibbs, Michael McDowell, and Shane Van Gisbergen. And with that, the Coca-Cola World 600 is on.
One thing to remember, Matthew, is that these guys have only had 45 minutes of practice, so getting this started is going to be a little bit tricky. It's a narrow track. We saw in the truck race earlier on this morning, you make a mistake here, you're likely to bounce off the barriers. There's so much momentum and air swinging through. It's going to take its time as SVG, who's now down into 4th place in the metric, now down to 5th as Blaney goes through, it's still getting a good traction. Give it about 15, 20 laps for these guys guys to warm up the tyres and get everything dialed in, and of course switch off, because as a driver, there's nothing more worse than having to go through everything you've just done in the pre-race ceremonies, remembering a fallen colleague, and then snapping the visor shut and going racing. So these guys are going to be on edge for stage 1, and then we should see some good racing. But so far, they're giving it side by side, and they're doing Kyle proud as we come through. Lap 4 already, and we'll switch over now to the battle screen. Great start so far, Matthew.
Yeah, it has been a strong start, and Tyler Reddick from pole leads this race from Ty Gibbs. Gibbs in the number 54 Toyota for Joe Gibbs Racing. Of course, that was the 18 car that Kyle Busch drove when Busch stepped away to RCR in 2023. They renumbered the car 54 and put Ty Gibbs in it. It runs second here in the early laps. Now, again, no qualifying, very little practice, about 45 minutes of practice yesterday. And again, this is a long race, 400 laps, 600 miles, JB. But there are stage points on the line. In fact, there are more stage points on the line tonight than in any other race this season, with 4 100-lap stages. So there is reason to try to get to the front early if you can. If you don't feel like you have the car to get to the front early, more than happy to settle in and just let these 600 miles come to you. It is not a race where you have to set an ultra-quick time and an ultra-quick pace at the start, as we saw with Ross Chastain last year, starting last and not taking the lead to the final 10 laps, but then winning.
Yeah, and we see a couple of guys going right up high towards the barrier, coming out of turn 4 before the trial section, so they're just trying to rubber up every single part of the racetrack. It's lap 8 next time by. We will go silent on the stream as Michael McDowell taking over around the outside now and playing with Blaney massively as they come through. Blaney's trying to come through back and through turn 4. Lap 8 and 18, we will be silent coming through.
And a very special moment coming here. As we work lap 8, we go silent in honor of Kyle Busch. The tributes have been unbelievable all weekend long. They continue here tonight, and the fans getting involved.
As they always do, Matthew, holding up the number 8. Either there's 2 ways I did it, with a 5 and a 3 or 2 4s at each finger. There's no better tribute. I can't wait until we get to lap 18 to do that again, because it's such a tribute. And the NASCAR community, it's such a family, Matthew. And they are all grieving together. And that's why these guys and girls are going to give us a great race tonight.
Yeah, the race is now on for sure now. And while I'm sure Kyle Busch may come up in the minds of these drivers under caution tonight, we've taken the green flag. Now the business is at hand to drive 600 miles around this very tricky racetrack. And now this field of talented drivers can move forward with their jobs for the night. 10 laps complete, 390 to go, and some separation at the front with Tyler Reddick and Ty Gibbs.
Yeah.
Having about 2.5 seconds up on third place running Ryan Blaney.
Watch out for Ty Gibbs tonight as well in that 54. He was running well on the ovals earlier on in the season, wasn't he? And we sort of suspected, could he be something at Daytona, before we got that message saying through that, you know, he needed to have it was a special time, wasn't it, coming through? So, I don't know, I'm 50-50 on that front. But I think Ty Gibbs tonight, especially for Joe Gibbs Racing and everything, we're going to have quite a nice night to come in and push some pressure on it. Taking a look, where's that 33 car with Austin Hill? It's down into 17th position, so drop back a bit. Pit lane.
Talked to crew chief Tyler Allen about what's been the difference this year. He said Ty has shown a huge improvement on his focus for driving the average 400-mile race we typically see each weekend. He said now we got to add 200 more miles. So the goal today was to keep him focused. They are absolutely doing that on the radio right now, telling him really good off 3 and 4, reminding him to settle in, make it live, and be sure to take care of that right front.
One thing, actually, Matthew, before I throw it to you on this one, is that I know a trick the drivers do, because this is 200 miles and we usually run... Sorry, this is 200 miles longer than the 400s we've been running. They actually trick their brains and they don't go on the miles, they go on the laps, which is 400 laps. So that helps them just tick it down a little bit easier than going on the distance with how many miles to go. Is that something that the drivers are going to be using tonight as well to sort of try and dial themselves in with no practice? Because the track's incredibly green. We haven't had much running at all.
Yeah, for sure. You know, I think each of these drivers will do it in their own way. And again, a lot of these drivers are veterans as well. There's not many drivers that don't have multiple attempts at this 600. So I wouldn't say they're used to it, but they're at the very least accustomed to it. Each and every year, once a year. Here's a couple of drivers that have won this race before, Denny Hamlin and Kyle Larson. This is back at the 13th position. Have to think of them as two of the favorites tonight, especially for guys that can run 600 miles faster than anyone else, but also just pick their way through traffic, calm, cool, and collected. I certainly think of those two drivers, Hamlin and Larson, in that.
Just quickly coming into now as well, the qualifying record here set by Kyle Busch, 197.39 mile per hour. We're averaging at the moment a 176 in the cooler conditions. So that was back in 2014 as we start the 17th lap now on the board coming through as it's Tyler Reddick leading from Gibbs, Blaney, McDowell, Van Gisbergen, Briscoe, Buescher, Cindric, Dillon and Preece inside the top 10 as they fly through again. And this first stage, as I say, just getting up to temperature. I think, actually, Matthew, stage 4 is going to be a lot more quieter than you think, because I think we're not going to have many left by the end of it. Every time we go for a metric score at one of these places, it never goes well.
Well, and of course, the track's going to change throughout the night, going from the sun being up, although not overly hot, to the sun going down as the night goes on, as we approach lap 18.
Lap 18 coming through from the driver who scored so many victories, so many showman bows from his Las Vegas roots. Lap 18 is coming up, and once again we will go silent as Prime go to a commercial break. We get our audio back in quite a large function there. That's quite surprising how much they need to fix that going into the next one. But it's lap 18. Some M&Ms, Matthew, on that lap time, I think, was accurate for that. And the race now developing quite nicely as we approach. Is there a chance of rain bubbling up? There are some dark clouds out there. We've seen that all day today.
Yeah, there's some spots that could drop in tonight. By the way, it was once said about Kyle Busch that he was the only driver that could run 3 wide all by himself, and I thought it fitting on lap 18 that we saw 4 wide going into turn 3. Joey Logano, Riley Herbst, Cole Custer, and Alex Bowman running 4 wide down the back straightaway. You certainly don't see that often at Charlotte, and they're just about 3 wide this time coming out of turn 2. The only problem for these guys is it's happening way, way back of the lead. This is outside the top 30 where this is all happening at.
But that's where Catherine Legg is. So watch out for her. Catherine's down in 39th place, by the way. She's been thrown into a baptism of fire. Did she get practice time yesterday? I don't think she did she? She was here to qualify, but no practice time. Don't remember.
She's definitely been thrown into the deep end, and you know it's always one of the hardest things to imagine going from an Indy car to a stock car on the same day. And you know, Tony Stewart did it in 2001 better than anyone, 6th at the 500 and 3rd at the 600. But what some people might not remember is the first lap of the 600, he spun out. And,
yeah,
you know, it's going from that light open wheel car to this heavy, bulky stock car. Catherine just doing an amazing job running these races on the same day, albeit a short ending, or a quick ending, rather, to her day at Indianapolis earlier.
At what point do we point out to viewers that she's now run more laps in this race than she did earlier on in the Indy 500? So she's done the double. Do we count it as doing the double?
Well, yeah, for sure. And you know, I have to say, too, and I said this on the air with Matt White, I said, at the risk of, you know, idiots on social media saying that I'm glazing or that I'm, you know, just, I'm trying to prop her up when I shouldn't be or all of that nonsense. Unbelievable driving by Catherine earlier today at Indianapolis, because the crash was caused by Ryan Hunter-Reay spinning right in front of her, and had she not cut hard to the left, quick reactions to cut that wheel hard to the left, which is what, of course, turned her around, but had she not done that, she would have impaled the side of Ryan Hunter-Reay's car, and we would have had a horrible accident.
I hate to say it, but they come in 3, and we've already had 2. Alex Zanardi, Kyle Busch. I did not want a third. I do not want a third. To me, Catherine, as I said in my commentary, did brilliantly to avoid that accident. JT said she's done the double, but she's not completed the double. Does that work? I think it does, because Kyle Larson's done the same.
Right. She has run the double, running the double, attempting running the double, different than completing the double. That's right.
I'm liking this, since the start. Byron up 9 places, same as Corey Heim. Bowman up 9, Wallace up 8, Stenhouse Jr. up 6 from where they started. But also up 5 places is Ross Chastain. And that 33 car that we're keeping an eye on tonight of Austin Hill, yes, now down 5 places. But watch out for it, because there's one thing we know. Kyle sets his cars up to run for a longer strategy. So, you know, he's going to be in it.
Well, and another thing, too, you talk about being thrown into the deep end. I mean, Austin Hill, an O'Reilly Auto Parts Series regular, he runs very sparingly in the Cup Series when they run the third entry. He and Jesse Love, every now and again, will run the 33 car in certain races. But for among his first Cup races to be, one, thrown into Kyle Busch's car on this weekend and what, you know, it means for him to be in Kyle Busch's car, but for also it to be the longest race that we run. I mean, listen, as I said, I think everyone would love to see the RCR cars run well tonight, but if you think Austin Hill's going to turn up tonight and pull a Kevin Harvick at Atlanta and win, I mean, that's very unlikely to happen. Let's go to pit road.
Really struggling with the balance of that car. Take a listen.
Really screaming. Trying to just be conservative, but they're struggling bad. Back and face down a little if you want.
Blaney's saying the rear tires on that car are just screaming at him. I've seen him move its line around. We talked about that arc earlier, Dale. He has not been one of those guys that can move his arc out while those rear tires are yelling at him.
Yeah, it's Ryan Blaney again. I said that at the start. He was running up, but actually, Matthew, he does not look good. He's won the 2023 Coca-Cola 600, but he's DNF'd in 3 of the last 4 we've held since he took that victory. So, again, it looks like the curse is on him, but a sunshine coming down the backstretch to 3 and 4. But watch out, as SVG using that metric to go well. This is a replay, and this is on board with Briscoe, Matthew, through 1.
Yeah. Looking at Blaney, and yes, he was very unstable trying to move up to the top of turns 1 and 2. Briscoe was able to get by to take over the 3rd position. Now, Blaney doesn't seem to like how his car is handling, but he's still running in 4th position. Now, granted, that's a long ways back from the lead. He's almost 8 seconds off the lead of Tyler Reddick, but still running solidly in 4th. These drivers will make one pit stop for tires and fuel in this stage because of it being a 100-lap stage. We talk about how long the race itself is, but these are long stages too. Normally, the first stage of 1.5-mile races are about 80 laps or so. Here we got a 100-lap first stage. All the stages 100 laps tonight. And they'll have a chance to come down pit road and adjust on it. Here's Austin Dillon for Richard Childress Racing, Kyle Busch's teammate all season long. Running up in the 9th position. He's between Austin Cindric and Denny Hamlin here, JB. Dillon, a former winner of this race, and a lot of people would love to see him run up front tonight, and right now he is.
He would absolutely love it as he comes in. Now, I've got 8 minutes to do a Duolingo as well, actually, as Hamlin sends it through on the inside line and gets ahead of Austin Dillon for 9th position. He keeps that low line secure through 1 and 2. They're still door-to-door, and I've got a feeling that Hamlin will just slip back through. One thing I love about the Coca-Cola 600 that we haven't touched upon so much this weekend, because all the tributes have been coming in, rightly so, for Kyle Busch, is the fact that the drivers' names on their doors are for fallen soldiers that the drivers have personally chosen to honour and take with them on the 600 miles. So we'll hear more of that during the commercial breaks from Prime Video. But at the moment, Matthew, Hamlin gets ahead and makes his move.
Yeah, so Hamlin moving up into the 9th position, overtaking Austin Dillon in 10th. Kyle Larson and Denny Hamlin have been moving up basically together all race. Larson back at 11th. Meanwhile, one car that's starting to backslide is Michael McDowell. He started 4th. He has parachuted down to 12th on the running order. Remember, he and Shane Van Gisbergen getting much better starting positions than perhaps they would have expected had we had qualifying through the metric. They finished 1st and 2nd at Watkins Glen. Of course, the metric set off of Watkins Glen, not Dover, as Dover was a non-points race. So that's why they started up towards the front. And Shane has done an extremely good job here as we've got caution on the racetrack. And I think it's a spin-off.
Spin-off 2. It's the 21. So it's the 21 who spun around on the exit of turn 2, Matthew, and that brings out our first yellow of the day. So, yeah, Josh Berry off. Go on.
Berry spinning, and the yellow comes out. And as I said, pit stop to be made by everyone for tires and fuel in this stage. Have to think that they would all try to do it here, but problem is they still have more than 60 laps to go in the stage. Berry was running up high in turn 1 and 2, and I mean very high, and he just lost the rear, and around it went off the top of the 24 degrees of banking.
Absolutely nuts how close that got to being a sort of turnover. Not too bad, actually, between them. I think we're in for a very interesting end of the race, Matthew, personally. What do you think? For this first stage, 36 down, it's all shaping up that the last laps is going to be mad. And welcome to the booth, the Little Owl. Hello, Jack. What a horrible week we've had. How are you, my friend?
Hold on, I'm just joining the Ninja. There we go.
I can't get in the Ninja. Mine's failed. Go on.
Not sneaky enough, clearly. Anyway. But no, yeah, it has been a very, very tragic week for NASCAR with the shocking and sudden death of, in my eyes, one of the top 5 greatest drivers we've ever seen in this sport. And I took a walk because I thought that the race was starting later than it was. I thought it was starting a little bit later. I thought it was starting at like around this time, not when it was, but I did join a VC and I did do a silent lap 8 anyway, because just out of respect, because I mean, Kyle, you love him or you love to hate him. There's no better heel than that man, and we are going to miss him a lot. I'm going to miss seeing him mainly on Fridays, because I love seeing him thrash the field in trucks.
He's absolutely amazing in the truck series. He's got pit stops coming in.
And Van Gisbergen very happy with that first run to be able to maintain track position. Very happy with his car, just saying it turns from the rear on throttle, Kim.
Top right, Chase Grosco, he said, I need more rear grip and help with the right rear 4 fresh tires. Snowco fuel. Ty Gibbs, bottom left, said balance is good, just needs a little help in the rear, Marty.
Kim, this caution coming earlier in stage 1 than the crew chiefs would have liked it. It's going to create a long run to finish this stage. Tyler Reddick described his car as neutral. No changes to set 4 fresh Goodyear tires on that 45.
Everybody get
so off pit road, and there's a lot of drama. Is that one of the? That's the 7. Is that who's that stopping in the Red Bull livery back there, Matthew? That's the 77 who's still got work being done to it. So Carson Hocevar's in trouble.
Hocevar, who ran so well in this race last year, running 3rd in the middle portions of the race before an engine blew on him.
I remember that. That was a long night. Hopefully we don't have
this has been,
go on.
Yeah, this has been, of course, it's the longest race every year mileage-wise. This has been the longest race of the season by time in 7 of the last 9 years.
I'm just trying to get back into Ninja, so if the YouTube stream on JBM side looks a bit dodgy, you know why. We tried to go back for the green. Is that moisture on Kyle Larson, or are we seeing something I don't want to see?
Oh no, it might just be a glare. Hopefully not. You did mention earlier, rightly so, the rain chances have diminished for the night, which we're all very happy about. Looking at my weather app, it says 75% chance of rain starting at about 1 a.m. Good Lord, we better be done by then.
Well, I hope so, because that is 6 a.m. here in the UK. I know I'm probably not getting to sleep until later, but come on, please.
Yeah, we better not be still here doing this race at 1 a.m., all right? Yeah. I would not be pleased.
I think I'm back in the Ninja, by the way. I'll wait to see. So, the caution was caused by the 21 of Josh Berry spinning out of turn 2. Do you know what I'm hating? Kyle Busch's stats are in my notebook here for today's race. It's just... That's how unexpected it was.
One thing that I will mention that's probably in that stat, but Kyle Busch has the best average finish here of any driver in the next-gen era who has run all 4 races.
It is actually in here.
Tied with Christopher Bell.
Yeah, he led 1,061 laps in his career at the Coca-Cola 600 alone. That's not all Charlotte races. That's just in the Coca-Cola 600. Of course, in 2018 is when he just beat the breath out of everyone, led 377 of the 400 laps and won. He won both the stages. He led all but 23 laps. He just, oh goodness, he let them have it.
One to go.
2018 turned out to be his only Cup Series win on the Charlotte Oval. Well, outside of the All-Star race, which he did win.
Do we count the All-Star races anymore?
We do not count them statistically. Anybody that... it started to be a trend. Everyone's like, well, you know, but he's on a certain winless route, but he did win the All-Star race. But it doesn't count statistically.
Nah, it doesn't count like that. For instance, we may as well say that Ryan Preece won the season opener at Bowman Gray. It's like, yeah.
I count that one, to be fair.
I thought you might, Jack.
That's because I love Ryan Preece, so...
That was the problem for the 77 of Hocevar on pit road. He came into the box sideways, and they had to rejig, doing everything, and just a messy stop as we get ready.
We also had an average Ryan Blaney pit stop.
Yeah, I was just about to say the same thing. It's another pit stop nightmare for the 12 team. So he's down in 20th, giving up, 16 positions there, which has been what that team, unfortunately, has been doing all year. Here we go, JB. All Camrys at the front with Reddick, Briscoe, and Gibbs.
Getting set then for the second start of the night for the Coca-Cola 600. Stand by. Green flag falls. We're racing at Charlotte. And it's a good start. Reddick bringing down the low line. But look at the room that Briscoe's got going around the outside. Definitely on the traction. Little bit of a nose rubbing now as Gibbs coming in third. Hamlin fourth. It's 3 wide midfield as Austin Cindric is dropping back in the middle. Going up high now comes the 17 of Chris Buescher. And in there as well, Kyle Larson side by side. And the 3-car of Austin Dillon also dropping back as well, Matthew, as we finally get this race restarted. Side by side at the front between Briscoe and Reddick, though, as we complete the lap 40.
Reddick has led every lap, but Briscoe will beat him to the line here by a nose. Chase Briscoe out in front, leading the 40th of 400 laps. But by the time they get back to turn 1, Reddick throws that car to the bottom of the racetrack, clears up on the exit of the second corner across the nose of Briscoe. He goes. Reddick reassumes the lead. Briscoe in second, Gibbs third, Denny Hamlin up to fourth. So 4 Toyota Camrys at the front. First 4 Dark Horse Mustang is Ryan Preece in 5th. First Chevrolet is Shane Van Gisbergen in 6th, who's battling for that spot with Chris Buescher.
And this is getting mental now as look around the outside. There comes the 43 car of Eric Jones with Ryan Blaney and William Byron in traction. And Blaney, he's been struggling with the rear all race. He's just going below the apron line and it's just twitching on him as well. He's going to cause a wreck if he's not careful. Look at the 9 coming back through on the inside. Chase Elliott trying to make it a 3 wide, Matthew. Almost in a big one. And he gets through on the 42 and drops back.
Well, we saw 4 wide earlier before that first caution. There's 3 wide in the back straightaway. Elliott and Byron come out of it. Teammates running side by side. John Hunter Nemechek backs away. The other Legacy Motor Club car just ahead of this in Eric Jones. Of course, Legacy Motor Club sent some team members to help pit Ryan Hunter-Reay in the Indy 500 today. They were never able to make a pit stop on his car as Hunter-Reay crashed before the pit stop, first pit stop of the day. Meanwhile, at the front, challenge for second off the banking of turn 4. Ty Gibbs to the left elbow of Chase Briscoe. They'll run door handle to door handle through the quad oval and across the line. Those Toyotas squabbling for the second position behind Tyler Reddick and in front of Denny Hamlin.
And this is going to be a good traction point in the race now. Just get into a rhythm like earlier on. The track constantly evolving, constantly changing. And Jack, I know you were keeping up with some of the truck and O'Reilly racing we have had. It's been delayed and red flagged and stopped and rained over. The track is more like a water park than a racetrack this weekend. The grip is all over the place.
It's just like the racing gods are just like, yeah, let's not race this weekend. But no, the weather looked all right for the 600 today, at least from what I can tell.
Yeah.
And I hope that we don't get any more stoppages, because quite frankly, I can't take it anymore, especially after all the other stoppages today in the Indy 500.
Okay, that was ridiculous, by the way, Matthew. I agree with Jack there. We red flagged for 12 minutes because of rain. We didn't need to stop. If we had just kept that going, there wouldn't have been a clash with Formula 1. I was so angry. So angry.
Who cares about Formula 1? You have the Indy 500.
Well, I had to do both. I ended up on a dual stream. Literally, I was commentating Formula 1 with a lip mic, putting that down, putting the headset mic down to commentate on the 500. It was going nuts. And then Formula 1...
Love the suit, by the way, JB.
Oh, thank you very much. Formula 1 just couldn't get themselves organised as well, because I don't know if you saw, Matthew and Jack, but the 5 red lights came on, and they didn't go out. So they had to abort the start, and then Lindblad had a problem.
Incredible. Oh my.
Yeah.
That's not the first time that's happened in Formula 1 either.
I've been told the 88 to look into as well is being screamed in right now.
88 tagged the wall.
Connor Zilic then touching the wall. So that's not going to do too good out there for the track house. But yeah, it happened in 99, didn't it, at the Nürburgring, Jack? And that was... a funny one, and into the pit lane now comes the 7.
Yeah, Daniel Suarez has just jumped to pit lane. This is an unscheduled stop for sure.
Let's go down. Have we got Kim Kuhn?
Midway point here in this opening stage.
Yeah, running 11th. Spire is this team now that's not shocking anyone when they run inside the top 10, top 15.
No, I'm agreeing with that, but that's just is that to try and flip the stage, or has he got a problem?
Yeah, I think that's a problem. I don't think they would want him pitting that quickly. It will be interesting to see how the rest of this stage goes, because the timing of that Josh Berry caution, they just about could make it to the end of this stage without refueling, but the tires would be right down to the very end of their tire life. But we'll see how the rest of this stage goes. Mentioned Connor Zilic. Got the wall. Let's see. This was off of... Is this off of 4? No, this is off of 2.
Yeah, turn 2, Charlotte 2.
Oh, and he did just...
Whoa!
Just a brush.
Debris as well.
Pretty decent brush there.
Would you brush a pool table like that? It would be scratched up, wouldn't it?
Zilic coming off of a race 2 weeks ago at Watkins Glen where he ran extremely well, didn't get the finish he deserved, but then ran extremely well in the All-Star race at Dover last week. Again, this is where we have the disconnect with the All-Star race. The finish doesn't count for anything except for maybe some momentum, and as bad as the season has been to start for Zilic in the 88 team, having a good top 5 run on a track like that hopefully will give them some confidence as we are halfway through this opening 100-lap stage.
I wonder if JT's seeing the same as me right now, because we've both got our television pictures on for this one in case one of them fails. And it's sort of like, on my screen, it's like looking cross-eyed, because they're mirroring each other perfectly. So it's kind of like, I've just got new glasses as well, and it's giving me a bit of a chip on that one. Yeah, JT's saying the same. Yeah, it's giving me a headache. I've got new glasses, Matthew and Jack, by the way, so I can actually see my screens for the first time in donkey's years.
I'm just happy that JT can still get out words and syllables, because when I did speak to him at the 500, you could tell he's been talking a lot.
I feel sorry, but I gave him the full... I think he commentated solo on the F4s, the Minis, and the last touring car race of the day, whilst I went to the Brickyard. 2.
Yeah,
caution!
Yellow.
Turn 2!
Oh, big crash! Austin Cindric collides hard with Connor
Oh
Zelic.
my god.
That's an insane impact. Carson Hocevar stands on the brakes to keep from running into 2 clattering cars of Austin Cindric and Connor Zelic, and that is...
Okay.
An incredible impact.
Well, the good news is he's okay, because Cindric's trying to drive it, I think unaware that the front of that car now looks like the aftermath of a bomb site, as now Zilic, who was running quite well, is now going to dump it back round into pit lane. How did that happen then? I reckon Cindric's gone up into the wall and collected Zilic, because that looks like a tail end crash now.
Like in years past.
Oh, there's our first F-bomb, ladies and gentlemen. Who wants a tail spring? There's our first F-bomb, by the way, live on Prime, because they don't need to block it. It's Connor Zilic saying F-man. Let's have a look.
On the bottom.
Okay. Oh, Cindric got loose.
Oh, contact.
Well, I don't know if there's contact there between him and Christopher Bell or not. It was obviously very close, but oh my goodness. Cindric spun that thing at the top of the racetrack for a long, long time. Eventually, gravity did its job and brought the car back down the banking, and Connor Zilic turning the wheel hard to the left, down to the apron to try to avoid, but he loses the rear of his car and spins right into the path of the nose of Cindric. William Byron, I'm not sure how he's avoided, but Connor Zilic did not.
I was going to say, Byron, how on earth did he avoid that? So it all starts off with Bell, and then, how did Byron survive it?
Stay top. Go top here. Go top.
Oh, man.
I think, Jack, that's a pinball wizard.
That's just bad timing. Unfortunate timing for Connor Zilic. Again, turning that car all the way to the left and then to avoid, and by doing so he gets on the apron, and when you go from the 24 degrees of banking to the apron, the rear becomes very light, and he just spins around, and the right rear spins directly into the nose of Cindric. That was an incredible impact. Looks like Byron has escaped without damage somehow. I would love to see a better shot, a tighter shot on the initial spin if there was contact between Cindric and Bell, because they were very close together.
It looked more like an aero push, to be honest.
Yeah, I think that's probably what it was.
Was
an aero push. Let's see if we can get it re-racked here, because, if there was contact, it was extremely, extremely slight. I don't think they touched, no.
Oh. JT's on it. I was just about to rewind because JT's on it, but I'm having a look on JT's camera. I'm with you. I don't think they touch.
Yeah, and this is a very meaningful accident, because Austin Cindric came in 15th in the championship standings, just 10 points above the chase cut line. So this is going to be a result that very much handicaps his chances of staying above the chase cut line. This race, and how William Byron missed him, I have no idea.
I'm telling you now, Byron was at full speed, and he would have gone into the side.
I think he does catch him.
Yeah.
I think he catches him.
Yeah, because can we go slow motion on that? I think we might be able to. JT, if you press your arrow buttons to the side, it'll go freeze frame. If we just take a look... Oh, okay, no, it's gone for a minute.
I think he does catch Byron a little bit.
How does Dad do freeze frame? I wish Ian Birch was here right now because he could tell me how he did freeze frame. Honestly, I've gone over to him for some analysis, and he's been able to freeze frame it perfectly on that. But I honestly believe that if that had just been a few inches, I think that would have been a fatality because that was full speed. That would have been like Ryan Newman a couple of years ago. As well at Daytona.
Oh God, yeah.
Because that was so close, and Byron was at full speed. No, he didn't have time to react.
Was it LaJoy that hit Newman, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so. He pitched him up in the air.
LaJoy of all people. Yeah. Those are the worst types of crashes.
There's oil down, by the way, so this will be a lengthy one. For the first time, that's fine.
On this weekend,
go on.
I thought I'd ask everyone on this weekend. I don't know if we've been through this. What was your favourite Kyle Busch moment?
Oof. Pit road's open, by the way.
I got a lot that I could choose from, but let's go to pit road real quick.
See a gamble later in the field. There's a chance somebody might do something different. A few cars staying out, but the majority are going to kind of stick with the plan right here. Fuel, maybe a 2-tire option. That would also be part of the playbook here. We'll see if anybody pulls that off, Kim.
Denny Hamlin, top left, opposite problem this run. He's 2 free and actually needs to be tightened up this time. Air pressure adjustment. Chase Briscoe, top right. Feels like he's on the limiter. He said worse at the 3/4 mark in 3 and 4. Just too edgy to go fast. And finally, Ty Gibbs said fired off good, just a little snug. Marty?
Tyler Reddick said, I'm, quote, getting step-out moments on the entry of turn 3. They'll go with 4 fresh Goodyear tires. And there's a lot of debris down in the middle of 1 and 2, Adam. You can see the cars go directly on the racetrack when they pull off pit road.
4 drivers stay out, among them last year's winner, Ross Chastain.
Okay, so there are still some moments coming through. Mine's actually Atlanta. Do you remember last year? Or the year before? I think it was last year, where we had that photo finish.
Yeah, the 3-wide photo finish in 24.
That's it, yeah. I loved that one. That was my second race as lead commentator. And I was losing it. Here's the freeze frame. Yeah, look, so Byron's got nothing. He misses him by inches. Zilich actually does the smart thing and puts the car into a spin to avoid it. That was quick thinking from Connor.
Yeah, because that could have been a much worse hit.
Yeah.
If I had to pick my favourite Kyle Busch moment, there is one that stands out to me. And it is not a driving moment. It is an interview moment. Because I think Kyle was the master when it came to interviews. And I've got to pick. Everything's great. Really looking forward to getting back to Phoenix and getting in my race car. My favourite interview probably in NASCAR history. Other than that certain Tony Stewart one in 2013.
Oh, at Fontana with Steve Burns.
I can do that on heart. My favourite part of that is the fact that Tony said thank you afterwards.
Yeah, thank you.
He's still polite.
It's good.
Oh, I
gotta say, Kyle. So when Kyle was just coming in, he ran a truck race on All-Star Weekend at Charlotte. I was there. This is back when I was a kid, and as a kid, I went to a lot of All-Star races. And on that All-Star Weekend on the Friday night,
that must have been a long time ago, Matthew.
It was. Thank you very much. Yeah,
he hates them now. That. He's not commentating on
them. But yes, it's been a long time since I was a kid. Ha ha ha.
Hey, I'm old too.
Yeah. Well. Anywho, follow me on the TikTok. But him just at such a young age winning that truck race. This was Old Charlotte before the repave, and trucks are just bouncing around, and for him to win that race, that was incredible. I really enjoyed watching him win that race because this was not too long after he won the ARCA race at Daytona, which I remember watching. And I really started to latch on to Kyle Busch. Now, no one was ever going to be my favorite driver over Jeff Gordon in my eyes as a kid, but I really latched on to Kyle Busch because I knew he was going to Hendrick, and he was just so much fun to watch. So I will forever cherish, especially now, I will forever cherish being present for that truck win at Charlotte. And then, with that said, speaking of following me on the TikTok, I posted earlier this week. Now it's going to be forever impossible for me to forget calling him to his second championship at Homestead in 2019. I'll forever remember that.
How on earth is Ian Birch doing super slow-mo if it's not available to him? I'm going to have to ask him in the morning. Do you know what my favourite one that had me laughing a few weeks ago? I can't remember what it was at Watkins Glen. Do you remember? Ironically, 2 weeks ago at Watkins Glen, during the tent caution that came out. Do you remember? And there was a sign, JT and Jack. Matthew, I don't know if you saw it as we're coming into the green. Kyle Busch sits down to pee. Had us all laughing. Ready for the green? Chastain and Priest as the green flag falls again here at Charlotte. Chastain's on the outside. Ryan Priest getting very close to him. And we're going 4 wide into turn 1 out of the dog loop. This is looking good, Matthew, as we go restarting. Oh, and that's a problem for the 23. The caution's coming out. Bubba Wallace in trouble. Bubba's in trouble. We might just stay green, though, but he's slow on the back stretch. Look at the slingshot from Zane Smith. Wow! Zane Smith is going to take the lead of the race. He's side by side with Ryan Priest, Matthew. What a restart from him, from 5th to the 1st.
Out of absolutely nowhere, Smith shoots to the inside looking for the lead, side by side at the stripe with Priest as Wallace limps his way to pit road. You got cars up front that did not pit under the caution, and you've got fresh tires roaring up behind them. We'd love to see the leaders here, Prime, please. Thank you. Side by side down the back straightaway, Priest and Smith, 2 Fords, still battling for the top spot. Behind them in the 3rd position, Tyler Reddick rides the rim off the top of turns 3 and 4. Ross Chastain is down there too with Chris Buescher, but it's Zane Smith who leads the World 600. My goodness, who would have expected that?
Strange things happen in NASCARs. We've seen this all the time, and especially at this track. Byron, by the way, for some reason on my screen, is showing as a DVP in 13th place, but I think he's out there. I'm not sure what's happening on my monitor.
There was a bit of contact.
Let's have a look then. This is Byron and Bubba Wallace coming in. And this is why he got out-settled, Matthew.
Oh, Byron got squeezed.
Yeah, Michael McDowell came up and hip-checked Byron, and that, like a cue ball in pool, or snooker, as you guys over there would call it, just
they're different sports, Matthew.
Yes, okay. Anyway, McDowell with a hip check on Byron spits him out into Wallace, and Wallace hit the wall pretty good. Might have a broken toe link. As he has already come on and off of pit road. Change at 2nd. Reddick winds it up around the outside of Priest, gets by him for 2nd. Now Reddick can set his sights after Zane Smith. Coca-Cola World 600 has produced a lot of first-time winners. David Pearson got his first win in this race. Jeff Gordon, Bobby Labonte, Matt Kenseth, Casey Mears. A lot of first-time winners in this race. Zane Smith and Ryan Priest. 0 wins in their Cup Series career, currently running 1st and 3rd. Further back, Denny Hamlin trying to scoop up a spot on Chase Briscoe here. Hamlin will make that pass. That's for 6th.
Of course, most recent drivers who are active in the Cup Series who got their first victory, as you said, Austin Dillon and Casey Mears. 1 in 2007 for Casey, Austin Dillon 2017.
Both, I think, were on fuel mileage.
Yes, both of those were on fuel mileage.
I think that's gone the way of the Dodo Bird recently.
As Kyle Larson fireballs his way to the inside of Chris Buescher in turns 3 and 4. They're side by side coming to the line. This is a scrap for the 4th position. The Ford of Buescher. The Chevrolet of Larson is the highest running Chevrolet, and it's the only one in the top 8 positions here. And Larson's going to make the pass. Carson Hocevar on pit road unscheduled here in the black and white Chili's mobile. Unscheduled stop for the Talladega winner.
Yep, loses out a couple more places. JT's got some news for us, though, down at control. JT, what have you got?
Just looking back at the pace laps before the start of this race, it seems like Tyler Reddick and Ty Gibbs channeled their inner Kyle Busch, having some fun bump drafting the pace car before we went green.
I did catch that part. I did catch that.
It's typical of them,
I
isn't
remember
it?
I remember when Kyle Busch bumped the pace car in 2021. I think it was at New Hampshire.
Did he do it again?
Believe
Which
me,
he didn't
Kip
actually get in
Childress-
trouble for, by the way.
Yeah, Kip Childress remembers that well. He was on Sirius XM NASCAR radio this week as, boy, Ross Chastain sliding high in turns 3 and 4 as cars racing to his inside. Noah Gregson gets by. Josh Berry gets by. John Hunter Nemechek will try. Unable to get around Chastain, the defending winner of the 600. Yeah, Kip Childress, former NASCAR official and pace car driver. They had him on Sirius XM on Thursday, and he was sharing that story from his point of view of getting run into by Kyle Busch after that crash in the rain at New Hampshire as Corey Heim knifes his way down the back straightaway to the inside of Nemechek. Heim, who of course led a good amount of laps at Texas a few weeks back in was just ahead of him.
Oh, hello.
Some contact there for Ty Dillon.
And he lifted off,
but
Matthew.
Heim,
Corey Heim lifted off, and that's allowed the 42 to go around the outside. So Heim lifted off through 1, and now he's been forced up. There's a car just on his low line.
this happening outside the top 20.
Also, Heim definitely one of the stars of the future. Rumour has it that he is pretty much guaranteed a full-time Cup ride next season. So I'm very excited to see how he can get on in these starts this season.
No!
As Larson nearly dumps Tyler Reddick, nearly went into the back of him there.
Boy, Larson's really feeling it here in this 5 car. He stuffed it into the bottom of turn 1. Reddick wanted to come down and thought better of it, saw the move coming. Larson gets to his inside in 3 and 4. Larson trying to take over second position, and he does. Well, this Memorial Day weekend has not been very kind the last couple of years to Kyle Larson, now focusing solely on the 600 and Charlotte. Hopefully he can free himself up here to have a good 600. Former winner of this race, of course, moves up into second. I am stunned, JB, that Tyler Reddick was not able to get up there and wrestle the lead away from Zane Smith, who now leads this motor race and leads it well.
Reddick's been having a weird day, isn't he? He started well from pole. Oh, and he brushes the wall. Sorry to cut across myself there, but Kyle Larson getting very close out of turn 4 into the tri-oval. That was almost a big one. He's really rugging the dog out of that car. Look at his eye focus on the prime zoom in as well. His eyes are looking at every single corner, looking in the mirrors, looking everywhere around. And here we go on the inside. Here we come again. Reddick goes through. Larson has not got the speed after that scrub at turn 4, and Reddick goes back through. Well, that was a close one there.
These two could provide us a really fun 600 miles tonight, because these are two of the best drivers in the sport, especially at these kinds of racetracks where you've got to work the lines. I mean, look, oh my gosh, Reddick throws it to the bottom of 1 and 2. Larson's a groove and a half higher. These two, it'd be really nice to see these two squabble back and forth all night, but I am, again, just to reiterate, stunned at Zane Smith getting fresh air on the nose of that front row motorsports, and he is leading confidently.
I love Zane, man. He's one of those guys who didn't have as big of a budget as some of these other guys had. When he came into the truck series in, I think it was 2020, he came into the truck series as a full-timer.
It was 2020, and I know that because it was right here at Charlotte. It was one of those midweek races during COVID. The first time that I really noticed him, and of course,
he's a proper talent.
With the weekend who we're honoring this weekend, he was taking the fight to Kyle Busch in that truck race, and that's when I thought, my goodness, this kid, watch out for him. And now, of course, he's a truck champion, full-time in the Cup Series, Smith, and well, look at him go out there on 2 tires and leading this race.
I still remember his very emotional interview when he won his first truck race.
Yeah.
Still remember that. He's one of those guys who just doesn't have the budget, and I'm so happy to see him running in the Cup Series. It proves that there is still a route for the guys with the lower budget to come into this series.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So he leads here from Reddick, Larson, Preece, and Hamlin. Chase Elliott and William Byron, teammates, running just outside the top 15 here. 16th and 17th is Elliott and Byron, running tight together going to turn 1. They're just ahead of Joey Logano, who has made up some positions now. We saw him running 4 wide earlier at about 30th. Now he's up to 18th. One of the races that Logano has yet to win, this 600.
And I don't think he's going to win it today, Matthew. Logano's had one of the worst starts to a Cup Series in his career.
Oh.
And it's just going from bad to worse week after week after week. This is week 15, but round 13 of the championship, and it's just going nuts.
Yeah, it's been terrible start for Logano, and it hasn't been a great start for Penske. Ryan Blaney, of course, had a really good start to the season and got a win, but even he's tapered off of late. Just those Penske cars don't seem to have really good speed, but Logano's going to carry that car to the bottom of turns 3 and 4, pull up alongside William Byron here to try to take away the 17th spot, but can't do it.
There's some traffic still coming up here that we're going to start affecting people as we start racking them up. We have 20 to go almost in this stage. 100 each, so it's easy to contend with. Zane Smith leads. Tyler Reddick is second. Kyle Larson third. Then it's Ryan Preece, Denny Hamlin, Ty Gibbs, Chase Briscoe, Christopher Bell, Chris Buescher, and Shane Van Gisbergen having the top 10. So SVG, everyone who says, oh, he can't race on ovals, he can't do anything. He's doing really well right now, isn't he? As door-to-door again, we see down towards turn 1 and 2. Ryan Preece going straight underneath on Kyle Larson, running in too high out of 2. Larson gets the undercut. They swap sides, and that now still going well. And now bringing into the mix, Denny Hamlin goes to the low line through 3 and getting through on Ryan Preece. Really strong manoeuvres, but Preece is... Oh, and Larson touching the apron. Larson touching the apron coming out of 4.
Really good stuff here, and Preece just having to walk that car up the racetrack. This is the reason why the Roval is no more, and we've got another 400-mile race here on the Charlotte Oval in the Chase, because the racing on this Charlotte Oval in this car is really terrific. And I mean, this Charlotte's making a case to be put up there with Kansas and Homestead among the best track in the sport with this next-gen car. And I mean, look at all the lines that we're using here tonight. Hamlin climbing 3-4 grooves up the track there, trying to run down Ryan Preece at 4th spot.
I'd even argue, actually, that this place sort of redefines a NASCAR Cup race, doesn't it? It's old school, it's tight, narrow barriers, and it's an unusual situation, but I like it. It's not Daytona, it's not Talladega, it's not Pocono, which we're going to in a few weeks. But this is just a short track masquerading as a speedway. It's fun.
Well, and of course, you know, before Atlanta had the reconfig, and, well, of course, before Texas had their reconfig, you always looked at Charlotte, Texas, and Atlanta as being similar tracks. But Charlotte's always been different from those two because it's a much narrower racetrack. There's plenty of lanes still to choose from, but it is just a narrower racetrack. Turns 1 and 2 are so totally different from turns 3 and 4. So it is not... The term cookie cutter doesn't get thrown around the way it used to in the 2000s and the mid-2010s, but it's certainly not a cookie cutter racetrack at all. And producing really good racing here in the next-gen era. Joey Logano, we were talking about him trying to get around William Byron. He has at the 17th position. Remember, Byron just dominated this race a year ago, lost out late to Ross Chastain, but goodness gracious, he led a bunch of laps. But as has been the story for Hendrick Motorsports to start this season, 24 just doesn't seem to have it here early. Kyle Larson, the highest running Hendrick car, in the 4th position.
Prime are not doing any favours right now with cutting away from the good stuff.
Hey, Timmy Hill on screen. Let's go. Oh, never mind.
See?
Love Timmy Hill.
Well, can I ask, why are there ad breaks on Prime? Just want to know.
That's a wonderful question. That's a wonderful... But at least they're all side by side, at the very least. As Ty Gibbs scoops underneath Ryan Preece, makes the pass for 5th.
Must say, not very impressed by Prime's broadcast just yet. I think it's going to take a while for me to get used to a new one because it's a bit glitchy today. There's been a couple of errors where I think, Fox are bad, but at least they're smooth.
Well, speaking of Fox, I thought I'd give my full credit to the truck commentator today, Eric Brennan. I thought he did a really fantastic job overall. And honestly, fit right in. Get him in for the rest of the season, please.
Yeah.
That's what everyone was, that they wanted him in for the rest of the year.
Absolutely. I mean, I know him from the Cars Tour. He's brilliant.
Do you know how many comments I get on the TikTok about people wanting me to take over for Jamie Little. People just are not.
Well, I've seen your
People just
TikTok, mate. I've been looking at it. Every time it makes me smile that you're getting so many lovely compliments. It's
Lovely compliments on social media. Didn't know those existed.
I know.
I know, it's amazing. It really is amazing. 99% of the comments have been very positive, but I did like the one earlier today about how a person thought that obviously I watched the game ahead and then just rehearsed the call. Okay.
We're live. We're live now. Is that person in the room with us?
Well, guess what? Well, then guess what? We know the entire result of today's race and what's going to happen. So Matthew's rehearsed his calls perfectly.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Including that last sentence I just said.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not to boast, but you know, we are literally coming off of the back of IndyCar, Formula One, and NASCAR back to back on JBM. So, like, yeah, can't do anything.
Again, speaking of other commentators, by the way, but full credit has to go to Will Buxton today.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Listen, I have been extremely hard on Will Buxton through his first year and a half on IndyCar. Oh my goodness. I did tweet earlier today. He earned his stripes in the best way today. That was spectacular.
What did he say? I was commentating myself.
Oh, you will. You'll have.
Just listen to the call afterwards of the final lap.
It was so good, and of course Fox getting the crowd noise in there. I mean, hard not to get the crowd noise in when you got 400,000 people screaming.
Oh yeah.
But just all of it, his call plus the crowd noise, the car noise, the intensity of it all, that was really great. But
I mean, the closest finish in Indianapolis history. Well, not Indianapolis history. Indy 500 history.
Well, indeed. But yes, to all the people
Freedom 100.
To all the people that think I do watch this back and rehearse my calls, interestingly enough, oh, Chase Elliott is spinning on the back straightaway. Elliott is crashing, nose first into the wall. Caution is out.
That's all we need.
Timing, Matthew.
Yeah. I don't know. That's a commentator's curse, a reverse commentator's curse. But Matthew Owens did literally say for everyone who is pre-recording it, but no, you don't, and that's what happens when you try and do it. Well done. Well done. I mean, Matthew, do you want to say anything else? You know, Tinkerbell.
Well, what I was literally about to say is that I don't think I've ever rehearsed Zane Smith winning the first stage of the Coca-Cola 600, but right as I was trying to get that out, Chase Elliott has broken loose off of turn 2.
That's his
He
own
spun
fault.
right across the bow of Joey Logano, and it's nose first into the inside safer barrier.
I follow a Zane Smith fan on Twitter, and he's just put on Twitter, call the race right now. It's halfway and it's pouring.
Chase was running very high, much like Josh Berry was running very high when he lost it in his spin, but this is on the exit of the corner. Oh.
Decent whack, but I think he'll be alright. I'm glad that didn't spin round and get airborne like Corey's truck did earlier today.
Oh my God. The Corey. Oh, good lord.
That could have been so much worse.
What an accident.
Because there's no catch fence in that section of the track, I'm pretty sure.
No, that flip terrified me watching it on the comms. I thought, oh my God, he's going to go back. It was a close one, that one.
Yeah, if you look there, there's no catch fence.
Yeah, there's not.
That needs to be in place next year.
Chase Elliott, who won the last mile and a half race that we ran at Texas, will be the third retirement from this World 600. As he just lost it out of turn 2, and the
he's out.
Red, white, stars and stripes livery done for the night. This will set up pit stops here under this caution, even though the sprint to the stage finish will only be about 4 or 5 laps. Everyone's going to come down and try to get fresh tires, except one car stayed out. I believe that might have been Michael McDowell. We'll double check that. Let's go to pit road.
Hey, Kim.
And the 11 of Denny Hamlin with the first time tonight where there was no complaints. He said that was better, way more stable. They will take 4 tires. You see Zane Smith, top right. They told him good job holding on with 2 tires, just a little tight there. And then finally Ty Gibbs there, bottom left. He said we heard it on the front side of that run, not so good in traffic. Marty.
Tyler Reddick said the car started to get too free in that run, Kim, but they were catching the 38, so made the decision to leave it alone. 4 fresh tribute tires, and to Steve's point, I think those who pitted here will not pit at the end of the stage, Adam.
4 drivers stay out. Ross Chastain among them again. Eric Jones goes plus 13 with...
Okay, during this, I'm going to listen to that last lap again from from Will Buxton. I've got it on my phone.
Oh, goodness gracious. So good.
Matthew, I see someone on that tweet that you sent definitely agreed with you as well.
Oh, really? I haven't seen...
This is good. I thought Malukas had it down the back stretch.
So did I.
Didn't expect Rosenquist to get such a run out of 3 and 4, though.
I just saw that comment, JT. Okay.
Wow, Rosenquist was on it all day, though. What?
Unreal call.
That was fantastic. Car 20. Car 20 sent to the rear with a car interference. Car 20 to the rear. Go on, Matthew.
That's Christopher Bell.
Bell loses a bunch of track position. I've been really hard on Will Buxton for the season and a half he's been in that IndyCar booth because I've felt
Oh my God!
Wow.
Sounded natural, but today
Dane Smith, the race leader.
38's been sent to the back for too fast on pit road. 38 with a penalty. Sorry, Matthew. Back to you. Go on.
That's such a shame for Zane. Oh, my goodness. By the way, that was Michael McDowell that stayed out. He and Sean Hunter Nemechek have stayed out here, and I think Eric Jones and Cody Ware as well. So those will be your leaders on the restart. But, yeah, just to finish up that, I've been really tough on Will, but, I mean, that was so good.
I do think he's a better commentator than a pundit, though, personally.
Yeah. But
I've always. Yeah. Then again, I don't think he was a very good pundit. So
I'm just gonna say this. I think Fox's broadcast of the 500 this year was miles better than last year. They've really learned. And I
100%.
It was great. I thought it was great.
I was just gonna be pleased if there were no issues with their timing and scoring, and there wasn't. So that's all I needed.
I really enjoyed it. It was a good race. Didn't agree with the red flag, but yeah.
Well, which one?
well, the last red flag for Kyle Collette was, but the second, the original red flag for Rain, that wasn't needed. We could have just kept going behind the pace car.
Yeah.
2 seconds, guys.
We race in your honor. First Sergeant Glenn L. Harris, United States Army.
Corporal Anthony J. Smarker, United States Army.
Specialist Christopher Horton, United States Army.
Sergeant Martin Anthony Lugo Jr., United States Army.
Chief Specialist Warfare Operator Christopher Chambers, United States Navy.
Fireman First Class William C. Hooks, United States Navy. Your sacrifice is not forgotten.
Well, no one does better than Brad Keselowski. Of all the drivers that we have in this sport, no one does better than Brad Keselowski at honoring the troops. And it would be really amazing to see him win this race so he could give the All-American salute with the American flag at the end of the night. He did in 2020. There were no fans here, of course, for that. We are coming to the restart. Going to be a sprint to the finish of this stage. Mentioned penalties on pit road for both Christopher Bell and Zane Smith. That's a shame for Zane, who has never won a stage in his career, and he's not going to win this one despite leading in the last 10 laps. So we do have cars up front that's on older tires. Michael McDowell and John Hunter Nemechek, along with Eric Jones, stayed out. Denny Hamlin on the inside of row 2 is the first car on fresh tires. Green flag up in the air. It'll be a final 4-lap sprint to decide, final 5-lap sprint rather, to decide stage 1. And McDowell on the old tires takes off well, but Denny Hamlin in the corner goes to his outside. to his inside. They go 3 wide around McDowell and Kyle Larson. Fireballs his way to the lead. Denny Hamlin all over his back bumper, heading back to 3.
Hamlin's going to get the traction there coming onto the front stretch. Nemechek's dropping like massive as here comes Hamlin over the line. He's side by side with Larson. And now coming up as well, Briscoe wants to find a way through as they come through 1 and 2 with 4 to go in stage 1. This is going to be something.
Boy, Larson went way up the banking, started at the bottom of 1, drifted up off the top of 2, but he takes the clean air off the nose of Hamlin. Larson goes to the front, leaves those Joe Gibbs Racing teammates to squabble behind him for second. Hamlin around the top. Briscoe keeps it pinned on the bottom. Tyler Reddick back there 4th. Eric Jones in 5th. It's Kyle Larson leading, 3 to go in the stage, and he looks into the rearview mirror, and he sees those teammates going side by side. He'd like to see more of that, but Briscoe might clear Hamlin here. It's going to be tied off 2.
Nemechek down 13 places from that last lap time with 3 to go here. Larson leading and Briscoe just getting it wrong over the banking. It was just jumping around. Now watch out for Reddick coming back and Eric Jones. Where did Eric Jones come from in this? 2 to go.
Yeah, Jones stayed out to get track position. He won his first ever Cup Series stage at Texas with a similar strategy a couple weeks back. He's in 5th here, but the top 4 just ahead of him are all right together. Nose to tail stuff here out of turn 2. Down the back straightaway, Larson from Briscoe, then Hamlin, then Reddick. Larson trying to hold off all of these Toyotas behind him as they race to 3, coming to start the last lap of the stage.
White flag for stage 1 then is coming up. Watch out for now. Tyler Reddick, he's right on the back of Hamlin. Look at Larson going down low, trying to protect the dog leg as he comes down towards the first 2 corners on the track. Briscoe's got his hands full because he's got Reddick coming in low and Hamlin coming up high. 27 places lost now for Nemechek coming in. That's unbelievable. And now Hamlin under the attack from Reddick, who's going around the outside. Coming over for the green-white checker though, Matthew Owens.
Hamlin with a big crossover off of 2. He'll get around Reddick. Reddick comes back at him, but at the front, green and white checkered flag is down on Kyle Larson. Thrilling ending to stage 1, and it's Larson who gets the stage victory from Briscoe. Reddick, who just edged out Hamlin for 3rd. Hamlin 4th, Jones 5th, and Blaney, Gibbs, Priest, Stenhouse, and a stage point for Van Gisbergen, who completes stage 1 in the top 10.
100 down, 300 to go. Only took us an hour and 8 minutes, and now we're going to get set. 4 cautions inside the first hour, and 1 down, and it's Kyle Larson, victorious in our first stage here for the Coca-Cola 600. Matthew, this is going to be fun. 77 free passes. I try and write down that top 10 quickly.
Listen, I think we're going to have a terrific race. I mean, there was a lot of action packed into those first 100 laps. Talked about how this track is racing with this next generation car. Yeah, this is really good stuff. Larson showing some muscle that Hendrick Motorsports hasn't shown that much this season. Of course, Larson's on a long winless drought. It's been more than a calendar year since his last win at Kansas in the spring of 2025. He loves this racetrack. He loves the 600. Perhaps tonight is the night for Larson, but all of those Toyotas to deal with, my goodness. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 7th in that stage are all Toyotas.
Thank you, JT, for telling me the running order for that one on stage conclusion. So we are going to have at least 5 cautions tonight. 3 of them already for contact. The 21 spinning exit at turn 2. And continued. The 20 hit the 2 and then collected the 88 and smash. Guess what? Exit at turn 2. And the 9 spins. Guess where? Exit at turn 2. Turn 2's been a bit of a hot topic tonight.
Always is when they funnel out of that corner and go down that back straightaway. So we'll see if we have everyone come back down pit road here. I know it was only, 5 or 6 laps under green in anger on those tires. But we'll see if everyone comes back down pit road here or not. And we'll re-rack and do it again. I'm just going to step away momentarily.
No worries. So we're now into stage 2. So we have already onto the 3rd of 100 laps, and we barely even sort of waited. So we're going to waste about 9 to 10 laps just checking through. Thank you to Save My Republic, who said the podcast has made great improvements as of late. Thank you very much. Keep it up. We will indeed, thank you.
Me. That's what it is.
It's you, Jack, but welcome back, yeah. Glad everyone's enjoying it.
Matthew, clearly. He's not been here for the other ones, so...
Yeah, Matthew.
You get the credit, Matt.
Glad everyone's enjoying the coverage. Well, pit road is open. Next week, as we are going to be in Nashville, followed then taking into June when we're at Michigan, Pocono and San Diego, before going over to Sonoma. Then in July, it's Chicagoland on Independence Weekend. And then we go into Echo Park Speedway, back to Atlanta. Then we go to North Wilkesboro and Indianapolis before break week, before Iowa, Richmond, New Hampshire, and Daytona round out the regular season. Before then, the chase begins with Darlington, Worldwide Technology Raceway, Bristol, Kansas, Las Vegas, Charlotte again, Phoenix, Talladega, Martinsville, and Homestead, Miami. Scary to think that we're now closing through at the front. 8 p.m. Eastern for trucks on Friday next week at Nashville. 7:30 p.m. Eastern for Saturday for O'Reilly. And on Sunday at 7 p.m. Eastern for Sunday at Cup on TNT. Trucks on FS1, O'Reilly on CW, and Prime has the Cup race as well. So thank you very much, JT, for giving us the information there. We'll be live, all of it here on JB Motorsports. And, of course, Matthew will have USN for all of the coverage for the Cup race. And that is Kyle Larson's 76th Cup victory, a record again for stage points. So 76 stage wins for Larson. Got an uncontrolled tyre coming in now from the 16 crew. So that's going to be a penalty to come through. I think that's the interference for Bell coming into it. Yeah. So this is an earlier one. Let's check in now with the team down at Prime.
20 tire. It's only 2 feet in the four stall. I understand the confusion, but I will have to admit that is a clear penalty. If the four is not pitting, you can use that space, but you cannot interfere with another crew's pit stop. So a good call by NASCAR. Understandably, frustration out of the 20.
Prime now and add brakes. Jack, what did you make at the first stage then as we get fueled up, ready for the next one?
Great racing, to be honest. I enjoyed that a lot. Some really good racing. Good to see Zane Smith getting some laps in. Very happy to see some of the other guys up front. And I thought the battle for the stage win was very good as well. So overall, we're having a really solid race so far.
Cracking race, cracking action right now. As one more with the Chili's. So here's down pit road. Eyes wide for full house. Catherine Legg's down pit road as well, actually. She's done more laps here than anywhere else. Oh, talkback's not working. Oh, talkback's live on US. I may as well just say it now. Take a look then for a 2 XLR one. I think from Birmingham they do have one because I had one. So Larson from Briscoe, Reddick, Hamlin, Blaney, Gibbs, Priest, Stenhouse, Van Gisberg and Logano, but that could change if we have another pit stop coming through. As they hold it all together. Yellow flag still in the air. We're now 4 laps down into this stage. 3 cars officially out. The 9 of Chase Elliott, the 2 of Austin Cindric, and the 88 of Connor Zilic coming into it. They are officially out. Catherine Legg and Timmy Hill is a lap down in this event. And yeah. Catherine attempted the double. She's done 100 miles at Indianapolis, and now she's done a lot of miles, or she's done 105 already here. No, hang on, how much has she done? 200 miles already, yeah? So, 4 stages, remember? 4 stages, not 3, 4 to line up tonight. Back over to the Prime.
Let's get into our stage break presented by Snapdragon. Here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, just over this hospitality wall, we see the 9 team of Chase Elliott at Hendrick Motorsports packing up their pit box. NASCAR's most popular driver will have to wait another year if he's hoping to win this crown jewel, the Coke 600. Trevor Bayne is standing by with Elliott now.
Chase, we saw the car snap out from under you there off of turn 2. Did you have any warning? What'd you feel?
My balance, had been that way for a bit, and I was, just trying to push and find some pace. Felt like we were bleeding out really bad, and was just, trying to make something happen. Unfortunately, stepped over the line and made a mistake. So, super unfortunate, man. I feel like I've spent way more than, I've watched more of the ends of these Coca-Cola 600s from the couch than I have been a part of. It has been just a horrendous race for me. Throughout and all the guys on the 9 team just made a mistake and got over my head and paid for it.
Thank you, Chase. Guys, we talked about how hard it is to manage the pace of this race. Marathon with a 5K sprint.
You can hear the frustration in Chase Elliott's voice, Trevor. Thank you. And we've also seen the aggression, already 3 cautions in this race in stage 1. Carl, what do you make of it?
One of the most talented drivers in the sport just lost it, right? We take for granted how difficult it is to drive one of these cars on the edge. You're the only one with a prime microphone that's done it. Tell us what that really feels like for the people at home to be on that edge.
Well, you hear Chase Elliott just talk about stepping over the line. With the older car, Kyle, that line was a little bit bigger. You had a little bit more warning to kind of slide that car around. This car, that wheel gets a little light, and you're thinking the right rear's there, and instantly you brake track and you're around. Obviously, he had some effect from the car right behind him, but the line is razor thin with this next-gen car, and we saw it bite Chase Elliott and other guys. We saw it bite the 2. We saw it bite Josh Berry earlier in the day.
I was in the TRD sim this week. You can make some time, but when it slipped, it was gone. So you're seeing 600 miles of just right on that razor's edge, and I still don't understand how you manage the people behind you. That's spectacular.
And we still have 300 laps to go. So how close do you want to toe that line, Carl, and still be there at the end? Because the 9 car ain't having a good day.
Carl said, I could not be able to save it in these next-gen cars like I was in my iteration of car. Why is that?
Well, I think it has a lot to do with the way the air flows under the car and past the diffuser. We could have Letarte explain it in detail, but I don't think it's a coincidence that Kyle Larson, one of the guys with the most car control on Earth, is at the front of this.
Well, he's also the most comfortable on that razor edge of grip, right? And he knows just where it is and not step over it. That's why we're seeing him pace the field tonight.
Kyle Larson won the first stage. The last time he did that, he went on to sweep them all and win the Coca-Cola 600 in 2021. Double A, our defending champion, off to a great start.
Yeah, he's doing.
Thank you, team. Matthew Irons back with us as we get ready for the restart here at stage 2. Matthew, what is your money on right now as we get ready for the green?
Well, we get ready for stage 2 to get underway. As you were just listening a moment ago to the Will Buxton Fox call of the finish of the 500, I was just listening to the radio call. My goodness, what an incredible call as always by IMS Radio. As we get ready to get the second stage underway, I just noticing if I'm going to be on camera anymore tonight, I'm going to have to turn on a light. It's getting rather dark. Into the restart zone, Kyle Larson and Chase Briscoe bring the field to green. Stage 2 gets underway. It's an even start on the front row. Briscoe on the outside, hanging with Larson stride for stride until Larson gets a good shove in the shorts from Denny Hamlin. Larson goes to the lead. Ryan Preece walks up the banking in turn 2. Nearly got the wall. They're 4 wide underneath him. Daniel Suarez swiping down to the inside. Gets into the back of Michael McDowell on the way to turn 3. They are 3 wide through the pack from second and third on back, all led by Kyle Larson, a hornet's nest behind him.
Okay, this is more like it. This is the Action, side-by-side drama we wanted to see. 90 laps in this stage remaining. We're going to have to consider fuel stages. But watch this drama. 3 wide and not giving a monkeys about how it looks further back as Briscoe goes door-to-door with Hamlin and down now into turn 3. Look, he's coming up high around the outside, the 45. The high line banking got a lot more grip now, a lot more traction, and he's pushing in. Larson, he's leading. Briscoe in second. Look at the cutback coming through again. Swinging down low. Can Reddick find a way through on Hammond? Yes, he can. Can Ryan Blaney, who had so many problems, actually find a way through? And look at the lead. It's going to change as Briscoe leads on the backstretch, Matthew. Brilliant.
Briscoe gets alongside Larson to his left elbow as they race down the back straightaway in towards Briscoe, takes it down to the inside, throws that car to the bottom of the racetrack, and to the lead he goes in the Bass Pro Shops livery. Briscoe to the lead, Larson behind him second, Hamlin third, Tyler Reddick riding the rim, trying to make up places, might lose a spot here to Ty Gibbs.
Still on the action as they come through. Jack, what did you make of that start then for stage 2?
Entertaining restart. Good to see Chase Briscoe getting up to the front, as well as getting past Larson. 2 dirt guys there battling it out. So yeah, go Briscoe, to be fair. It'd be nice to see him win, especially as one of my favourite Kyle Busch moments was actually Chase Briscoe beating him at Darlington in, was it 2021 or was it 2020 that he won at Darlington? But that was just a hell of a battle. There's so many great Busch moments, man. There's Chicagoland in 2018, which I think many people still consider that the greatest finish in NASCAR history. Probably the only amazing finish that Kyle Busch actually won out of. I look back at a lot of these amazing finishes, and Kyle Busch is finishing second in a concerning amount of them.
Yeah, that was 2020 in the then Xfinity Series, one of the COVID races. I believe that was on a Monday at Darlington.
It was. I covered it. I covered that, didn't I, for you, Matthew? But I can't remember.
I love that finish just because of the whole storyline around Briscoe that weekend.
I can never remember what days some of those COVID races were on. It was definitely 2020.
I wish I was watching NASCAR back then, because my goodness, I'd have had a field day.
I was watching back then, but I'm glad I wasn't commentating back then, because we used to have a race on a Wednesday and a Sunday. And at one point in the week, Matthew, do you remember when we had a race on the Tuesday, the Thursday, and the Sunday?
Oh,
yeah. Try and catch up. That was
Yeah, I would have loved it.
Yeah, we were running every day.
I would have been in school as well, but,
yeah.
Quote, school, I say. I would have been, quote, revising.
Yeah, I was on the majority of those anyway, because what else was there to do?
I was, quote, trying to get a 5 on my GCSEs. I wasn't really.
I'll tell you what, though, the only thing I commented on during the COVID pandemic was the Formula E races, obviously, but the Race for Home Championship from Formula E. That's the only thing I did to keep my mind in. By the time we got back for the...
I remember that.
Yeah, by the time we got back for the IndyCar...
Daniel App is all I'm going to say.
Yeah, the Daniel App. By the time IndyCar got started at... Oh, where were we?
I want to say it was Barber.
Texas, that's where we started. Yeah.
Bring us back to Texas, please, IndyCar.
I was commentating on that, and I was in the commentary box I'm in now, but I literally just had one single monitor on my laptop. That was it. And it was a tiny, tiny screen because nothing was set up. And I remember we had a new oven that couldn't be fitted because we got it just before COVID. So I was literally jammed in with a brand new oven right behind me. And I was on my desk, and with the smallest screen, I was shivering. And I was just so happy that live racing was back. Fantastic, as we keep on going racing.
We had something to watch, finally.
Not much happening in this race, though, Matthew, at the moment.
Well, and it was an action-packed first stage. Briscoe's taken the lead and tried to take off here. It's about 0.8 of a second, his lead on Hamlin. By the way, our good friend Christian Malley in the chat section on Ultimate Sports Network says, thankfully I can watch it on Sports Digital 1 Plus here in Germany. I'm off work as well because it's a bank holiday.
It is.
Yeah, the bank holiday for a number of us around, which I haven't had a day off in. Oh my God, I'm so happy to have tomorrow off, and I'm so happy that no races got pushed to tomorrow, so I can just enjoy the day off.
We were worried,
yeah.
weren't we, that we weren't going to get a day off, and now
Yeah, we really were. All I'm looking for is to get us to lap 200 tonight, and we'll all be great.
Yeah. Which is in into stage 2. If it was to rain, then that's fine. We can call it after that. But yeah, is there any rain coming in?
Not saying we haven't in the past.
Yeah. Well, do you remember a couple of years ago when Larson tried to come back and he missed out by literally about 2 laps?
I'm pretty certain I was covering that with you guys as well.
I think you were. Yeah, you were.
I think
Jack,
I was in the booth. I think I was in the booth and I had to go early because I was going to, I think it was Thorpe Park the next day, and I had to wake up super early. And I was just like, okay, I'm going to go to bed. I'll wake up to a Christopher Bell win.
Oh, 3
and
wide.
Yet they called it.
So Bell just coming down low to block off the 77 as well of Carson Hospa and Ryan Priest in there, and the 7 of Suarez. So they've all swapped over a couple of places further back.
Look at this run Bell's got!
Logano's dropped back massively, and through goes Bell. What's wrong with Logano? We were saying earlier on about he was having problems. Now Joey
I'll
Logano's
tell you what's
gone.
wrong. He's Joey Logano.
He's no horrible start to the season, as we said earlier on in stage 1, and Logano's just dropping places like he's offering them like free M&M's.
He doesn't have a quintuple overtime win at Nashville to fall back on this year.
We do go to Nashville next. We are in Nashville next Sunday night. You ready for another night?
Are we ready for? Are we ready for 9 overtime restarts?
Hang on, what do you mean night race?
And Timmy Hill to win the race.
Hang on, shut up. What do you mean night race? What time is it in the UK?
Midnight.
Oh my god. Saturday or Sunday? Saturday or Sunday?
Sunday night, so Monday morning for you guys.
I know, but I wasn't listening. Oh, great.
He was just repeating you, JT.
Just... oh, dear.
He didn't take the information in.
I was repeating JT, I wasn't listening to him.
Absolutely no idea what JT
like
is saying.
JT's like a teleprompter or whatever, isn't it?
Basically, Matthew, JT is in my ears and Jack's ears on talkback. And he's been feeding me the information, so I read out the stats about next week, about where we are.
Hold on. JT has been feeding you the information. Does that mean that actually it's JT that rehearses your calls and then you put them as...
Yes!
Maybe.
Oh, we've been busted!
Maybe, yeah. No, JT's been giving me some information in my ears about, pit strategies, when to go to pits, basically just directing us and producing us.
He gave you the start times, which you read out, and then somehow forgot immediately.
Yeah, it's in one ear, out the other. Are you on stream, JT? Pit road.
Stage 1 lowered the left front. That seems to have helped the car. Brad saying we haven't gained everything we need, but that definitely was a step in the right direction. But there's a bigger problem from Brad. His cool suit is not working. They tried to reset it around lap 56, 57. It has been glitchy ever since. So the next yellow flag, they will flush that. He'll stop to purge that warm water that's circulating through the suit when we do get a yellow flag.
Okay, so unfortunately, there is a little bit of a cool sync issue coming through. Matthew, I really hope my camera's not live on USN right now.
No, it is not.
I get paid too much, and there's weeks like I feel like I don't get paid enough. It's just going to have to be one of the lighter of the two. I'm just tough it out, man.
So basically, he's got a lot of hot water on him.
Okay, his cool suit's not working, by the way.
Yeah. So that cool suit needs to be drained and refilled. It shouldn't take too long to do.
He says, I am freaking burning in this thing.
Well, the problem is when a cool suit fails, it's not only that it's not keeping you cool, but it uses cool water to help cool the driver. Well, when it fails, that cool water gets hot, and it almost becomes boiling water. And that's so when a cool suit fails, it's
always
you might as well. It seems to always be Adrian Allmendinger a lot too. But yeah, when a cool suit fails,
They just hate them. That's what it is.
Because that water melts and then begins to get extremely hot.
Hang on.
And yeah, that's a problem.
How does water melt?
Well, sorry. The cold water. Yeah, you know what I'm saying here. Cold water gets warm, and goes into a boiling state.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Sit down while we learn the water cycle with Matthew Owens.
Yeah. All right, there you go. Yeah. Starts as a
Well,
solid.
I thought...
With then a gas, all of that. Yeah.
I'll read out this tweet quickly from somebody. Always appreciate Prime diving deep into the challenges drivers face in the car versus Fox, who'd rather talk about what hot dog condiments they think drivers prefer.
I tell you what, a great comment here from Steve, who says, dude is getting a nice spa bath while driving, sounds relaxing. I could do with that right about now.
Yeah, well, when you consider the fact the car is already like 100 degrees or something.
Yeah, but still, that's just a nice point.
Not ideal.
Actually, I'm just worried about Brad Keselowski, because let's not forget, he's racing injured for the entire season this year, and now it's not going through. H2O is now understood with PhD levels of physics. Thank you, sir. Yes, it is. Hello, Veronica. What did you make of the 500? Hello, my friend. Go on, Matthew.
Yes, I'm glad I could help everyone understand all that is the story with water.
Matthew, I've got a question for you, by the way.
All right.
Since you are the mayor of Indianapolis, how many days is it until the Indianapolis 500 from now?
361, because it is May 30th next year.
The fact that he knew that off the top of the bat is just impressive.
You rehearsed at JB?
I did, yeah. See, that's I rehearse everything that I do. I put it through a mixer, I edit it, I rehearse everything. I am a big fat phony.
He's a phony!
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going for. Good job.
Oh dear.
I am going to have to turn a light on in here because no one's going to be able to see me when I put the camera on. Give me a moment.
Alright. So while Matthew goes to get his flashlight. Lap 33 of 100. Briscoe leading. Hamlin, Reddick, Gibbs, Larson, Blaney, Van Gisbergen, Stenhouse, Busch and Keselowski. JG saying, isn't it 370 days, Matthew? I don't even know if this is there. May 30th. Yeah, Matthew, it's 370 days. JG's right.
He's not there to tell you anything, by the way.
He's short-circuited. That's why. There's...
Matthew's just a robot.
Yeah, he's short-circuited about getting it wrong. He's the mayor of Indianapolis, after all. Silent Toe... asking, did Antonelli win F1 today? Yes.
Yep. Traditions.
What did you make
and the two Mercedes nearly killed each other.
Several times. What did you make of the Canadian Grand Prix, by the way, Jack? Because I thought that was...
I saw a bit of it. It was decent. I generally enjoyed it. I didn't enjoy the fact that McLaren are absolutely abysmal, but other than that, it was a pretty solid race, I thought.
The lights not going out was quite funny.
I liked seeing that Russell and Antonelli nearly killing each other. That was very fun for me. And I just wish that had continued throughout the race. But no, Russell's car decided it had enough of living and then just decided to stop working.
How typical of it. Matthew, are you back yet? Have you found a bulb? No, he has not. He's not found a bulb.
No. And then Norris's car decided it had had enough as well.
Matthew, how dark is it in your room that you can't find the light switch? It must... I mean, come on. Kim Kuhn.
Austin Dillon, do expect him on pit road. He said he had a right front coming down. Was supposed to pit the last time by. Looks like he missed pit road, but we do expect him to come down to change that tire. So we'll see if he can make it. Yep, as we see Austin coming right down. Right now, again, this is an unscheduled stop. It is not going to be what they intended to be their green flag stop, but still out there.
Oh, okay, so Dylan's staying out there. Matthew Owens has returned from the darkness. How long does it take to find a light switch?
Well, I did hear that comment, thank you. It's a whole process. I have to close the blinds because there's no reason keeping the windows open anymore. So close the blinds, turn on the main light, turn on the lamp alongside me, get back in my seat. And as we have, already covered on this broadcast already, I'm very old. I do not move fast.
No, I'm not looking forward to the fact that, you know, we did the Rolex 24 this year, and I thought, I can't do this. I'm getting too old for this. And now it's slowly creeping towards Le Mans, and I'm thinking, oh my God, I'm going to die.
And you know, as Hamlin's going to make a dive here on Briscoe, then got in the wake of Briscoe's dirty air and had to walk the car up the banking. But yes.
SVG's touched the wall at turn 2. Sorry, Matthew. SVG's touched the wall at turn 2. Go on.
And the only person that we have to ask to tell you that I'm old is the one that just gave you that information in your ear
JT.
about SVG touching the wall. Because JT, of course, was born in like 2008 or something mental.
Yep. Completely mental. I've got to stop eating M&Ms.
I was out of middle school by the time that man was born.
Oh, yeah. How many days until the 500? Because JT says it's 370 days, not 300 whatever it was.
Oh, it's not 370, no.
Oh, you sure? What day is it next year?
May 30th.
But it's May 25th now, so how's it?
Oh, have I done the math wrong? I may have just done the math.
Yes, you have, Matthew.
Oh, okay. Well, see, again, I'm old.
Oh, God.
With age comes wisdom.
Look. When we call you the mayor of Indianapolis. JT's got to go on the broadcast.
Did I say? What did I say?
JT?
361, you said. Matthew, and I am here to officially revoke for the next 300...
Contact! Sorry, Briscoe and Hamlin! Hamlin running to the back of Briscoe coming out of turn 2. And Briscoe got so loose that both of them backed off, and now Gibbs is starting to come back in. So Hamlin is playing a bit of, he's playing bump and run. It's knock chase. Here we go.
And here he comes, right up underneath the rear spoiler of Briscoe, moving on the front straightaway. These two teammates drafting each other into turn number 1. Briscoe going to go middle of the racetrack. Hamlin's going to get right to that left rear quarter panel here, and he's going to open the door up to the inside of his teammate Chase Briscoe. Hamlin and Briscoe, side by side, they race down the back straightaway for the lead in turns 3 and 4. Hamlin will shoot it to the bottom of the banking. Briscoe will let it ride around the top. Hamlin's going to slide up and secure the lead. Denny Hamlin to the front at Charlotte.
I was 100% convinced that Hamlin was going to dump his own teammate then. He got incredibly close. Briscoe's closing it in, but he's backed off. JT, back to you.
Thank you. Right, we have to remember that time zones exist. So for Matthew and everyone stateside, it is currently 371 days until the Indianapolis 500.
But you were both wrong.
Who is in Europe, it's actually 370. So no, I was correct for the time zone that I was in, Jack. Thank you very much.
Yep, you are wrong. I am going to say you are wrong because it makes me feel happy.
William Byron is on pit road, my goodness.
Kim.
His pit stall, the biggest complaint all night has been just can't feel the front tires. Maybe just a little slow on the right side, but 4 fresh Goodyear tires, Sunoco fuel. And for the 3 of Austin Dillon finally coming down, we talked about him thinking he had a right front going down. He did in fact think that his crew chief, Richard Boswell, calling him down to pit road. Austin saying, can we make it till the green flag cycle stops? They told him no. He decided to stay out on the track and nurse it. We also have Daniel Suarez on the pit lane. This is the best the car has been all night. This front end, he needs a little bit more help on. Marty.
Kim, here comes Austin Hill in for Kyle Busch. They changed the number at RCR to the 33. Had a little problem on the right rear. We'll have to see if that right rear did indeed get tight. Hill has been struggling with the handling of the race car, kind of running in the top 30, Kim.
And for the 6th of Brad Keselowski, I talked earlier about the big swing they took in the middle of stage 1. That has improved the car's versatility. Brad saying I can do a lot more with it now. So it's going to be 4 fresh Goodyear tires. They make that chassis adjustment. As you see, Chase Briscoe making his stop right now. He said it fired off great, that run. In fact, the best it's fired off all night. It feels almost like it does in clean air, just a slight chassis adjustment, Marty.
Kim, the terrific fire-off speed we saw from Ryan Preece from RFK earlier in the race. He didn't really have that on this run, so the car was just way too free, and you can kind of hear drivers in their voice. You can feel the track is going through a swing as it gets cooler here, Kim.
And Denny Hamlin on the pit lane. They will come down for service. Denny, no major complaints on that, so we will not see any big adjustments on this stop as they put fresh rubber and Sunoco fuel in that car.
Just want to say thank you very much to Chad Sheldon 6470, who's put a donation in a super chat on our YouTube stream of $10 and a wonderful, lovely comment saying, "I'd rather send $10 to you than give it to Amazon. I enjoy your broadcast on YouTube. Thank you for what you do to your bodies to entertain us." Thank you so much, Chad. We love what we do, and we love that we torture ourselves on sleep because it's 1:16 a.m. here in the UK. Matthew Owens is the only one stateside who is living a normal day. Thank you so much as well, Chad. Hope you enjoy the broadcast. Yes, right. JT's got some news still. Let's finish the points as the pit lane is still here. Over to you.
Right, I now revoke for the next 361 days. Apparently, Matthew's mayor status of Indianapolis.
I think that's fair
Well,
enough.
the good news is that this is a fantasy title that you all have given me.
It's not.
But I never wanted to be the mayor of Indianapolis. It's someone else much more important than me that can take that job.
And breaking news.
Yeah.
The new mayor of Indianapolis has just been elected for the next 361 days. Danica Patrick.
And that's my cue to never go to the US.
Back home again in Indiana.
Also, it infuriates me that I'm on my alt account because I cannot disconnect chat for the comments made earlier.
Pit road still active. Pit road.
For Bell was able to drive up to 6th place after that green flag cycle. The 22 car, obviously a very slow stop. 20 car will be hitting pit road this time, but the reason they stayed out is because that pace, Steve, they were 3/10 faster than the field the last 4 laps before that green flag cycle started.
Well, let's compare where the 20 is when he blends back on the racetrack. Clean right side, Jackman around with that patented swing around the back with the jack, left side down and away.
Ooh, very nice pit stop there from Christopher Bell. That was well executed as more still come in. We've gone full screen because pit road's active, so we're going to try and see. Chastain's coming in. Bell was the leader, so Hocevar now takes over at the front of the field. But this is the problem with green flag stops, Matthew. At the halfway of the stage, it's just pretty much anybody's guess what we're going to see.
Yeah, no caution so far in this stage, so that's allowed the crew chiefs to keep these cars on the track and try to split this stage basically in half, which is what they've done. As Bell gets back up to speed, we're still waiting on Carson Hocevar and Darrell Wallace Jr. to pit. That'll cycle the lead back around to Denny Hamlin. Bell nearly lost it coming onto pit road off the banking. Lost the rear there. Did a good job.
Second time today, that apron has been affecting him. Do you remember he touched it coming down low on one of the restarts and he almost spanned the back out? It's the same thing again. This is what I love about Charlotte. You just get on the wrong line and it pays you so bad. And the night is coming in. The sun has set. To quote the Sound of Music, the sun has gone to bed, and now so must I. It's 1:20 a.m. She's... Bubba pit road, pits.
Steering wheel for Bubba Wallace was at 2 o'clock, and they have not been able to fix the toe on that 23 car. Meanwhile, if Carson Hocevar told anybody in the field about that last run, they told everybody tires are very important tonight. He restarted 34th, drove to the back half of the top 10, purely on speed. They bring him here down pit road right now. 46 to go here in stage 2. Clearly some speed in that 77 after a problem earlier. And now a problem on the right rear. You see the waving there. They've got to get it jacked up on the right side once again. This will cost Hocevar once again losing track position.
Is it me as well, Matthew? Is there a bit of a fuel leak down there? As you can see, look, there's some sort of fluid that's just alongside where the pit box is coming in. So that fuel had to come out very early.
It's been a disaster on pit road tonight so far for Hocevar. I mean, they've had tons of stuff go on pit road already, and goodness gracious. Just could not get that right rear latched.
Let's have a look. They're going to have to clean that spilled fuel up on pit road, actually. So does the jack fail? Does that cause a problem? Why does that have to come out when it was gassing up? Let's have a look. Oh, he bumped the bloody fuel there, and then, oh, for God's sake.
it's not been a great day for Carson Hocevar, I must say.
No, and then he steps in it as well. Yeah, look, now they're getting the jet dryer out to try and clean up, to try and dry the fuel patch. Oh dear, because of course it can burn clear, can't it, Matthew? That's the same thing with IndyCar. That's why we see sometimes you see the spray of water, because this thing doesn't produce a normal flame. It can burn clear.
Well, disaster on pit road for Carson Hocevar. At least he has that Talladega win in the back pocket to clinch a spot in the playoffs. Oh, wait.
I'm trying to work out how we are 1 hour 45 minutes into this race and we've only done 58 laps of stage 2. That doesn't make any sense to me. It's like we've lost time somewhere and I can't work out where. There wasn't that long of a caution. Stage brake cautions did take a little bit of time, yeah. 10 laps behind it. Averaged out at 90 seconds. Adds on a good 5 minutes. I tell you what, you need a calculator with this thing. We've been running 1 hour, 46 minutes and 33 seconds in total.
I'm just looking at some of the pictures that people took at the finish of the 500. Listen, I had to shift mentally so much to get ready from the 500 to get ready for the pre-race and what it was going to be for the 600 here, but that was the greatest Indianapolis 500 ever. I truly believe that is the
best one I've
greatest
seen.
500 I've ever seen.
I've watched every year from 2019 onwards. That's the best one I've ever seen.
The 1992 now finally gets beaten.
Yes, Scott Goodyear.
By two guys.
Little
by two guys.
Go on.
I was going to say by two guys who had one win apiece prior to today.
Yes.
Wait, one win in total, I mean.
Yeah, one win in total, right. Yeah. So, I mean...
Honor Zilic has apparently posted on Twitter.
I don't know what else you can say about an Indy 500 that broke the record for the most lead changes and had the closest finish. It's the greatest Indy 500 ever.
It had the most lead changes ever. It had the closest finish ever. It was a thoroughly entertaining race.
Matthew, did you get a boost in viewership? Because we had to go off air quite quickly to go back to Formula 1, so we sent everyone over to you. Did you get a boost?
Yes, I did notice that, yes.
Excellent, excellent. Because I know you would have had all the post-race shenanigans.
I will forever believe that there is no more magical event in the world than the Indianapolis 500. And I mean that sporting event, entertainment event. There is no event in the world more magical than the Indianapolis 500. And
I will fully agree with you on that front. And even though we have the World Cup coming up, which I'm sure we're all excited for, except for England fans after that lineup yesterday.
And extremely excited for the World Cup, but my goodness, how many of these World Cup games are going to be attended by 17 people with the way they're pricing it?
Oh, no.
All I'm going to say about the England squad is I am a Spurs fan. How on earth did Jed Spence get into that team?
Matthew, the 2026 World Cup will be won by...
the United States of America. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I want to know what kind of delusion land you are living in, Matthew Owens.
Maybe one where Donald Trump is president.
Oh, wait.
Just saying.
I will place my bet here, and I'm going to say Argentina go back-to-back.
Oh, look at the graining on the tyres. This is what we get with no practice, by the way. We have no idea how long these tyres can go on this circuit.
Well, not only no practice, but also a very green racetrack that's seen very few laps run on it.
We had 45 minutes, which was interrupted 3 times due to rain, and it was barely run. Honestly, there was only a few laps. There's nothing. There's no data at all. I must agree, by the way. Even me and Megan were saying, and JT was in the biz with us as well. That was a great 500. It was building and building and building, and the tension and the working out of how long was left in the race. Would it clash with the F1? It was fantastic. That is one of the greatest 500s I've ever seen in my life. and I really, really enjoyed it. And Rosenquist getting it was brilliant. Me and Megan did chug the milk just after we finished. It was very quick off, but we did it. But yeah, JT's got news.
Pit road first.
For Daniel Suarez, he was reporting a vibration, came down, they took all 4 tires off and changed them. Looking at the team, as they check the tires out right now, they don't really see anything in particular. Daniel coming on the radio, though, and saying something is not right. The team telling him, under the next caution stop, we will take a look at everything. So what could be causing an issue to where he could feel a vibration, but the team is not seeing anything on the tires?
I love how Chad said, this is what we get with no practice, by the way. Yeah, an interesting little one. Go on, JT, what have you got? Thanks, Chad.
Yeah, we were talking about the Indianapolis 500. The margin of victory, 0.0233, closest finish in Indy 500 history, as we mentioned. But it was the 17th closest in IndyCar Series history. 70 lead changes is an Indy 500 record. That's the 3rd most in IndyCar Series history. There were 629 on-track passes, 567 passes for position. That's 5th most on record. 222 passes in the top 10. That's also 5th most on record. And 144 passes in the top 5. That is 2nd most on record.
And I love how the lead changes page, like to get all the lead changes, they had to go to a page 2.
That's new.
And you know, we've been ever since we went to the era of the DW12, we have had close 500s. 500's always close, and it's always a lot of lead changes. But still, despite that, that was the first time in the DW12 era that we have had a side-by-side run to the flag.
And that era's coming to an end soon, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it is. And they've got
Isn't it 2028 we're getting new cars?
8 is what I'm hearing on new cars. And when they make this new car, which I know they've already started, they've got a lot to build up to because they have to make sure that it gives us great Indianapolis 500s. I know there's a segment of people that don't want to hear this. IndyCar lives to put on the Indianapolis 500.
That race literally keeps the series afloat.
It does. So they have to make sure with this new car that comes out in 28 that it gives us 500s that are as entertaining as we've gotten in the DW12 era. And that is going to be a very difficult task because the races have just been so good, from Elio and Hunter Ray in 14, Montoya in 15, Pagano and Rossi in 19. You can go just up and down the line. It is so good.
I think the only race that was just kind of meh in this era, in my opinion, was 25.
Yeah, last year's was boring.
And we were well overdue for a bad race.
Well, and of course, the only reason why a lot of people feel that about 25 too is just because the way it finished and the circumstances of Palou running behind those 2 lapped cars kept Malukas and the guys running Malukas and O'Ward from being able to take the fight to them in the last laps. It just worked out so perfectly below.
This year we just had action all across the race. I was glued to my TV.
I must admit, something that Matthew said to me a couple of weeks ago, and I think viewers, if you remember, he said it on stream with us during the All-Star race. Doing the 2 weeks of testing, you know, and everything in the whole month of May, you really do learn the liveries and you learn the cars. So as soon as, you know, you've got the side-by-side drama, as Hamlin leads by 4.71 seconds, by the way, so there's not much going on in this stage as we wait to tick out Stage 2. It's the Stage 2 podcast. This is where it was born, of course, here at Charlotte. But, yeah, I was loving it because I was identifying the cars flying around and having... I know JT was in the pit reporter role today for it, but me and Megan were the 2 commentators, and it was fantastic. We were, you know, it was to and fro the entire time, working it out. I really enjoyed calling that race. It was one of my favourite 500s I've done. Because when I originally started it 10 years ago for the 100th, now, yeah, it was just me and Megan who did them for a couple of years. And now it's changed. So, yeah, nice, actually. My voice might be dead tomorrow, though.
My video on the TikTok of the finish was posted at about 2.5 hours ago, and it's already gotten almost 7,000 views.
Wow!
In just 3 hours.
Jay, she's scolding me now for saying my voice is going.
Oh boy.
Yeah. What I want to know is the Canadian Grand Prix got 3.8 thousand viewers. The Indy 500 got 3.5 thousand viewers. Okay, so it is actually closing up. I think it's not finished processing yet. One's longer than the other, of course. We got very close today to breaking our FOM contract because we nearly missed the intro from the world feed and we very nearly missed the outro. So we got very close to that. So, at the moment, we are 20 to go. Pit road.
At a road course, and that's kind of what got Shane his track position. The metric from Watkins Glen allowed him to start this race third. Really, I believed he would kind of sink back into the bottom half of the top 10 and maybe the top 15 by the end of stage 1, but he has fought hard, stayed in the top 10 all night. He was even surprised to start this race that he was able to do that, but now he's settling in, starting to work on this car some, saying he needs a little bit more short run speed, a little bit tight right now, getting fired off.
Matthew, to you, as I just gonna check the ending, by the way, of the race that I called. So Matthew, over to you.
So Van Gisbergen, who's been solidly inside the top 10 all night long, got the report there, running in the 9th position. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in the top 10. How about that for Shane and Ricky, both running top 10 here. Kyle Larson, by the way, to answer a question in the comments on USN, did pit along with everyone else. Larson running in the 4th position. Larson has really stretched out that lead, though, up over 3.5 seconds for Hamlin. If I said Larson, I do apologize. Hamlin, the leader by 3.5 seconds on Ty Gibbs. All Gibbs cars at the front running 1st, 2nd, and 3rd as we're down to 20 laps to go in stage number 2. As we get a very strange aerial shot from outside the track. I don't fully understand why that's necessary, but okay.
Matthew.
JT.
Here's one for you. The first ever Grand Slam in Banana Ball history happened today.
Okay. And who hit it?
TJ Reeves.
Oh,
and you're going to say to that, who?
I figured it'd be Jackie Bradley, but I guess not.
No.
Let's go to honor and remember some fallen soldiers.
United States Army.
Chief Warrant Officer Michael L. Wright, United States Air Force.
Corporal Eddie Wade Force II, United States Marine Corps.
Sergeant First Class Glenn Jacob Wetton, United States Army.
Captain Ralph Earl Hines, United States Marine Corps.
Captain William Jacobson, United States Army. We say your names so we never forget.
I called the ending quite interestingly. Take a listen. Not bad actually, Matthew. Well, I can't wait to hear yours coming up soon.
Of course, you had a lot going on.
Sorry, I can't hear you right. Go on, say it again.
You had a lot going on. You had a lot happening all at once there. So.
I had to commentate on the start, the not start, then the actual start of Formula 1, then leave to commentate the last lap of IndyCar, and then come back to Formula 1 straight away. It was a very chaotic couple of hours.
Yeah, I would not have been able to maneuver through all of that. Better you than me.
Honestly, by the end of it, I was sweating. Megan had to, I was literally like, this shirt, I don't know how it's looking white. There is just sweat everywhere. I've got a fan next to me that's keeping me nice and cool. There's 16 to go, by the way, in stage 2. We're nearly at the end.
I'm just gutted about the fact that the Indy 500, my boys not finished inside the top 5 again. As soon as Felix got ahead of Pato, I was like, okay, so this is how we lose this one. Great.
What happened? By the way, we just ticked over 2 hours, so another 2 hours to go. Yay! Out of interest, what happened to Ferrucci? Where did he finish?
I didn't know people cared about Ferrucci. Sorry, hold on.
Well, it's only because has he kept his top 10?
Let me have a look. Hold on, I'm going to Wikipedia.
If I'm not mistaken.
Say again?
He 8. He got 8.
Okay, very good.
Thank God for that.
I was going to say, first time someone's actually cared about Ferrucci in this box, but anyway.
I give him credit. When it comes to the Indianapolis 500, Santino Ferrucci turns into something else. And
Every now and then he becomes a really good driver, and then the next weekend he remembers he's Santino Ferrucci.
Hang on, it's Detroit next weekend as well.
It is, yeah.
Okay, that's the weekend he'll remember he's Santino Ferrucci.
Yeah, you've got a double on Sunday there with IndyCar and NASCAR, and isn't Formula One at Monaco?
No, that's 2 weeks.
Next week or
oh wait, NASCAR we've got Nashville, isn't it?
Yeah, so you've got Detroit at noon next Sunday, and then you have to wait 7 hours for NASCAR at Nashville.
Oh my God, I'm gonna nap in the time. I think I'll get some sleep. Oh wait a minute, I just realised I can't. I don't have my own bed.
Oh.
Great. Yeah, lovely. Just realised
For
that.
the press conference, I just want to read this, by the way. Before the post-race press conference began, Max Verstappen was the first one in there, and he immediately asked who won the 500.
And so many people are going to be saying Felix Rosenquist. And Joe, I'm so glad Felix Rosenquist has done it because he was great.
I'm happy he's finally got a win again, because he never won one for us. So, as a McLaren fan, never won one for us. He came close on several occasions.
His first oval win. So
Only second win ever.
So of course 1992 was the closest finish ever between Al Unser Jr. and Scott Goodyear. And of course we broke that 92 record today. But as it was at 92, that was Al Unser Jr.'s first IndyCar win on an oval, just as it was Felix Rosenquist's first oval win today.
Keeps it nice and close.
How many wins did Al Unser Jr. have at that point, though?
Oh, he had many more than one.
The thing is with Felix, I always say this about him. That guy's race pace is what always lets him down normally, because he is an insanely good qualifier. Drops like a rock. He had the same issue in Formula E, to be honest.
He did. Rosenquist should have been strong.
But goodness me, he would just drop like a rock. I think he got about 3 Formula E wins during his time there. But he had about like 6 poles.
He was fast. He's really fast, as we see right
Very
now.
quick driver over 1 lap.
Reddick's trying to get through on on Larson for fourth place. So Larson 4th, Reddick is 5th at the moment. I just want to take a moment to say it does feel weird. I've just thought this, being here in the box, and I thought, wow, it really does move on without you, doesn't it? This sport, and nothing stops it. Kyle Busch, all the heartache, and we still race. It's a weird thing, isn't it? That life goes on, and I hope we're making everybody just heal. This is effectively a wake, this race, isn't it? And I hope we can give it the
look at
proper
that.
one. Oh, and
Switchback.
there you go, as you say it, because there we go. Bell getting involved with Reddick and Larson's battle, and Larson going up high. Reddick sent it down low, coming out of turn 2. I think there's going to be a little bit of a fly through now. Liking the action. 6 to go coming through.
I always say the best thing that we can do to heal and grieve is just to race.
Oh yeah, 100%.
At the end of the day, I think Kyle would be pretty annoyed if we decided to postpone the race this weekend.
I don't think we should have postponed it. I think what we've done is the correct
I think
thing.
we got a race.
Yeah. Matthew, how do you feel? I think we've done exactly what should have been done. Turned the whole weekend to honour him as a tribute and then give him a good race.
Yeah, that's what we do with this sport. I mean, Unfortunately, we've had plenty of practice of this way back when. We haven't had to do it a lot lately, which we're very thankful about. But when Alan Kowicki died in that plane crash in Tennessee, we raced that weekend at Bristol. When Davey Allison died in the helicopter crash at Talladega, we raced that week at Pocono. We did the same thing with Dale Earnhardt. We did the same thing with Kenny Irwin and Adam Petty. And we did the same thing in 2004 after the Hendrick plane crash in the Virginia mountains. We went down to Atlanta and we raced. As I said earlier, competition will take place as it is now, but we're not coming to the track solely for competition when something like this happens. We're coming to the track to grieve as a family, because that's what the NASCAR community is. And they were never going to postpone this race as long as rain didn't force their hand on it. And that's just what we do.
Look at Lars.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, what we're getting is some very good racing here from about fourth on back. And slow in front of Larson was Michael McDowell off the top of turn 2, and Larson had to get around him. He's held onto the place somehow on Reddick.
Yeah, that's an issue now for the 71. It looks like there's something going down because his car's bobbing like you've cut a leg off a table. He's coming down. He's got a puncture. Yeah, he's coming in. He's got a puncture. So that's a shame for Michael McDowell. He now comes down pit road with 3 to go. He got lucky there, Matthew, because the pit lane closes next time by.
Yeah, he did get lucky there, but still will lose another lap here. Hamlin well out in front by 3.5 seconds, heading towards a stage win, but we're watching this ding-dong battle between Larson and Reddick. Oh, why'd you flip away from it? Oh, they're side by side coming to the line. Larson and Reddick, elbow to elbow stuff here for the 4th position, and Christopher Bell watching it every step of the way.
They are holding in, and Bell knows, running in 6th position, that he could snatch a couple of vital stage points with only 2 to go here as we will approach half distance in this race. And Reddick still holding on from Larson as they come through. That's 2 hours down, 2 hours to go, everybody. It is halfway in this stage and halfway in this race. White flag for this one, and Hamlin's going to take it, Matthew.
And the racing behind him is crazy. Chase Briscoe trying to slice through traffic, and by doing so, he's lost time to Larson and Briscoe. But it's Hamlin who's heading towards a stage victory. He has no idea how crazy the racing is behind him, JB.
38's dropped back a little bit as well, so that's not great news now coming in for Zane Smith. Here we go over the line. The 19's coming through, but the green, white, checkered full. Stage 2 of the Coca-Cola 600 belongs to Denny Hamlin as the caution comes out as the top 10 complete their run of Hamlin, Gibbs, Briscoe, Reddick, Larson, Bell, then takes it in with Blaney, Buscher, Van Gisbergen and Stenhouse at the top. Stage 2 and a 4th win of the season for Denny Hamlin here at Charlotte. Matthew, this is going to be a very tasty stage 3, and then we go to stage 4. We're only halfway.
Well, obviously some teams really struggling with tire wear at the end of that stage. And again, we didn't put that many laps on a set of tires at any point in the first stage because of how the cautions fell. So you saw McDowell have his issues. Zane Smith was off the pace having issue with tires. So clearly about 50 laps is about how far you can take these tires here tonight. So crew chiefs will just put that in the back pocket to remember. Of course, McDowell may have tapped the wall. He did. Coming out of turn number 4. By the way, I just sent a picture to JT. So we had the photo finish for the win at Indianapolis. JT, the photo finish for 3rd is mental. A 3-wide photo for 3rd at the Yard of Bricks. 3rd to 5th was separated by 15 1,000ths of a second.
That's insane. We're going to have this. Just quickly, we are going to go to red flag because it's time for the silent salute. And at this time, we'll hand over to the CW. I'll keep doing that. Prime. We'll hand over to Prime. So, Adam Alexander is throwing me off so much right now. Right, let's
Well,
head
even
back.
I could hear JT through the speakers there. My goodness.
I don't even know how he's done that, considering the fact that there's no mics, there's no speakers in the box today. They're all through my headphones. Right, let's go back to Prime. I don't know if they've gone to ad break or not. I'm a bit worried about that. No, they haven't. Here's the silent salute.
It's impossible to fully express our gratitude for the men and women who work around the clock and around the globe, providing us the freedom we all share tonight. Their selfless commitment allows us to live freely. On this Memorial Day weekend, we honor and remember our fallen heroes, those who have made the ultimate sacrifice. We lift up their names, and we lift up those Gold Star families who have lost a loved one serving this great nation. Let's join together for a moment of silence. Thank you.
The silent salute being taken part now out on the circuit. The red flag just momentarily while we have the traditional halftime show. And a moment there added for Kyle Busch as well. So we are halfway in the Coca-Cola 600. And drones now shaping out the stars and stripes above the speedway. It's truly amazing, Jack and JT and Matthew, what this place can do with drones. And Jack, this is just brilliant. Drones are great technology.
Anywhere.
Yeah.
What you can do with drones. I think there's a place near me that was actually doing like a drone light show like a couple of days ago, which if I knew, I would have gone to it, to be fair. But yeah, it's just incredible what they can do, especially to pay your respects to those who have fallen across the world fighting for their country. In my eyes, America 250 now.
Well, this
is the 250th anniversary of the independence of the United States of America.
It used to be fireworks, and now it's drones.
I'm sure there will be at some point.
It's amazing. Okay, so we are getting engines refired here, as we will have 199 laps to go, effectively 200. And let's see who's going to win this one. Denny Hamlin leads from Ty Gibbs, Chase Briscoe, Tyler Reddick, Kyle Larson, Christopher Bell, Ryan Blaney, Chris Buescher, Shane Gisberg, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. But, you know, we're going to have cautions in a second and pit lane changes. It's going to change again. So don't hold your breath too much on what's going to happen. Wonderful race coming through. Let's check in now with Prime. And the
prior to the Coca-Cola 600, Staff Sergeant Ian Storms was surprised with the keys to a brand new Toyota Tundra, courtesy of Coca-Cola and the USO. Staff Sergeant Storms is a C-17 loadmaster who's airlifted disaster relief and flown critical combat missions overseas. As the proud signature partner of America 250, Coca-Cola, in partnership with the USO, honored a true hero in Victory Lane, celebrating the servicemen and women who make this country great. What a scene here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, the drone show.
So awesome.
You know, I was talking to Mike Helton from NASCAR when he was up here with us on the pre-race, and we were talking about this night. And I said, this just gets better and better every year. All the things that we do to recognize those that serve our country. And he said, this is like the party you keep going to every year, and as soon as you get here, you remember why you keep coming back. It's 600 miles of remembrance.
On Memorial Day, we remember. Lance Corporal John R. Wheatley Jr., United States Marine Corps.
Chief Specialist Warfare Operator Mark Cardillo, United States Navy.
Staff Sergeant Jack Zygmunt Sky, United States Army.
Staff Sergeant Michael H. Allis, United States Army.
Lieutenant Eric Parker Bryce, United States Navy.
Chief Warrant Officer Nicholas P. DeMona II, United States Army. And Specialist Nicholas P. DeMona III, United States Army. We honor the fallen.
And so now, start thinking once again about the second half of this race. And one of the big elements, no doubt, going to be execution on pit road. The pit lane is open now. They're heading your way, Kim.
And for Denny Hamlin, he needs to fire off better. Could never get the right front in the track. They're going to take 4 tires fuel, go on the jack. Chase Briscoe top right. He said, really rough ride, beating my brains out. Can't get in the corner, loose and over-rotated. He said he needed right rear grip. And then Ty Gibbs, car is worse this run. He said needs to be a number tighter. Hardy.
Tyler Reddick told Billy Scott, man, I feel like we're in a tough spot here. I'd love to free up the early part of the run, but I'm really worried about how that will affect the right rear. Eventual decision was to leave it alone. Everybody hit road with 4 fresh Goodyear tires.
Pretty conventional here. Everybody comes down. Everybody gets 4 tires. Going to be level to begin this third stage of the night. +1 for Briscoe. Gibbs goes 1 in the wrong direction. Larson feeling good. Reddick lost a spot. Chris Buescher stays in it. +2 for that 17 team. And I got to tell you, Shane Van Gisbergen, I mean, just doing an unbelievable job, and the crew delivering as well.
Well, I don't want to be the weatherman here in the booth, but I will tell you, in a race of ever-changing conditions, the sun has set, the lights have come on, and the rain that was a good distance away is closing in. And look, I don't know what it's going to do in the next 30 minutes or 40 minutes, but I do think we're going to start hearing more and more radio chatter, because are we looking at a 600-mile race or a 500-mile race?
Here we go
and you
again.
start positioning yourself and leaving yourself the biggest window of opportunity to stay on the racetrack if you think weather is coming. Let's listen in to Team 11.
There is one cell that popped up about, I don't know, 10, 11 miles out. I don't know if it'll hit us. It might just miss us. And then the rest of the stuff's still about 25 miles out, but it's still too far away to see if it's going to actually hit us or not.
So what does all that mean? Remember, at halfway or the end of stage 2, the race is now official. If that little cell he's talking about gets the track wet, and then we wait a little bit and the big cell comes, I think that's what all these crew chiefs are trying to do. I think it's a nice job to let your driver know, Dale, because the intensity, I don't know if it could pick up because it's been unbelievable already, but maybe it can.
I would be thinking that everybody's going to start racing like this is the final stage. This is the final run to the finish. You'd have to imagine if they're comfortable running 45 to 55 laps before they have any kind of a tire issue or want to get to pit road. We're probably going to have the weather here before then. So I absolutely think that you gotta gas it. The race is complete. We've had a lot of weather issues this weekend. There's a lot of weather building behind these cells. If we do get rain, you don't have the confidence that it could get restarted tonight. So I'm racing to win as soon as they drop the green flag here, and I think that's what everybody's going to be thinking.
And now our pit reporters join the conversation. What do you have for us, Trevor?
Hey, Adam, early in this day, we talked about the track taking changes as the temperature changed, as the nightfall come. Well, we're here. It's cold. It's dark. Over that last run, we heard a lot of conversation around cars shifting, getting freer. Ryan Blaney was one of those guys on the radio talking about how bad the bumps are now because the back is just bouncing around and he can't take it. They're having a debate, though. How do we tighten this thing up without hurting our short run when we're in traffic? Because everybody has been tied in dirty air, Kim.
Well, Trevor, Charlotte marks the halfway point between the regular season. So I asked crew chief James Small for the 19 team, where do they need to step up their game? And he said, look, stage points have been our Achilles heel so far. We have not been earning the stage points we need to. They've earned 40 stage points coming into this race on the season. That's less than half than Tyler Reddick at the top of the point standings. But he did remind me that was the trend last year for the team, too, at this point. They were able to turn it around at this point in the season in 2025. And it looks like they're answering the call here tonight. Chase has earned the most stage points at 17, tied with his teammate Denny Hamlin. So maybe, Marty, they are, in fact, turning the corner on stage points earned.
Well, Kim, if you look at the top five, it's Kyle Larson versus Toyota, isn't it? He's the only Chevy in that top five for Toyotas. He's trying to fight for this win against. Again, Larson has not won in over a year. 7 drivers have broken a 30-plus race winless streak here in the Coca-Cola 600. Larson certainly in a position to do that. Cliff Daniels wanted to make sure that his driver knew the right front that they pulled off of the 5-car last time had some pretty significant cording on it. He said, anything you can do, help me out with that. I know you're free. Do the best you can to take care of that right front. And Steve, look at that right front that came off Larson's car.
You know, the good news is...
Okay, so we're chasing the rain here as we come in to this one. And I think we're in for a quite tasty run as well. Jack, stage 3 coming up. If we can get to the end of stage 3, I'd be much happier having a 500-mile race rather than a 600-mile race. But I think we're going to be 50-50 on where we get to. The race is official, though. But we're running rain now, aren't we?
I'm hoping we get all 600 miles in, quite frankly.
Same.
I think that we need to, with what's gone on this week, we need to get all 600 in. Especially with the 2, I don't want 3 shortened races this weekend.
Problem is, JT, if I could just bring you in on the commentary stream for a split second. JT's just sent me a radar picture. Oh, there's a rain coming in just near the speedway. Like there's a small pop-up shower that's on its way in. JT, if you can get a mic on the stream quickly before we go green, you can tell us. I'll give you a few minutes. It's not big, but it's small enough to wet the track and bring out the red flag, basically. So and it's right outside the circuit. And it's got its daddy following just behind with a big radar that's gone red.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, so this could be racing the rain here. Here we go then. It's stage number 3, folks. And this is going to be the doozy. Halfway in the Coca-Cola 600. Can we get to the full distance? Don't forget now, I want to ask JT about this when he gets back in a second, but we are all ready. Eyes up, ready. Into the Echo Park, automatic restart zone, the green flag flies, stage 3 is underway for the Coca-Cola 600. Hamlin leads away, Briscoe's on the outside, Larson and Gibbs coming through, Christopher Bell was pitting outside of the box, so he's gone to a penalty as well. 3 wide further back by 2 rows coming in, and unfortunately that is going to be Gibbs dropping back, SVG's dropped back, he's side by side now with Berry, who's made his way up, but Hamlin leading Briscoe as we race the weather here. And Jack, what a tremendous restart at the end of lap 1.
Yes, solid restart for Hamlin getting up front. Kyle Larson down in 3rd right now, being surrounded by the Toyotas right now. Shout out to Ricky Stenhouse, by the way, up in 6th place for that Hayek Motorsports team. SVG, by the way, doing well to maintain his place in the top 10.
Yeah, JT, if I... Oh, hang on. That's... No!
No!
It's Catherine Legg! Catherine Legg is slow coming out of turn 2. Don't tell me that Hersey's going to end both times. Yep, it is. Catherine's out. Catherine, and the caution's out now. Caution's out. So we have gone to the yellow.
Oh, wheel.
Catherine Legg's lost a wheel, and that is now rolling down on the low side of the circuit, so the caution is out to suspend it.
Well, I'm just going to be honest, this is a really bad situation.
Oh, for God's sake. Oh, that's just gone. The front right's just gone. Well, JT, if you have got a microphone, I'd love to ask you a question right now. With the track, the humidity is too low, so if it rains... Okay, so JT, if it rains, correct me if I'm wrong, it's going to get doubly harder to drive the track because it's now night and the cooler air is coming in. So if it's a big deluge, we may as well just call it, because we had that 2 years ago and it stopped it.
Yeah, well, but we were under Fox at that point.
True. What about you,
That's why.
Hang on, JT, what do you think?
There's no sun to help, so that'll definitely not help it out. The only annoying thing is that the radar that's actually in Charlotte itself has not been active since the 16th of May, so we're having to use the Greenville radar, and it's a little bit out of range, but it is doing okay, and yeah, well, the rain is incoming.
JT's voice is dying, you see. That's why I just wanted to get through first. Go on, Jack.
It's not dying, it is dead.
Yes, that's fair. Yeah.
I said on Talkback, I have a microphone. Whether I have a voice is a completely different topic.
Fair point. I must admit, that Marshall exit is the best I've seen. I'm going to send that to Nina and see if she can do that. So, I'd just like to point out, Catherine Legg started both races to me. In my mind, she's attempted the double and done a double, but she hasn't finished the double. So, caution is out. We are waiting to see when we're going to go restarted. But rain is in the air. JT, what have you got for us?
The NASCAR officials in the tower are telling the officials to bring the wheel and tyre that came off the number 78, including the lug nut. That is all being taken to the officials hall. They want a closer look at it.
Alex Palou has been docked 5 points, and Ganassi team fined $10,000 for what IndyCar officiating determined an unintentional modification when assembling the front wing. It violated the rule that says the front wing can't measure less than 8.3 inches when set at any angle. Pit road. Kozlowski.
I got 7 sets laying, especially with the radar I'm looking at. I am not opposed.
Pit for new tires.
Let's see it. Green light on pit road. Who's coming to pit road? If I'm Brad, I'm turning left right here. He is. You can tell out the rear window.
He's not the only one.
Brad. I love this call. Keep crew chiefing. Keep giving your driver whatever advantage you can find. Kim.
And for Brad Keselowski, you heard that radio. What you didn't hear on the radio was the code word diamonds. We'll see what that means when he gets to his box. He did report that he was just a little bit tight metal in the middle. They will at least take right side tires. 4 fresh Goodyear tires, looks like. Marty 4, Brad Keselowski.
Kim, Derek Finley raised his hand at Steve's proposal and said, hey, I'll take that shot. Why not? Remember all the speed Priest had earlier in the race. They have not had it here in the second half of the race. So taking a swing just outside the top 10, pitting here with 188 to go and 88 in the stage.
It's getting misty out here. And that's...
I just think early.
Now, Jack, you were watching yesterday the O'Reilly race and the 4.5 hours we were waiting until the race got restarted. It's the mist as well.
The day I watched that, I decided not to watch the entire
Yeah.
Red Flag break. I wasn't waiting. I just listened to like 3 metal albums.
Let's quickly go back up to the team for more in memoriam.
Private First Class Willis Earl Norris, United States Army.
Sergeant Bobby Frank Limerick, United States Army. Senior Airman Jason Plight, United States Air Force.
Lance Corporal Brent T. Broman, United States Marine Corps.
Sergeant Ross A. Pennanen, United States Army. Your sacrifice is not forgotten.
So we are waiting to see what's going to happen. We are fighting the weather here. Yeah, but if it's misty, Jack, then we you know, that gets even harder. Like yesterday, we were just sort of waiting around till 4 a.m. in the morning. We won't happen with that, with it, because the O'Reilly race never went halfway yesterday. We had to really push it. Today we haven't.
The only reason is because of the weather elsewhere. That's the only reason that it got called early. I think they'd have moved it if they could. But realistically, look at the forecast. The weather just isn't going to cooperate with us this weekend. We'd end up having to run the race next week.
Just official, by the way, that we will not restart this race if we go to red flag and NASCAR loses the track. So it'll get called early. They're not going to make the same mistake last time. Okay, say again? What?
Who's that from?
Oh, new rules. New rules after we were waiting around for about 3 hours last time this happened. And
Well, we waited... I mean, how long did we wait for O'Reilly? 5 minutes?
4 hours yesterday. We had 4 hours.
No, I meant 4... How long between the red flag and the race being called?
Oh, 5 minutes. Yeah, it was not that long.
About
at all
5
yesterday.
minutes.
Yeah.
And I just said... I literally just put in a Discord I was in. I was just like, lads, just call it.
Yeah, they won't muck around
But
with
there's
this
no
decision.
point. Credit to Chastain, a storyline that was lost yesterday in the race being called. That was Chastain's first O'Reilly Auto Parts series. You know what? I'm going to call it out of respect today. His first Busch series win since 2019, which was at Daytona.
George Russell has been fined, by the way, for excessive violence.
Suspended fine. Suspended fine.
Should be an actual fine.
All I'm going to say about that to the FIA, boo!
Nah, I agree. You know, he was acting. He was. Go on.
I mean, they reprimanded Dirksen yesterday, which I didn't like because I thought it was very funny. I accept the fact it is definitely a penalty, but I just think it's quite funny personally. Did you see the F2 race with Dirksen?
Was I commentating on it?
It was the sprint race yesterday.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did see
that was hilarious. I don't care. I thought it was brilliant. Then again, that's the NASCAR fan speaking out of me there.
We are waiting to go back.
The NASCAR fan that saw Joey Gase throw a part of his own car at Dawson Cram's car.
We are waiting to go back to green flag. The lights are on the pace car, so we should be get to go this time by, if we're not mistaken. Yeah, pit road's coming in. We're going back to green flag then. So that was a very quick call, but here we go. Denny Hamlin, Chase Briscoe, Kyle Larson and Tyler Reddick. Green flag is back out. We're racing the weather. Mother Nature here at Charlotte. We are racing. Hamlin keeping the inside line. Briscoe trying to come around the outside. JT's got news for us there on the stream. Sorry, I think I may have missed including that information. I heard him say weather conditions. 3 wide, further back and sideways coming back. Wow. Hamlin takes low. Briscoe coming in. 3 wide in the centre pack. And we're staying in green flag conditions. 3 wide now. Briscoe trying to come back round the outside. Briscoe's going to get the lead of the race, but look at Kyle Larson. Larson touching the grass. Larson's 3 wide coming into turn 1. And what a move! Tyler Reddick, Kyle Larson, Denny Hamlin, and the 19 of Briscoe all together. And it's Tyler Reddick who comes out ahead. That was unbelievable, Jack.
I am used to that from Tyler Reddick at this point, I'm going to be honest. He loves making himself known as a fancy overtaker like that.
So we are... We've got a couple of reports of rain right now, but we are managing it at the moment, so we'll keep you updated. JT's on it. Up in race control as we get more moves. So we're racing Mother Nature as we see them on our screens actually now on the cameras. The water coming through. There goes Chastain. There goes Logano. Down on the low went the 20 of Bell. It's Tyler Reddick, who is now leading again here at Coca-Cola. If he wins this race, Jack, I will literally be not surprised at all. He has been on it all day. Reddick with that amazing move down the inside.
I'd love Hamlin to win, though. I'd really like Hamlin to win, considering... Oh, and Larson's made the move on Briscoe. Blocks him off there, down the straightaway. And there you've got Gibbs now catching up to Briscoe here. Driving what is essentially Kyle Busch's old car from his JGR days.
Matthew Owens is back with us. We're racing the rain, Matthew, as we're in stage 3. It looks like we might not go to the full 600 miles once again here. What's your take?
Yeah, on the way this rain is, but has been breaking up in some patches, so we'll see. They can't worry about that right now. They know that they can go another 40 laps or so on this tire run and on this fuel run, so they just have to worry about getting through this next run, this next stint. And Tyler Reddick out in front of Denny Hamlin. Christopher Bell trying to climb back up through that penalty at the couple of cautions ago. He's up to 8th after passing Chris Buescher. Now he looks at Shane Van Gisbergen and Ricky Stenhouse Jr., who have seemingly been tied together all night long. And in the top 10, Bell's going to get to the inside of Stenhouse here and try to overtake him going to 3.
Very nicely done, and he's gone through on the inside. A reminder, Catherine Legg is back in the race, but she's 8 laps down. The double continues as Hamlin knocks Reddick almost towards the wall, getting side by side. Reddick leads, but does he over the line? Hamlin takes him into turn 1, Matthew Owens.
So Hamlin back to the lead. The rear end of that car a bit loosey-goosey. Has to walk it up the banking off the top of turn 2. Comes back across the nose of Reddick. The Joe Gibbs Racing Toyota against the 2311 Toyota. Hamlin will sledgehammer it to the bottom of the racetrack in 3 and 4. Reddick will take it around the top, but it's Hamlin in front as the racing continues just outside or right in towards the top 5. Bell is really on the move here, moving up to 7th, trying to go after Gibbs and Van Gisbergen. Van Gisbergen a top 5 on the oval here in Charlotte, but Gibbs is going after him.
Yeah, but look at that. SVG's got the outside attack. He's still pushing, and in comes Bell once again to give him a little bit of a nerf, which will help out. Look at the top. Reddick and Hamlin still in a battle as Reddick goes right round the outside into the tri-oval. He'll lead a lap once more, and now Gibbs ahead of Van Gisbergen. Well, it's all jumping around. Jack, what have you made of this one as we are still fighting that rain?
Yep. We're racing for what could be the race win here, to be quite honest with you.
Oh, Hamlin got really close to the wall off of turn 2 right there. Hamlin got caught out by the lap car of Catherine Legg the previous time through 3. Had to take a very acute angle into the corner. That's what allowed Reddick to load up a run. And then this last time off of 2, Hamlin got very close to the wall.
Oh, that was close.
So Reddick able to gap him just a bit by half a second. It's another half-second break back to Larson in 3rd. Briscoe 4th. Gibbs has taken 5th from Van Gisbergen. So Reddick out in front. Had a feeling it would be a Toyota day. Toyotas have just had the pace on these intermediate racetracks all year long. Remember, it was Reddick and Hamlin coming down to the very end at Kansas, trying to settle that race amongst each other. Then a late caution came out. Reddick still got the win in overtime. But it's those two at the front. Have been so very impressed, though, with these 97 and 47 cars. Van Gisbergen and Stenhouse, they've been top 10, top dozen all night long. Van Gisbergen under fire here from Christopher Bell at 6th.
Looking quite good. Go on, Jack.
I was about to bring up SVG. I've been really impressed with him today. But then again, you got to remember, Trackhouse are the defending winners, actually, of this race. Ross Chastain, Melleman taking the win here. I think, by the way, as of yesterday, Charlotte has become the first track he's won at in all 3 series.
That makes more sense, yeah.
Yep, right about that.
He won here in 2019, I think, in the 41.
Yep.
And also in 2025 in the Cup Series, in the 1 car. So shout out to Ross. This is a place he clearly has on lock.
He's running 10th right now, so the two Trackhouse cars that are currently in the race are both in the top 10. And remember, Van Gisbergen did win here at Charlotte last fall, albeit on the Roval, but he has visited Charlotte's victory lane, and he's having just a tremendous run here tonight. He'll take it all the way to the very top of turns 1 and 2 here. Leaves a lot of bottom open for Christopher Bell, but Bell is unable to take advantage. Further back, speaking of Chastain running in 10th, might be about to lose that spot, JB. Joey Logano is on the prowl.
Yeah, Logano's gone through, and he's going to try and bring in Chris Buescher with him because Chastain's out of position, and and that's super close to the wall for the pair of them. As now we see Christopher Bell attacking Shane Van Gisbergen as well. Round the outside, though, in the bottom screen, Chastain sends it up high. Bit of blue flame coming through, and nope, still Logano staying ahead.
By the way, did you guys mention while I was away, because I'm just now looking at this, did you guys mention Alex Palou?
Just have, yeah, and I've just got the news that Ganassi won't challenge the 5-point penalty deduction.
I think
it's only 5 points, I wouldn't either.
I mean, I will also add the fact, I'm assuming that the only reason they're not penalising him super heavily is because they just don't think there was that really any advantage gained.
Plus, it's Alex Palou and 5 points. I mean, it's nothing to him. He probably spends 5 points.
No, it's nothing. I'm going to be honest with you, they could have penalised him 50 points and it would have been nothing to him.
Yeah, I wouldn't appeal if it was only 5 points as well, just because if you did appeal, they could always make it more. Woohoo! Bell with a good catch of that car in turn 4. He was sideways, middle of the corner, and he had to bail out of the throttle. That's going to allow Van Gisbergen to range back up on him. Shane's going to get to his inside in turn 1. I do just find it interesting, with it only being $10,000 and 5 points. I do just find it interesting what they would have done had he won the race, because it sounds like a very small penalty. So if he had won the race, would they have taken the win from him? Anyway,
when was the last time an Indy 500 winner got disqualified?
1981.
God, I love your brain.
Who was that? By question, just who was that?
That was Mario Andretti winning the race, and then
of course it was Mario Andretti.
Yeah, the court overturning it in like June or July, giving the win to Bobby Unser.
Of course, it was an Andretti that got disqualified from an Indianapolis race. That family has no luck at that place.
No.
Can someone explain to me why F1 on Netflix and Apple TV and the F1 World Feed today, because it's all the same one, decided to put Jacques Villeneuve and Pablo Montoya on the same broadcast, standing next to each other?
Two former Indy 500 winners, not at the Indy 500.
Yeah, a bit weird.
Did Jacques ever win it in Canada or no? I don't think
Jacques
he did.
never won in Canada. In fact, he had the worst look
he
of
didn't
all.
win it outside of his second year.
He had the worst look of all in Canada. He crashed in 97. He crashed in 99. He crashed in 96.
But every year after 97, we can discount for the fact that realistically he didn't have race-winning machinery.
He crashed in 05 and he crashed in 06, and and he wasn't even there in 04. But yeah, we're racing that rain and it's closing in heavy. There's a small cell that JT's been monitoring coming around as well. Even my voice is starting to go. But how many? We got 4. How many miles to go? 165 coming in. Yeah, we're closing in on the end of this one. Redding might win just by simply being out front ahead of Hamlin.
I mean, my voice is starting to go as well, but that's because I was watching Tottenham earlier.
Did you go? Did you stay
We are staying up. We are staying.
You lucky jammy dodger.
Indeed. Hey, did what we needed to do. Let's focus on rebuilding for next season. In other words, get about half the squad out and get some new players in. All I can say though is that today's performance, I literally put on Twitter, do a performance that we're going to be proud of. I'm very proud of the performance today. I thought we were the deserving team throughout the game. And credit to West Ham for throwing literally everything at the wall. You know, 3-0 against Leeds. Fair play to them, and I feel really bad that it's them that's going down, because they don't deserve to be at that level. I mean, they've gone down on 39 points. Only 2 teams have gone down with the same or more. But if they had 39 points, they would have been safe the last 14 seasons.
Can I ask a point here, which I know sounds a bit pointless, but I'm just taking a look at the driver tracker. What is the point of the Roval?
Not a point if it's pointless, is it?
Yeah. No, well, it's kind of. What is the point of the Roval? Because it's literally just this. It's just like Daytona's. It's got it's still got
It is
all
used
four
by
corners.
smaller series, I think.
Yeah, because it's just got all four corners. It's not an oval.
It is used by like smaller series, I'm pretty sure.
It's an oval that you get lost
I remember when
in
the
centre.
Trans Am series raced there. Man, that was sick.
Still. Would you
Shout
like...
out to Alan Day, by the way, because he's finally stopped Helio Meza winning a race in Trans Am.
Would you like to see the Roval return one day, Matthew?
Not at the moment.
Not with this current generation of car.
The Roval played a... The Roval did exactly what it was supposed to do, which was provide us with good racing at Charlotte with the old generation of car, which did not race very well at Charlotte. But now we went to the next gen car. The racing here is great, and it's not great on road courses. So, yeah.
Yeah.
As long as the racing is still this good on the oval, we do not need the Roval.
Yeah, agreed. And I do like the Roval, by the way. It is not a bad track by any means.
Creative idea. You should give all the credit in the world for SMI for what they did to create the idea when racing. I mean, we used to run 600 miles at Charlotte in the spring and then 500 in the fall, and the racing was awful in both. And we thought, good Lord, we need to do something with this Charlotte race, and they thought outside the box, and they did an amazing job.
And you know what? The first race there, it had an unforgettable moment of Jimmy Johnson committing the biggest sell in history.
Well, and see, that was the other thing, is that it could never... They had that first race when Johnson and Truex took each other out and Ryan Blaney won. It was never going to be able to live up to that.
Wouldn't Johnson have been safe with second in the playoffs as well?
Yeah.
And then he just decided to go for the win, which I'm not going to say don't go for the win. He's a racing driver. That's what your job is.
If you no longer go for that gap, you
man.
know, when did you decide to become Irish? If you no longer go for a gap, you're no longer a racing driver.
That was Senna.
And for some reason, he sounds Northern Irish as well.
Or Senna, maybe, I don't know.
Did you hear about... Sorry, did you hear about...
He said that after intentionally wrecking someone, by the way, so...
Did you hear about Alain Prost?
I did hear. I wish him, hopefully, a speedy recovery.
Yeah. Burgled and head abuse and everything.
Like, I mean, Alain Prost is one of two parts of one of the greatest rivalries that, maybe even the greatest rivalry F1 has ever seen, to be honest.
Well, I don't know. I think this 19-year-old whipping in somebody from Cambridge University is quite funny.
It's scary to me seeing him win these because he's younger than me. That's scary. Like, kid is very talented, and I'm really excited.
That's what we always feel like.
Then I'm only 21.
See, you lot make fun of us, but that's what we feel like.
Look, yeah, he's right.
He's scared about the fact Carl.
You know how we feel.
Look,
they get younger.
Look, I'm getting old now. I literally, I feel old. What is it, 2:23 a.m.? I've had 4 hours sleep over the past God knows how many hours, thanks to O'Reilly deciding to start at stupid o'clock. I need my sleep, and I am very worried I'm not going to get my sleep.
It's okay, they just obviously have more potential. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to tell you either direction. Yeah, I don't know.
Obviously, Chevrolet with a brand new body here in 2026. And Steve, you have lived that before. Is there a time on the calendar when you got a brand new body you had to work through that you would circle and say, hey, by this point in the year, I want to have it figured out, even if it's only 80% of the potential that we had in the last body?
I think for sure there are certain ones. This being the 600 is a big one.
Well, how often has the 600 been called early? Because we're getting there now, aren't we?
Well, just a couple of years ago when Christopher Bell won, was called early. Called early in 2003. Jimmy Johnson, the winner there. 2009, when David Rudiman won his first race, it was called early. We dealt with heavy rain in 97, but they kept that going very, very late. Jeff Gordon won at a full distance.
I do not want to go. I do not want to be here at 6 a.m. in the morning.
But you always know when Fox has exited the dance floor of Cup Series coverage, because you go down for pit reports and you get Marty Snyder and Kim Kuhn, who kind of sort of does a report, but they're really just setting up to ask a question to Letarte or Dale or whoever. Like, I don't know when that became the thing to do, but like, you listen to a Marty Snyder quote-unquote report, he just says a few words and then he throws it back up to the booth with a question. It's every time.
Fair, if I had that lineup in the booth, I'd throw back to them as often as possible.
It's just hilarious how he always has a question at the end of it.
But if I had Adam Alexander in the booth, I would definitely throw back up there as much as I could. That guy is one of the few people who could rival Lee Diffie in my eyes.
He's done the double this weekend as well, hasn't he? He was commentating on the O'Reilly.
Yeah, so that's the double that we don't talk about. Forget about Catherine's double. I mean, Adam Alexander's had to cover. But I mean, if things had gone to plan, we could have done the triple.
I have done the triple.
Commentated all three.
Oh, fair point. I know what you're on about now, yeah.
I wasn't able to commentate the other two. I would have done. And Josh Berry into the pit lane.
Oh, right. We're hearing more on the weather, though.
With the weather potential. Trevor.
Hey guys, 21 starting this pit cycle here, was really happy with his car on the short run, but thought it fell off too hard, fell back to 18th outside the top 10 on that run, taking 4 tires and fuel.
I don't think the answer is as clear as what I would do here because of that potential weather. A couple more.
Well, what would you do, Matthew? It's going to be boxed. Oh, and Larson nearly getting spun round by Gibbs coming out of turn 2. Gibbs just getting underneath him on the rear tyre and just about holding it through as out comes SVG onto another lap and gets ahead of Ryan Blaney.
A bunch of pit stops now, Blaney and Van Gisbergen and so on.
For Ryan Blaney, really finding a loose balance there, trying to work on this number 12 car as he hits pit road.
Okay, back to you, Matthew.
Yeah, so we're going to see pit road become a frenzy here. You can't allow these guys to come down pit road and then have laps on fresh tires while you're out there on old tires. I get what Steve Letarte said. It's a little tricky with the weather situation, but you have to cover off your closest rivals. Oh, Chris Buescher with a problem. They didn't get the right rear latched on. Oh, and they didn't go back and relatch it. That's a slow stop for the 17, and I wonder if that right rear is going to be loose.
Kim Kuhn.
This next run, as we see more cars on pit road. The 19 of Chase Briscoe, I believe, coming in right now. Oh, the 11 of Denny Hamlin. Let's follow that stop. Finishing up there, he said, I just need to fire off better. He likes the balance. He just said he's good. Good, meaning Tyler Reddick. Marty?
Jim, remember the last run for Tyler Reddick, he wanted to work on the front end speed. He had an outstanding restart, was able to get the lead, happier with the handling of the 45. See the 11 chasing him off pit road, while the 60 of Ryan Preece, he took tires. Remember when Steve said some of those at the back end should take tires? On that last stop they did and drove into the top 10. And also Ricky Stenhouse Jr., they've kind of migrated the speed, which was really on the front end for the 47 to the middle part of the run. They've told them that they need to work on 3 and 4 the most. But this battle up front between the 45 and 11 after the cycle of stops, fun to watch, Adam.
Oh, it's been incredible.
Okay, so we have got a cell right next to the circuit that might just hit in the next few, but it is staying to the west right now. It's going to be very, very tight. If it does rain, it'll be light sprinkles, but there is a chance that the rain could come down quite heavy. So we're sort of playing the gambles, Matthew, about what we're going to see here as we have got, well, we're closing in lap 255.
This is an official race because we have reached the end of stage 2, as we saw with the O'Reilly race last night. But precedent has been set by NASCAR, especially with this race. They will look to dry the track if they believe that they could get the race restarted and finished by about 1 or 2 a.m. is normally the cutoff.
Which is 6 or 7 a.m. here in the UK. So basically, it's 2:30 in the morning right now. So strap yourselves in. Do you know it's light in 1 hour and 27 minutes here in the UK, Matthew? First light is at 3:57 a.m. So I'm going to probably go to sleep, which is on an airbed in the front room in bright sunshine. Lovely. And it's 31 degrees today because my room has got guests in it. my room that I spent money on, so I can actually, relax with blackout curtains and not be disturbed. And yeah. Oh dear, not a good day, is it? So yeah, right. Here we go over the line. Go on.
I tell you what, we've got a really good battle shaping up here between Tyler Reddick and Denny Hamlin. It will be for the lead when the pit stops cycle out. Hamlin's going to take it to the very turns 1 and 2. He is hogging that inside line. Tyler Reddick a groove higher. They race down the back straightaway with Reddick still in front. Again, this will be for the lead once pit stops do cycle through. If pit stops do cycle through before the rain gets here, that's why these two are battling hammer and tong for what would be the lead, but we've still got Christopher Bell, Zane Smith, and Brad Keselowski out on the track, but not anymore. Keselowski is pitting this lap, so too is Christopher Bell, so that'll leave Zane Smith as the leader. Once Smith pits, this Reddick and Hamlin battle will be for the lead.
Pit road.
Tire advantage on the backside. This stop looking clean so far. 4 tires for Christopher Bell. Really happy with his balance, and they want to keep this track position.
Zane Smith gives up the lead, comes down pit road as well, so it cycles back. It's Reddick P1, Hamlin P2.
Wow, this is looking strong as more pit road coming through. Bell now cycling through at the moment.
And look at Briscoe. This is a 3-way fight at the front. Briscoe's right there behind Hamlin. So now the cycle of stops has completed. And now it's going to be these three. Well, might be. And it's going to be these three, though, to the end of the stage or until it starts raining. So we'll find out.
It's getting a little bit treacherous now, while you're wondering it. Oh, by the way, they've just posted the commentary box camera from Will Buxton. Pit road.
It was so close. And then watch the race off. The 45s launch out of those pit boxes out of control. I thought they were door to door. And watch this right here. It's like the 45 just knows the way the timing loop is. He doesn't have to really kind of accelerate, get back to speed, and the gas up again. So he is pedaled down all the way from pit stall 1, and it's like a top fuel dragster.
Oh, Nemechek, too fast entry. He's got a pit lane penalty, Matthew.
That's a shame for John Hunter.
Wow. He's using a lip mic as well, which is in bonus points coming through. That is incredible. Wow, Will Buxton was on the floor commentating on that one. That was brilliant.
Brilliant.
That is hands down one of the best calls we've seen. You can tell Buxton's passion there. He's on the floor.
Yeah, I just watched it. Unreal. That is the show of someone who just loves. He just loves cars going vroom. Let's just say what it is.
When was the last time?
We love this sport, man.
Oh yeah. When was the last time the Indy 500's commentated with a lip mic? That's what I want to know. They're not popular over there in the States, are they, Matthew?
I think that was the first time that's ever happened.
Hey, I'll tell you what, do you want me to make history? When was the last time they were done with, when was the last time NASCAR was done with a lip mic? Hang on. There you go. When was the last time that was done? Lip mic for the NASCAR race in a Coke 600. See, they're not bad. I don't know why you hate them so much. You want one, but you know, are you a headset person?
I would very much like one to add to my microphone collection that I have, and I would like to use one just to see, because I am curious. But there's no way I could use that during a whole broadcast and have my arm up like that when I could just have the headset that I have now and have my arms free to write stuff or, well, to bounce around the way I normally do when I have this nervous energy. Because the way Will was right there, that's probably how I would have been had I not been, chained to this, prison chain, isn't that right? To this chair and this desk.
You do sort of get used to it though, because your animations become part of it and you sort of move with your body, so it does it does sort of work itself together quite quickly. But then they're all right. You sort of just swap hands and do your gestures, and then you look around, and it does work, and it feels natural. But yeah, I must admit, for these long haul races, it's better using a headset. It's a bit cleaner, and it's easier to use.
That was not intentional, JT. I swear it wasn't. It just happened that way. But anyway.
Why? What happened? What happened?
Oh, let's tell you that one. Let's tell you that one away from
okay.
We're not on air. But anyhow, but yes, it's really a good thing. It's honestly a good thing that I've got all these wires next to me and this headset on. That does chain me to this desk and this chair, because if I wasn't, I would be pacing back and forth, jumping up and down, and it would just not be a good scene.
No, that I understand. Okay, Cooler Coast says, lip mics are often used by cricket commentators. Oh, great. Do they actually use, okay, so they use them over there as well for the Americans.
That's what cricket commentators use. So, JB, you have a new awakening.
I am not being... I've commentated on cricket.
I'll be honest with you, JB. I don't think you've got the voice for a cricket commentator.
I've done commentary on cricket, but no, it's not for me.
It's a little too slow-paced for you.
Yeah. Surprising, though. Tom Dillon.
Not enough things going at 200 miles an hour.
I'd say cricket is a bit too slow-paced. It takes days on end. Good God.
Hey, man, I like my test cricket.
Lord have mercy.
Which is odd for someone with ADHD, to be fair. That I can watch test cricket.
I'll tell you what I love, and as we're seeing a three-wider further back for lap traffic, one thing I really do love, and I can't wait, we're getting close to it again, is Wimbledon. I love Wimbledon.
Oh, yes.
Tennis commentary I'm good at. I like tennis commentary.
I've missed the Wimbledon final feat. I used to miss the Wimbledon final every year because I was going to Goodwood, because it was always on the same day as Goodwood.
Oh, yeah, it is, isn't it?
I'm not doing that the last couple of years because I go to Download instead. Which is like the UK's biggest metal festival.
Roland Garros starting today on the Terre Bateau in Paris, as we've just had a change at second. Chase Briscoe getting by Denny Hamlin. By the way, our good friend Redbox from north of the border in Canada comments, I feel like Shane Van Gisbergen is going to come out of nowhere and win tonight. He's been running top 10, but never really contending all race. Space Cowgirl says, hard to beat them Toyotas. That's for sure. Toyotas have a
Yoders.
Wow, that came out of nowhere.
No. 5 of the top 6
I always
spots.
hear it's always a meme I do.
Yeah, everybody.
The Toyota are dominant on a weekend.
No, that's right.
And Toyota hate is unjustified, guys.
That sounded very yellow for rain yet, though.
I mean, that's been going on since 2008, which I always find interesting because Toyota came into the Cup Series in 07, but no one cried that they were cheating in 07 because they weren't good. But goodness, when Joe Gibbs goes over and they start winning all the time...
Can I interrupt for a quick second? It didn't help the driver lineup that Joe Gibbs had at the time. Denny Hamlin, Tony Stewart, and Kyle Busch.
Well, that's true.
Who all, I wouldn't say were particularly well liked. I mean, Denny was all right back then, to be fair.
Well, that's right. But
at the time, they were not all very well liked.
But I will say, what an amazing job by Joe Gibbs Racing. Can you believe? Could you have imagined a better upgrade in driver than what they did at that 18 car, going from J.J. Yaley to Kyle Busch? From 2007
I
to
think that's
8.
a downgrade, you know. I mean, J.J. Yaley is like the greatest talent the sport's ever seen.
Oh, yeah, I know. I know.
I feel like he did get rushed up a little bit, I'll be fair to JJ.
Well, he did. By the way, JT, asking questions behind the scenes, Novak Djokovic did come from a set behind to beat Giovanni Pesci-Pericard in 4 sets.
He's still playing. Jeez, fair play.
Still playing, and he's still going for it on the clay at Roland Garros, even though
How old is Novak at this point?
Chances of him winning the French Open at this age, a lot of people thought he'd just rest up for Wimbledon, but no. He's at 39. Just turned 39 a couple of days ago.
No, he's 39. Jeez.
Yeah, it makes me feel incredibly old to see him at 39. Should we go to pit road?
Yeah, we're gonna.
Through. In fact, Chase quiet on the radio, which usually means a happy driver. They didn't make a big adjustment that last stop. Just took air pressure and 4 tires. Before that, though, he had noted that he didn't know what happened, and it was plowing. He turned, and it just went straight. That kind of went away by itself, so this car getting better throughout the night. I also want to note, Denny Hamlin running in that 3rd position just asked how many laps left to go. And they told him, again, this is a couple laps ago, 29 to go. So maybe a tire management situation for Denny that we're seeing right now?
I think I reckon it would be some sort of that, because how long's left in this stage now? It's the end of this stage that's coming through, so they'll hold it together. Matthew, I am a little bit nervous that I'm looking at the radars and there's a couple more rains coming in.
I also just find interesting that question from Denny, again, because this is so much of a longer race than normal, plus the extra stage. Do wonder if just he's thinking, well, how many laps to go? We've been doing this for a long time, as he's going to get to the inside of Briscoe. Oh, Hamlin seesawing on that wheel out of turn 4, slides up, and door handle to door handle he goes with Briscoe across the line. All this happening a second behind the leader, Reddick, but these teammates going at it here, fiddling and fidgeting for second place. Hamlin on the bottom of turns 1 and 2. Again, that car bobbles with Chase Briscoe riding around the top. He'll load up a run off the top of turn 2, and Briscoe will hold on to that spot.
Briscoe's doing amazingly well to hold on, but he goes up high coming into 3. Hamlin shoots down low. He's rubbing the apron with his inside right tyre, and he's going to come out just behind. So, yeah, okay. So Reddick has the advantage here, I think, to hold on. No yellow for rain just yet. I'm desperately trying to find the radar to see when it's coming in. There's a cell that's just missing the track coming in, but there's a large cell behind that is definitely going to hit the circuit. We're sort of just... There's a heavy little downpour as well that's coming in.
Well, it'll be interesting to see, and of course, you know, all day at Indianapolis, we were thinking there's no way we're going to get to the 500-mile mark here, and we miraculously did. So we'll see what happens here tonight. I can tell you what my weather app is telling me is that at the 11 o'clock hour, rain chances shoot up from 20% to 50%, and that could include lightning.
Oh, that red flag is immediately.
But that's at the 11 o'clock hour, and right now we're at 9:40. Kyle Larson just got passed by Christopher Bell, so that's another Toyota into the top 5. And in fact, now all the top 5 are Toyotas. Reddick, Briscoe, Hamlin, Gibbs, and Bell. Larson in the Chevrolet backslides to 6th. First Ford is Ryan Blaney, 8th. I still cannot say enough about what Shane Van Gisbergen and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. are doing in this race, how they have been top 10 most of the night. And I don't know which one I'm more impressed by. I think I might be more impressed by Stenhouse, actually.
Yeah.
Because this is nowhere for the Hayek team.
It's absolutely incredible at the moment from Stenhouse. He's been up and down for a couple of races this season, but now he comes alive on these types of tracks, doesn't he? And actually does some solid performancing. Do you remember at Atlanta he was doing quite well? Until I think we got to midway through stage 3. So this is, you know, it's actually a good performance. He's getting a nosebleed. Yeah. He's so high up on the field right now. Oh, Logano getting ahead of the 66 there. So that's Logano making a move now on out of pit road.
About tire wear. He had a right front earlier in this race after 47 laps. That was the worst right front I've seen on pit road, completely unraveled. His team's a little bit nervous to run anything above that, and like you guys said, this is going to be longer if we stay green here to the end of the stage.
Yeah, because how long's left now? 18 laps to go in this stage, and Reddick's lead, which was over 2 seconds, is now down to 0.5, and Reddick's right at the back now that, Briscoe's right at the back of Reddick now that Briscoe's left Hamlin, but he's brought him with him. So we've got a 3-way fight, Matthew, coming up for the lead here.
Look at this, it might be 4, because here comes Ty Gibbs. He's going to shoot to the bottom of turn 2, to the inside of Denny Hamlin. Can't make the pass there, but Gibbs has closed up on those 3 at the front. Meanwhile, that battle between Logano and Stenhouse, also Brad Keselowski has joined the party there. That's 9th, 10th, and 11th, Logano, Stenhouse, and Keselowski. But we look towards the front because the top 4 are, well, you'd have to weave a big blanket, but you could throw a blanket over those top 4. And here's Briscoe cutting it down the middle of 1 and 2 as he closes in on Reddick for the lead. Chase Briscoe is going for it. I know the battle for 9th is good, but we need to see the battle for the lead, and here it is. Briscoe to the inside in turn 3.
So that lead has now evaporated, but Reddick's trying to hold around the outside. He's going door to door with Briscoe over the line. Reddick will still lead a lap here at Charlotte, but it's getting very feisty just ahead of them as they all try and fight. 15 to go in stage 3 before we go to the stage 4. Very special, the only one we have. And now it's door to door. Look, Hamlin trying to look on the inside line of Briscoe. That's giving Reddick some breathing room. And here comes Gibbs, and here comes Bell. 5 in the fight now.
Top 5 are separated by less than a second as Christopher Bell sneaks into this battle, and all 5 of them are Toyotas. You've got the lapped car of Austin Hill in the middle of it. Briscoe's going to get around Hill in turn 1. Hamlin's going to take it to the bottom of turns 1 and 2. This is fantastic. These 5 Toyotas coming right together at the end of the stage. Who's going to get this stage victory? Still 15 laps to try to figure that out.
Already, this is perfect, Matthew. Like, absolute perfection. Just bring it on as they get through. We'll have another stage after this, remember. This is coming up to the end of stage 3. As now, here we go around the outside. Reddick's been vulnerable. Round the outside goes Briscoe. Underneath goes Hamlin. And Reddick drops down to 3rd. But who's going to climb the lead as Reddick now drops back? And it's Briscoe beating Hamlin. Matthew.
Hamlin got a huge run. He got a double slipstream when Briscoe and Reddick were side by side. Bell is shot around Gibbs. Now he's going to get by Reddick in turns 3 and 4. Hamlin and Briscoe come up very close together off of 4. Crossover move by Briscoe. Bell closes right in. Unbelievable racing in the top 5. Separated across the line by just 3/4 of a second.
Hamlin and Briscoe did touch. Briscoe just giving a little bit of a rear bump tap to Hamlin, and it's cost him a lot of time. And now here comes Bell right underneath on the backstretch towards 3 and 4. Up the track goes Briscoe. Bell goes in low and tries to go side by side over the line. Hamlin's now pulled out a 2.5 tenths of a second over the line. 12 to go. It's Hamlin, Briscoe, Bell. Then it's Gibbs and Reddick now down in 5th position. How the mighty have fallen.
This is incredible racing here right at the end of this stage. Obviously, these guys trying to manage the tires, and Briscoe again gets a great run off the top of turn 2. Closes right in on Hamlin down that back straightaway. Christopher Bell on the approach to turn 3 is going to throw it to the bottom. Briscoe's running the top. Bell's running the bottom. Hamlin's running the middle. Hamlin trying to run defensive here. Briscoe had to bail out of the throttle on the exit of 4. Bell sticks his nose in there. Ty Gibbs behind all of this. Incredible stuff here.
Yeah, and again, Briscoe rubbing the wall coming out of turn 4, but Hamlin looked like he was just standing still out of nowhere. Bell 2 now in the centre of the track. The high line's giving enough grip for Briscoe to really slingshot it. He cuts down low, blocks off Bell. Hamlin goes high and runs the high through 3 and 4. Now Briscoe's going to get such a run and get the speed coming through the tri-oval down towards 1 and 2. It's 10 to go in stage 3. We've got stage 4 coming up, and we're racing the rain. And right now, Hamlin wants to take it, because if we get to the end of stage 3, that's when the results are taken from.
Oh, Briscoe in the wall off of 2. He just brushed it. Kept his foot in it, though. I don't think he lifted at all, but he did brush the wall. Closing in on some lap traffic ahead of these guys. Todd Gilliland and Darrell Wallace Jr. Hamlin to the very bottom of turns 3 and 4. He'll get to the inside of that bright green 34 of Gilliland. How much will that slow him up? It's going to give Bell a big run. Bell's got a huge run down the front straightaway, but he's got nowhere to go. Tried to squeeze between Hamlin and Gilliland. There wasn't enough room there. Now Darrell Wallace Jr. in front of all of this as Bell closes in on Hamlin. 2 of the last 4 Coca-Cola 600 winners here, and Hamlin, who won it in 2022. Bell won it in 2024, 1st and 2nd. Hamlin in 3 and 4. He'll climb the banking, try to go right around the outside of Wallace. He will. Bell will have to back away and recoil here.
Vertica saying that Briscoe thinks it's the lady in black, Darlington. He does, doesn't he, as well? He's throwing the car around everywhere. But right now, that's dropped back. So that's now Reddick dropping back. Briscoe's dropped back. Look at the battle now. We're seeing Hamlin leading in Bell. And Bell fancies to get this stage win. Stage points on the line, and it could be full points if we can't run stage 4. Well, that was a tap.
Yeah, Briscoe just with that slight rub of the wall. Nothing too terrible there on the side of the 19. Now these leaders will go around Austin Dillon, who's fallen multiple laps down, back in the 33rd position. Unfortunately, both the RCR cars have fallen into the 30s. Hill in 30th, Dillon in 33rd. Here's Christopher Bell, puts the crosshairs on Denny Hamlin. Hamlin lets it fade up in the middle of 3 and 4. Bell is right along the bottom in that new look Interstate Batteries. Comes up off of turn 4 sideways, has to catch it, and these two starting to pull away from Gibbs and Briscoe, and Reddick has fallen back to 6th. Kyle Larson's got around him.
I've seen that for a while at the circuit, actual photography flash trackside. That's taking me back to the days of Bristol in the early 2000s when the start of the race was just a sea of flashes from around the camera. It could have been a night race illuminated by phones alone. Look at this then, Bell going up high. Hamlin taking that tight line at the exit of 3 and 4. Into the tri-oval we come, and he drifts it back up over the line. 5 to go in stage 3, and stage 4 coming up. Round the outside on the high line comes Bell through 1 and 2. Hamlin on the low line. Bell's going to have this surely on track. She's got a car ahead of him to bring him in. Some aero look, and he's through round the outside. Bell leads with 5 to go here at Charlotte in stage 3 of 4.
I remember a couple of weeks ago at Texas, Bell took the lead late in the first stage and then got crashed by a lap car spinning ahead of him. He'll hope for better luck here tonight. Christopher Bell takes to the lead. 4 laps to go in stage number 3. Now starting to drop kick Hamlin just a bit. The former 600 winner Christopher Bell. Long winless drought for him as well. He hasn't won yet this season, and it's been just a bit off for this 20 team this season. It hasn't been bad, but it hasn't been nearly close to the high standards that this 20 team has. Right to the very bottom he goes in turns 3 and 4. Carson Hocevar multiple laps down in front. Meanwhile, Kyle Larson continues to climb up. Mentioned he got by Reddick for 5th. He's closed in on Briscoe, who is faded as we're down to 3 to go in stage 3.
Feels weird that we're going to go to stage 4 after this as well. Which still gets mental coming into it.
It certainly looks like that the tires have gone away on some of these guys at the front. And it's coming to guys like Bell and Larson, who saved their tires at the start of this run. In fact, Reddick has really fallen back. He's nowhere close to Larson or Briscoe anymore. Looks like he'll be safe and won't be in danger of losing 6th to Van Gisbergen, who's about to score more stage points, by the way. Brad Keselowski in the late laps of this stage has climbed up to 9th. Ricky Stenhouse at 10th. But Christopher Bell closing in on Riley Herp. Still try to go around him and put the 35 a lap down. He'll do that. And off turn 4, Christopher Bell comes to the line. Final lap of stage 3 underway. And now that lead, JB, has grown to a comfortable 2 seconds. So it's great racing towards the end of this stage. But clearly Christopher Bell did the best at managing his tires. And he's going to cruise to this green and white checkered flag.
So Bell is going for it. Over the line we will come. 1.9 seconds now. 2 over the line. The green-white checkered would fall. Christopher Bell will take it for the Coca-Cola 600. Matthew.
Christopher Bell to the flag takes stage number 3 of the Coca-Cola World 600 here at Charlotte. Adam Stevens getting the 20 car with some major stage points here for Christopher Bell, the former Coca-Cola 600 winner, takes the penultimate stage of the night here. As I mentioned, those are much-needed stage points for this 20 team that's just been a little bit off to start this season. 11th in the championship standings coming into the night. Takes this stage victory, does Bell. That is his 3rd stage win of the season.
Hearing Christopher Bell saying that the rain looks better right now, actually, so the weather looks better. So we might be okay. That'll be something. Oh, I hope they're right. I'd like to get the full race in. On a day when we said we might not have any racing, to get 2 full races in. A full 1,100
really?
miles. Like, yes, please.
Yeah. I mean, it really is amazing because the last handful of days did not have a great sense that we were going to get all 500 in at Indy.
Yeah, I thought we were going to be coming back Monday, to be fair.
But we have still not had a 500 postponed to the next day since 97, and we have still not had a range-shortened 500 since 07.
Letting JT know I am ready when he is to give me the messages from the top 10. There we go. His voice is dying. JT is dying out there, by the way, guys. What was caution 6? I can't remember. Catherine Legg. Got it, cheers JT. 7 cautions in this race. Let's check in with the team at, should we check in with the team at Prime? Car on fire! We've got it, Austin, Hill! Hill's on fire on pit road! Hill is on fire on pit road!
Oh, jeez. That is...
That's T-Hill, T-Hill. Timmy Hill.
Oh, Timmy Hill, sorry.
Cheers, JT.
That's why Prime hasn't gone to it. They...
It's like, who's Timmy Hill? We haven't seen him racing all day.
Yeah.
So, this is the Coca-Cola 600, and I've had a Pepsi instead. What a race day. Right, let's check. There it is. There it is, on fire. So, Timmy Hill's on fire. It's a big fire. That's a smoke inside the car. That's done, Matthew. That is a full-on barbecue s'mores. Get it all in. That's it. Day done. I love how we still even can't see Timmy Hill because of the smoke. Let's take a look. Oh, it was on fire coming down pit road.
That was driver from Port Tobacco, Maryland.
Ironic name because he's lit up.
Yeah, I'd say this is rubber buildup in the tire got in there and just started burning.
Oh my God, that is a fire and a half. Well, Timmy Hill is now Toasty Hill. He's still smoking. I need a new drink. Can you hold it for 30 seconds, Matthew, while I go grab a drink?
Yeah, no mosquitoes around anytime soon here. The area where the 66. JT, are you with us? I want to hear the voice. Everybody else is able to hear the voice behind the scenes except for me.
It's so bad.
Oh,
What
dear.
is happening?
Now, you were on with me during the hockey last night, of course. So I want to ask you a question here, JT. It's a very serious. It's a very, very serious question about when did you see me in the comms box rehearsing and writing out my overtime final call?
Oh, you're going to have to say that again. I had Christopher Bell and the officials in my ears at the same time.
I was just asking when in the box last night during the hockey, when did you notice that I was authoring my final call and rehearsing it?
Yeah. That would have been during the second intermission when we were doing horrendous clashes.
Yeah, that's when I started it, right? When I thought, you know what? I'm going to bet on Nikolai Ehlers scoring the overtime winning goal, and I'm going to write it out.
That was Re-recorded laughter and shock sounds from Matthew Owen during the second intermission.
Oh, goodness.
Rusty Wallace, all the names have been pulling for this guy and talking to the world about why he should be in the Hall of Fame. He's a weekly series racer.
So Prime have messed up their audio then. We're not meant to be hearing them right now, but
Yeah,
we are.
well, indeed.
Awesome to see Larry. I'm sure his family is thrilled.
So, hello, I guess.
Well-deserving trio.
Yeah, I agree with all three. Kevin Harvick for sure was the first ballot. I thought was a no-brainer. Jeff, selfishly, I was so excited. I've shared the booth with him now.
JB now returns to the box. He will put on his headset, and we say, please mute the track audio. They've messed up their audio. We can hear the world feed.
Oh.
Thank you.
What have they done with their audio? Oh, great. They've mucked it up.
It's fun that, we're going to talk a lot about.
Okay, right. Okay, sorry about that. Right, they've mucked up the audio. I've just got a drink. Hello, everybody. I'm back. Matthew, what are we going to see in this final stage then with 95 to go?
It's going to take forever to get started because they still haven't opened up pit road because of the flaming Timmy Hill car.
So, another 5 laps or so?
Possibly.
JT's on fake.
So we sit and we wait.
JT is dying, apparently. So, commiserations to JT.
Well, and it's such a shame. The reason that JT is dying is because he has just realized that all of these hockey and basketball calls that I do is fake and completely rehearsed, and it's crushed his soul. It has crushed his soul.
That I can believe. My hands smell weird. I don't know why. Just put on.
What? I'm so taken aback by what you just said.
I've just put hand sanitizer on to clean my hands, and there we go.
I
I
would have paid a lot of money to hear JT's response to that.
He didn't say anything, actually. He's too busy dying.
Well, that's true. Redbox says, by the way, we have a Canadian, Victoria Mboko, who, she won the women's tournament in Canada last year. I can't remember if the women were in Toronto or Montreal. I always get those mixed up. But yeah, she won in her home tournament last year. Blind Silver 3090 says Timmy's fired up the Barbie early.
Interesting.
I haven't been to an Outback in a while. Maybe we need to fire up the Barbie at the Outback.
Just trying to find out where that weather is. That pesky rain.
Yeah.
It's coming. We just don't know when. Latest radar is that there's a big cell coming. JT says we might have the lightning before the rain, Matthew, as he struggles for voice.
Well, and this issue with Timmy Hill on pit road has done no favors for anyone, because that is, of course, delaying everything here.
Indeed it is. Let's check in with Prime while we wait to see if they're doing more on Kyle Busch.
On the impact he's made on so many other drivers that are racing here tonight, crew members, all those guys that showed up in the garage with the Kyle Busch Motorsports hats and shirts, and it's a good time to reflect on one of the best ever.
One of the stories that I didn't get to share was really telling to me about Kyle as the person. Everyone knows about our past, and we became friends over the course of many years. But I was getting married. I'm at one of the best days of my life, and we start the reception, the after party, and I hadn't seen everybody that was there, but we're standing there getting ready to start dancing. The DJ starts playing, and who's standing next to me, cheersing me with a beer, dancing with his own wife? It's Kyle Busch. And I'm thinking in one of the moments that's the most important to me, this guy wanted to be there and wanted to share that with me and be a part of that. And we had a blast. And, you know, it's moments like that, I think, that we all will have come across our minds. We'll remember those kind of moments over the course of time, and it really touches on just the kind of person he was. I really appreciated that about him. That was such a unique surprise that night.
Yeah, I mentioned it in the pre-race. For me, you know, we've had 72 hours to just try to, I don't even know the word, try to understand what's happened and what's transpired. And it's those conversations, those stories that have come out that have maybe a little, I won't say even ease the pain, but it's helped the grieving process perhaps move forward. You know, Kyle Busch was nearly the first driver I crew chief for. I was a year away from crew chiefing at Hendrick, and Kyle Busch was going to be the next big star there, and I had the opportunity. I would say that the paperwork was in place, like that was going to happen. I ended up crew chiefing for Jeff, but his just raw talent inside a race car was so unbelievable that I'm so thankful we get to hear these other stories, because it's crazy, and it's hard to believe we're sitting here today talking about this, but it's been great to hear all the stories and the support from the fans and just everything. And I will tell you, that pre-race with Samantha and the family here, like it was their strength, I think, is really just kind of what resonated with me. The ability to be here and do what they did was unmatched in my mind. I can't put any words to it.
I can't either.
Okay, do you want me to lighten your mood, Matthew?
Okay.
This is how long we got? Are we coming to the green this time by?
We haven't even gotten to pit road yet.
Oh, that's fine then. I've just been reading this tweet coming through at BennyXYZ. He says, a couple of years ago, I was about to propose to my girlfriend. Ring in hand, speech prepared, everything ready. My roommate Joseph burst through the door out of nowhere, tripped over absolutely nothing, and fell face first through a glass table. I still had the ring in my hand. I was staring at Joseph on the floor, staring at the chat table, staring at my girlfriend, the mood completely gone. I'll continue this after the break.
From the rear, 62 green flag passes for Christopher Bell. Learned a lot about his car doing that. Really happy with it right now. Tear off and 4 tires and fuel for him.
Denny Hamlin beginning of the run, good entry, exit stability. Then the front tires get oversaturated, tight 1 and 2. By the end of the run, loose entry, exit. Chase Briscoe said no rear grip, kept yawing out, killing the right rear. Thinks he cornered it, so we'll have to look at that tire. It's just way too loose.
Okay, go race off pit road. That's going to bring Bell out in front. That's quite good. Okay, so to continue the story, Joseph got a large piece of glass in his eye, was walking around with a cotton pad over it for 2 months. 2 months. I put the proposal on hold and helped him through the whole thing, because that's what you do. Then one day, Joseph was gone. My girlfriend was also gone. Together. Apparently they bonded during his recovery, eloped without leaving a single note, and I tried to find them and never they could. So if you ever wonder why I'm not married right now, it's because if it hadn't been for Cotton Eye Joe, I'd have been married a long time ago. Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe?
That is absolutely brilliant. Oh my goodness.
That deserves a retweet. That really does. Well done.
Fair play.
Well done, Benny. That was fantastic. That lightened the mood.
Oh, good Lord.
Cheers, everyone.
Yeah.
Tried to keep a straight face during that. That's why I wasn't on Comcam.
Oh, dear Lord.
So, let me get this straight. If we get a red flag right now, Ty Gibbs is leading off pit road? Yeah.
Bell.
Bell does. Yeah, okay, good. Yeah.
Chase Briscoe lost 3 spots on pit road there, so we'll be down the order. Will Briscoe, who's been fast all night.
I'm just trying to hear I'm trying to hear JT a bit loud on my ears. Sorry if I'm... Fuck. Okay, there we go. Hello, everyone.
I just got deafened.
Yeah, I had to stop myself. I very nearly swore live on air. I had to stop myself. That was very loud at what is 3:09 in the morning. Okay, so we are getting set then for a race to the finish. 90 laps to go. Let's check in with Prime.
Joe Gibbs Racing going 1, 2, 3, 4 to end that third stage with Seabell coming across the line first, guys. And speaking of Toyota, man, they were putting on a show there, Corey. About 12 to go at the end of stage 3 with Reddick in the mix.
Talk about unbelievable race, and these guys are trying to fight for a stage win. You've got Tyler Reddick, Chase Briscoe, and Denny Hamlin. These guys are going 3 wide, and they completely forgot about the guy who was on a 6-lap tire advantage, catching them down, and then passes everybody and wins the stage.
And that's Christopher Bell we're talking about. You know, as we watch these guys up here race for their lives, you know, we were in there as drivers watching this. We saw that little bit of rain coming, and we thought, now is the time to go. Well, Adam Stevens and Christopher Bell, after practice, were not happy. I had the opportunity to be up in the lounge with them. They were talking about all sorts of issues. Basically, Adam got up, left to go to a meeting. Christopher got up and said, well, I guess we'll just get to work, and they've done it.
Well, we talk about the Coke 600, the marathon. We still have 89 laps to go, about staying in the fight all night. Who's going to be able to stay in the fight and keep making the very fine-tuned adjustments on these cars to get there?
And guys, we are tracking some possible pop-up showers coming towards the racetrack from the southeast. Carl, how does that play into the mind entering this final stage for drivers and crew chief?
Well, it adds another layer, and as you know, the drivers can imagine this going on. They're hoping, I was hoping when I was in the seat that my crew chief would tell me everything that's happening so that I know how much risk to take at any moment. So Letarte and Dale could speak to it more, but as those storms keep coming, drivers are going to want to know how hard they have to go.
I think that means, Corey, we're only going to see the intensity ratchet up from here.
This is the restart for the win, in my opinion, right here we're about to watch.
I'm agreeing with that. We're going to get ready for stage 3. Matthew Owens, this is going to be the big one. Stage 3 is going to go racing. We are racing the weather. Over to you, my friend.
Camry pace car to pit road, and it's all Toyota Camrys at the front as it has been all night long. Christopher Bell, the control car, inside of row 1. Green flag up into the air with Ty Gibbs to his right elbow. Not a very conjoined start by either one of the rows. No one has much help. Into the corner. Bell's got a nose in front of Gibbs. Tyler Reddick fades high. Denny Hamlin does as well. Kyle Larson blitzing Hamlin to his outside. Contact halfway down the back straightaway, about 5 rows back, but it's Ty Gibbs who harpoons his way to the lead. But now Reddick to his outside and Bell to his inside. They're going to stack it up 3 wide for the lead off turn 4. Who gets through to the lead at the line? It's Ty Gibbs.
Gibbs leads the opening lap of stage 3. Reddick's right in there. It was Blaney who touched the wall. He was going up high, making it 3, almost 4 wide. Coming through the first couple of corners. Gibbs leads. Reddick second. Bell, Larson, Van Gisbergen is in the mix. And SVG's not playing back. He's side by side with Briscoe. Coming through as well as Reddick goes up high. Larson takes the low line. But it's Ty Gibbs who is making his granddaddy proud. He's leading at Charlotte.
And look at Shane Van Gisbergen letting it rip around the outside, passing Chase Briscoe. Now he's in the back bumper of Christopher Bell, who's really been mugged on this restart. Now Van Gisbergen climbs the banking. Briscoe's up there with him too. They nearly run into each other off of turn 2. All of this happening ahead of Denny Hamlin and Ryan Blaney. Shane Van Gisbergen in the top 5. The highest running... the second highest running Chevrolet with Kyle Larson in third. Briscoe and Hamlin side by side off the corner. Got it very tight on the exit of 4. 85 laps to go, and they're racing like it's the last lap.
Yeah, we said stage 4 is when everything's going to ramp up to 11. We were right, but it's ramped up to 54 instead. Gibbs taking the lead of the race. He's pulled 3/10 of a second to Reddick. Larson, now, is he still within a second? The top 4 still are. There is the number 11 of Hamlin. He's trying to go on the high line and bring in a tow alongside SVG, who's towing in actually Blaney on that low line as Hamlin and Jones went up the track as well. Jones still in 9th place, and Keselowski, he's in 10th. He's got back up the order.
Yeah, Eric Jones having another really good run, just as he had at Texas a couple of weeks ago on another intermediate racetrack. As a moment ago, Ross Chastain and Carson Hocevar. 4. Hocevar came down the track. Chastain came up. They had it coming together. Then they bumped again. Great save by both Hocevar and Chastain. Chastain running just on the lead lap in 17th. Hocevar off the lead lap as he has been most of the night. In fact, he's 2 laps down in 26th. Ty Gibbs up front, driving the car and the team that Kyle Busch was with before he went to Richard Childress Racing. Trouble on the back straightaway. Ross Chastain is around and hard into the wall. Chastain has slammed the inside wall. Ricochets back up the track. Darrell Wallace Jr. avoids him to the inside. And Ross Chastain, the defending World 600 winner, crashes out of it in the final stage with a heavy impact on the back straightaway.
Highlighting the 47 there as well. I think there was some side contact between them. So did Stenhouse finally break the curse. That is a shame for Ross Chastain. He's getting out of the car. The window netting is down. The front is smashed up. He is out of it. And there's some water on the track, Matthew, so they're going to have to clean that up. Let's take a look how it happened, Jack. And yeah, Chastain goes low. Stenhouse up high. I think Chastain's going to touch the apron, Jack.
He just clips the apron there. And then does he come up across Stenhouse? And yeah, he just comes up into Stenhouse. Stenhouse gives him a little tap, and that sends him round.
I don't think that was Stenhouse's fault. I put that.
No, I agree with you.
Yeah, I put that on Chastain. He
Stenhouse
came
has
up and
got
blocked
a
him.
massive run, and he just tries to avoid. I don't really know what else he could have done there.
Safer barrier that Matthew did its job. That was a violent hit for Chastain, head on.
But that wall juts out now that they've taken out that backstretch chicane for the Roval. The wall juts out, and that is a hard impact for Chastain, who smashed the watermelons here last night. Just had his watermelon smashed.
Caution 8 of the night then is for Chastain out.
And Chastain, with his helmet still on, has walked past the AMR safety truck here. He's walking up the back straightaway, and I think he might want to say something to Ricky Stenhouse Jr. as he passes by here.
We got a radio message.
I don't really honestly know. I think he just tried to block and we didn't move, so.
Okay, so he hits the 47. Go on.
Thankfully, Stenhouse didn't do anything wrong there, but he also didn't do anything to help Chastain, and, you know, that just depends on, I guess, what side of the fence you're on, because Stenhouse could have easily lifted right here and given Chastain a break, and if it's the first 3 stages, he probably does, but it's the final stage, probably not going to give him much of a break there. I mean, Chastain kind of cut the corner, touched the apron with the left side tires, as you said, so he's losing momentum, while Stenhouse around the top is gaining momentum, and they just come together. Stenhouse does try to turn left on a crossover, still makes contact. Again, Ricky could have lifted there, but it's the final stage. It's for a spot, you know what, in the top 15.
Yeah.
Ricky's run well all night. He didn't feel like lifting there. That's his prerogative, but I'm sure Ross isn't happy with it.
My lightning clock just started and reset itself. Don't know if JT's keeping an eye on it. I've got the link he sent. So. Okay, so we are waiting, and we are under our 8th caution of the night, as they are gonna. What was that, JT? I keep thinking I'm hearing him, but it's not him. I can't tell if he's talking or not because he's that dead in the voice. So they are indeed putting down some chalk. I love this new chalk deployment. I love this new chalk deployment system, Matthew, that we're getting here from the AMR safety crew. It's a lot better than what we get usually. It's a lot more even, and it just tickles my brain nicely. I like it.
Tickles your brain nicely.
Look, it's 3:20 a.m. in the morning on a Monday in May after doing Indy 500, Canada, and this back to back to back. Also, I'd like to point out, Judge, thank you very much. I started at 9 a.m. on the touring cars. I haven't stopped yet. It's now 3:19 a.m. the next morning. That is a long. That's a Le Mans I've done.
I have many thoughts about Formula One, but as I am on JBM and I don't want to get anyone in trouble, I will not speak said thoughts.
Fair dues. Good point. We can't get in trouble, especially as Formula One is actually doing quite well with viewing figures this year, surprisingly. I need to look back at that race because I don't know if I thought Canada was nuts because of what was happening, or I thought it was nuts because we were rushing around doing everything. But the sight of George Russell shaking his head and standing still with his arms on his hips whilst two marshals comically pushed the car back made me laugh. I know it's a Coca-Cola 600, but I'm having a Pepsi. Where's that?
Well, I have,
Go on.
I have Coke next to me, so I'm following the rules.
I've been called a traitor. I just like to point out that I've only got a Pepsi because that was all that was there. I'm thinking. Pit road is open. Let's go down.
Pitting here, Trevor.
Yes, sir. You see the 20 car hit pit road. We're waiting to see whether they go 4 or 2 tires, as they did not tell Christopher over the radio. They asked if he needed anything special. You see 2 tires, almost hits his changer.
Going to be right side for Kyle Larson only. They left the decision, Billy Scott did, up to Tyler Reddick. And I think that fake out of Ty Gibbs may have brought the 45 to pit road, but they said, hey, that's okay. But Steve, they decided to go with 4 tires. And look at all those teams that went with 2.
Yeah,
Larson.
2 tires are going to be the first cars off pit road. But what's going to make this really messy is the group that stayed on the racetrack.
Gibbs, Van Gisbergen stay out. Restart when we return.
Well, Gibbs and Van Gisbergen stayed out. Then you had a lot of guys that took 2. So this restart is going to be very, very interesting here.
Liking this.
Like, with about 70 laps to go, even though Prime up in the top left of their screen says 90 laps to go. No, we've passed that already.
That's all we need. Oh, look, that's going to take ages. I'm trying to find out the weather, and it's not telling me. Damn weather. Lightning is 15 to 20 miles away from the circuit. That's what I was checking.
I'd like to, just some video that came out from the pre-race ceremonies from this afternoon. When Owen walked over and comforted Brexton,
I know.
I have never. Oh, good lord!
Kyle Larson, you're raising your son right.
Yeah, no kidding. Oh my gosh! I hope we get to see those 2 race against each other plenty in the future.
I've seen Owen race a little bit at Millbridge, by the way. He's a decent racer.
Well, and see, I shouldn't have brought this up because I'm going to start crying again. The fact that Richard Childress Racing made that announcement earlier this week about how they're not going to run the 8 car anymore, but it is reserved for when Brexton is ready and Indy wants it. Oh, God,
and do you know what I love? Some people on Twitter did say, oh, but what if Dale Earnhardt Jr. wants to use it?
Well,
do you know what he said?
It's an RCR number.
Yeah, do you know what? That's exactly what he said, Jack. You got it. It's bang, bang on. He said, it's not just my number. It's Carl's number, and now it's Brexton's number.
And Dale has the JRM 8 anyway. So.
Yeah, so to be fair, I think this is fine. I can't wait for when he does it. I hope I'm commentating.
And I will say that I will be honest to a lot of people. You guys really think Dale Jr. is going to go back in the Cup Series?
No.
That's not happening. I'm willing to put money on that not happening.
I think that maybe
he's doing late models for a few more years and then he's done.
Well, I think a lot of people also said that because if JRM ever comes to the Cup Series, but that we've been banging on that door for a long time about JRM
at this
point. The Cup Series, but everybody got these evergreen charters that all the people wanted in the off season, and now it's made it more difficult to get a charter. So, not sure that's going to happen.
I'm going to be honest with you, I just don't see JRM being in the Cup Series, on a permanent basis.
No.
Ever. It makes no sense when Hendrick already exists.
Oh, by the way, here we go. Space Cowgirl in the chat section on USN asking, where are you guys from? Okay, so I'm in North Carolina. I'm up by
I'm from a place without a voice.
I'm in the Winston-Salem, Greensboro area. Okay, everybody else want to go? Let's do a round table. Where's everyone from?
Hampton, I'll go first. Hampton, which is just inside London, inside the lovely nation of the United Kingdom.
Grimsby in the United Kingdom. Yeah, North East Lincolnshire. And let me tell you something. As Nina would say, what is going on with JT's mic right now? It sounds like he's just punched it.
JT, you are like echoing so much right now.
He echoed, and then he sounds like he punched the mic as well.
There's like 5 JTs in that mic, and one is more than enough.
JT, come on, where are you from?
Salisbury, as known as Salisbury, Wiltshire, or Wiltshire.
Yeah, not Salisbury, North Carolina. No.
His actual house number is 5. I'm not going to read out the rest of it.
Let's see.
We can both play the same game.
Now, Lynn comments to that, Barry, Vermont. That is the same hometown of the Motor Racing Network and Sirius XM Radio, Dave Moody, Barry, Vermont. And Space Cowgirl says Texas.
Are we getting ready to go boogity here?
And we might be, yes, with about 74 laps to go.
Matthew.
JT.
I'm going to be that guy, and I'm going to mention that 326 laps ago in pre-race, Kurt Busch laid out 8 flowers on the number 8 on the infield. They are still there.
They're still there. I did see where he put them down, but
I beg no one spins through that grass right now.
Is incredible.
Oh, you've done it now.
Oh, huge restart coming up here with rain in the area. This could decide the race. Old tires on the front row, JB.
Boogity, boogity, boogity. We go racing here at Charlotte over the line. Look at Ty Gibbs getting a nice push from Larson right behind. Up on the high line, it's Shane Van Gisbergen. Mr. I Can't Race. SVG leads. SVG's got the lead. And look at that. Ty Gibbs has just dropped backwards. And SVG leads. If it rains now, if the motorsport gods would give us that, we have got an absolute slam bunk of a race. But Bell's on the back of him. And I think, Matthew Owens, you deserve this one.
Well, Christopher Bell going to be flying up on the back of Shane Van Gisbergen here on fresh tires, but SVG's done well to defend the spot. Shane Van Gisbergen leads the World 600. Christopher Bell climbs the banking to the very top of it, and Kyle Larson is flying at third, trying to get to the top 2. William Byron knifes his way to the inside, 3 wide on Ryan Preece and Zane Smith further back, but at the front, Shane Van Gisbergen has company. Christopher Bell trying to get to his outside, he can't. SVG still leads it.
How on earth is SVG keeping up the momentum? So much for, I can't race any other circuits, as Byron side by side now. Priest backs out of it. Up the track as we get a yellow flag in the air. Not sure why, as they come into it now. Still side by side. Byron having it. There's the 17 around. Oh, that's going to be a big one. It is the big one. The 19. They're in the front of the field. The 19's in the wall, the 60's in there, it's not a big one, only 3 cars I count involved, but that is the 60 of Ryan Preece, the 19 was involved and he was staying, so that is disappointment as well for Briscoe, and now it all hell breaking loose, the 21 involved as well, there's your 3, Matthew.
Josh Berry involved with damage, second accident of the night for the Wood Brothers car. It was Chris Buescher, the first one that got turned across the face of traffic.
Where's the rain? Rain now! Rain now!
Oh, yeah, that's what I was thinking. This is going to be a lengthy cleanup if it rains here. Oh, my goodness. Shane Van Gisbergen might be in the best spot. Chase Briscoe, of course, in the grass. What a fast car he's had all night, but it's done for Briscoe, who's won the last 2 Southern 500s. He will not add a World 600 crown jewel win to his resume, but oh my goodness, how juicy that was. Shane Van Gisbergen into the lead, and then big trouble behind, and all of a sudden Trackhouse doing a big rain dance on pit road.
Briscoe.
Let's see how all this happened, because Chris Buescher was the first one that got turned, and I mean, they were going all over the place, and I think what you're probably going to see here is Briscoe just had a huge run like Stenhouse did, came down, Buescher blocked him, he turns Buescher up the track, and Buescher, when he comes up, clips Ryan Preece, and I would reckon here, JB, this hit by Preece into the inside wall is probably pretty darn hard. Or into Briscoe, perhaps he hit. Yeah, he hit Briscoe, not the wall.
And Briscoe hits the wall. Oh, and look at this! Look at that, though. That's what happened to to Josh Berry. He hits the side of Briscoe, who's sideways on the back stretch. So Briscoe, Preece, Berry, Buescher. That is the yellow, and Jack. That is completely on the 19 there.
I do think Buescher moves a little bit down to block, though. And I also have the perspective of why are you blocking someone with that much of a run on you?
I mean, this is pretty similar.
Look at the run that Briscoe gets off the corner.
Yeah,
I do think Buescher moves a little bit down, but yeah, I think Briscoe probably should lift a little bit.
Ninth caution. Excuse me, ninth caution. Go on.
Yeah, it's a frustrating one. It's one of those racing deals.
Yeah.
Just look at the run that Briscoe has off the corner. Who are we on board with here? Oh my goodness. These are my favourite onboards, just seeing them dodge the chaos.
So that was the 21, the 60, the 19, the 17.
I am very sad right now that our guy Matt White is asleep. Because, woo boy, he might be waking up to some big news.
We need to get all of our Australians and Kiwis in the commentary box right now, because there is a chance that Shane Van Gisbergen is going to win on an oval.
Oh, let's have a word.
Ross, what happened there off of turn 2? We saw the 47 have a little run, but were you surprised that he stayed in line and gave you that shot down the backstretch?
Yeah, for sure. I got up in front of him there in our jockey Chevy, and felt like, he probably would have a run, and checked the camera, and he was closing, and I thought he would just go back inside or push me straight, and I saw him move left, and then I was spinning right. So hate that I then crashed, overcorrected, but not the night we're looking for on the one car for sure to be racing back there. Actually, Ricky had been ahead of us most of the night. I think he had a bad restart, so not the effort we want, but a big Shane fan right now, so go back to the hauler and root on that 97.
I was going to ask you, man. I mean, Shane is surprising us all. Are you surprised by this, or have you kind of seen this potential on ovals growing for Shane Van Gisbergen?
I'm not surprised. We're all trying to figure out what our Trackhouse cars want and need for us to drive them, and people can downplay his oval banking racing. It's not true. He can drive a car. He can find the limit. So I keep saying whenever the car is right, he'll be able to put it there. So it definitely is not surprising to me.
Ross Chastain, first DNF of the season for this driver of the one car.
No sign of a red flag, though. So if that rain decides to come, if you're an SVG fan, you need to have a little bit of a rain dance, because SVG might just win his first race. And it would be a crown jewel as well.
I'm not doing my rain dance yet because Tyler Reddick isn't leading.
By the way, by first race, I mean first oval race. He's won on the road course this year, but he's yet to win here.
He's the last driver to... He's the last winner in the Cup Series.
True, actually. That's a very good point.
2 in a row.
Best finish was Atlanta early on this year when he finished in 6th. But as that stat I mentioned right at the top of the year, for the first 7 races this year, SVG led in every single one of them. In fact, if I'm thinking about it, SVG's the only driver in the entire calendar. He's got more races led on his CV this year than any other driver, even Tyler Reddick.
You want to hear what SVG's best finish on an oval is that was not a plate track, by the way?
Oh, go on.
Okay.
10th. Kansas last year.
Yeah, I was just thinking in my mind that I remember him running really well at a Kansas race. I couldn't remember which one it was.
10th, and then he won at the Roval the very next week in what it has ended up being the last race on the Roval. For now, I don't think it's gone permanently.
Got a lot of comments all of a sudden. Everyone wants it to rain and SVG to win.
Yeah.
By the way, our guy Redbox.
It's pouring. It's absolutely pouring.
Pit road's open.
Pit road.
Yeah, Ty Gibbs, who didn't pit on the last caution, going to pit here.
Cole Custer's in. Kozlowski, Allmendinger, McDowell, Stenhouse, Berry.
How about it, Kim?
Kim Kuhn.
Yeah, and they'll kind of just take their medicine now. We saw him drop back after he was on old tires during that last restart. And he said, I just plow. I don't know what else to do. So they are going to free him up with that chassis adjustment you see right there. Go to the left side, put those 4 fresh Goodyears on, and Sunoco fuel.
You had his average running position tonight. Oh, really close coming off pit road.
Wow, it was close.
Nearly got hit by Keselowski coming out of the box. By the way, our guy Redbox, when everyone was listing their hometowns, he says Northwestern Ontario, north of the border. Got so many people in the comments here wanting it to rain. It's
how many Australians and Kiwis are in your chat?
Yeah, probably a lot. Alan Miller says wild ride from Briscoe's camera. Have Blaney, Briscoe, Hamlin, and Gibbs up.
Oh, radar time. Oh my god, it's getting close to the circuit. We might just miss it.
Oh, and Redbox, by the way, does remind us from a couple of hours ago when he put in the comments that he felt like Shane Van Gisbergen was going to come out of nowhere and win. He might have hit it on the head.
I think he has.
Quote from Stephen Doran, who I think is SVG's crew chief. For what it's worth, it's raining at the Trackhouse shop right now.
Oh, and that's in Mooresville, which isn't
4 miles away.
Oh,
not
okay.
too far. Yeah, Stephen Doran, the crew chief.
Or he could just be gaslighting SVG to do better. Your choice.
Well,
I would do the latter.
He's going to have to make a big restart here, and again, he's going to have guys all around him on fresher tires, but he's going to be the control car, and he's going to have a chance to get out in clean air. We've run 500 miles, 100 miles left, maybe. Steve Lynch in the comments on JBM, go SVG, get her done.
Looking good.
David Gale says Aussie here doing the rain dance.
We need some rain dancing on right now.
Come on, Shane. Let's see what you've got. I think this is easily his best oval performance to date.
Massively so.
Not including super speedways, because let's be honest, that's a completely different type of racing.
Well, heck, even with the super speedways and the drafting tracks, he's never had an oval top 5. This is clearly.
No, the only one he's ever got in any series was in his season in what was then the Xfinity series, where he got 3rd at Atlanta and 4th at Indianapolis, of all places.
Indy was actually a good result for him. Go on.
Indy was a great finish.
Very good, JT. Let's hear from Trevor Bayne.
Discussing the choose. He's been really, really strong on the outside all night, but we've seen the bottom have a little bit better grip to get going. I think with a tire deficit, this 97's looking here to go to the top, go with his gut. Where's he been good, Kim?
Well, Trevor, William Byron up to the 8th position. It's interesting because crew chief Rudy Fugel told me this morning, look, we've basically been an 8th place car all year long. That's not where we want to be. We are not happy being in the second half of the top 10. You got to imagine, though, that they're happy with where they are right now because it has been a blue-collar day. He has spent the race in the second half of the field for the majority of these 335 laps, and he has rooted and clawed his way back up there. At one point, was even a lap down. So right now, William Byron on the charge, Marty.
Kim, 65 to go, and look who is in the third position, Kyle Larson. Just talked to Cliff Daniels, his crew chief, just seconds ago. I said, does this caution help you out a little bit because you can shorten your 2 runs to make it to the end? Because they have had problems with cording, especially the right front on the 5. He said, no question, but I think it helps everybody in the field. But he said, honestly, I'm juggling a lot right now. There's lightning in the area. I think that's one thing we have to think about, and we have to figure out when we want to make that final stop. And is it 2 or 4 on that final stop? Cliff Daniels said, I don't know that yet, but there's a lot at play right now.
Oh, this race.
Goodness.
We're just ticked over 4 hours since the green flag flew. 4 hours ago. It's
we're gonna get one to go in the choose right here. So we heard Trevor talking about it. Is Shane gonna go top or bottom? He's gonna go top.
I love this comment from Sharky right now. SVG winning the 600 before GTA 6.
Now what that does?
We got a Harrison Burton win before GTA 6.
Now what that does for Shane by choosing the outside, it does give him a Chevrolet behind him to help push, but it also puts teammates Bell and Hamlin to his inside and a chance for the teammates to link up.
Also, it puts Kyle Larson specifically, a driver who has not won a Cup Series race in a year.
Yep.
We have to run this out. That is correct. And we will have enough fuel. It's just going to be a matter of making the right side tires live.
Would it be
we had any tire issues today? They've been used up, but they haven't had an issue. I think we can squeak 10 more out of them.
Would it be ironic if Kyle Larson won the Coke 600 the year he doesn't try the double?
Matthew Owens.
Yes, JT.
What is this alien shot from half court that I'm seeing?
Yeah, I know. Crazy.
JT's voice is
I just saw that as well.
JT's impressing me right now because his voice is literally sounding like death and he's still going.
Hello.
Okay. Here we go. Can Shane Van Gisbergen hold the lead on the restart? He gets a really good jump. Green flag in the air. Larson not really pushing him, but Van Gisbergen got out of the box really good. Christopher Bell tried to stay to his inside. Squeezes down and pinches Denny Hamlin off in the corner. Bell draws even and now ahead of Van Gisbergen, who's going to have the run off the top. Down the straightaway, Van Gisbergen pulls over to driver's left. Tries to side draft Bell.
No.
Big run further back. Zane Smith, who goes in 3 wide into 3. Christopher Bell with a nose in front in 40. He's going to come off the corner clear. Christopher Bell back to the lead.
Yeah, but watch SVG. He's got a nice little run on him. He's going to go low, and he's going to get the push now from Denny Hamlin as well. So right now it's Chevy leading. Toyota leading from Chevy. Then it's Hamlin bringing it back in Toyota land. I've got a feeling SVG is going to get passed by Hamlin because that's not the defensive line we wanted to see. I take it back. SVG is not doing well at all on that little fadeaway. So we have 60 laps to go. There's rain in the air.
Smith.
There's line. Yeah, where is Zane? He's in P6 and he's right
on
there.
the move today, Zane. He's
right
on the move.
He's right behind Larson.
Restart. Yeah, he's been a great restarter. Here's Van Gisbergen. You
Eric
said
Jones,
it
by the way.
Van Gisbergen did not get a good run going into 3, but boy, he rolled the bottom of 3 and 4 last time really well. But now Hamlin gets alongside of him. Shane's lost the clean air. And there's contact between Ty Gibbs and Carson Hocevar further back. Remember, Gibbs has fresh tires. He could slice his way through traffic. Hamlin has not been able to complete this pass on Van Gisbergen. That's going to allow Bell to just pull away. Tyler Reddick closes in, getting a double slipstream with 60 laps to go. Hamlin, I think, has got Van Gisbergen clear. He does.
Yeah, and watch out for Zane Smith, as we heard Jack say, because he's right on the back of Kyle Larson, and he's going to try and make that move soon, and then sling slingshot up towards Reddick, who's in P4. It's Christopher Bell who leads here at the Coca-Cola 600. Van Gisbergen is second, Hamlin third. Reddick, Van Gisbergen now drops back on that last lap. So Bell, Hamlin, Van Gisbergen, Reddick, Larson, Zane Smith, Logano, Blaney, Byron, Jones, the top 10. Dropping further down, you'll then see Gibbs, Keselowski, McDowell, Custer, Stenhouse to 15 as we run. But that rain is getting closer to the circuit, boys. That lightning's getting in the area as well. And we're just wondering if it's going to come at the wrong time. One stop left, though, for everyone, I think.
Bell, the winner of this race in 2024. He won it when it was rain shortened. Here's Tyler Reddick, gets to the inside of Van Gisbergen. Should be able to shoot around. Remember, Van Gisbergen on a tire disadvantage. Reddick has easily made that pass, so Van Gisbergen slides back to fourth. Austin Dillon is in trouble. Dillon is smoking. He's hit the wall. Austin Dillon's hit the wall, and he's coming to pit road. We stay green.
Keep it green. Keep it green.
They might have to throw a yellow there eventually to check the track if he's dropped anything like nuts on the circuit or debris, because that's a hard hit. Austin Dillon is out of the race. Front right suspension gone.
They've kept it green at least for now with 57 laps to go. Christopher Bell out in front. Denny Hamlin trying to throw out the cast and reel him in. Tyler Reddick's got some clean air on the nose of that Toyota, now third. Van Gisbergen still a solid fourth. Larson in fifth. You mentioned Joey Logano up into seventh. That's the highest up we've seen him all night. Might be the highest up we've seen him all year on a non-drafting track. He's recovered beautifully. We're going to remember earlier in the race he was languishing back in the 30s. Yeah. Now here he is in the top 10.
Gave me way more optionality on the next stop. I feel like I can go right or four if I have to. I asked Cliff Daniels the same question. He said, I think everyone has to take four, but Billy Scott thinking I might be able to take two on this final stop.
Oh, wow. That would surprise me if we had any takers take two on the final stop, because as you just mentioned, JB, everyone's got to make another stop for fuel if we indeed go to the end, as we have 55 laps to go. But that surprises me with how we saw some of those Toyotas fall off at the end of stage 3. Any idea, any thought of just taking two tires?
Can't see anything at the moment on the rain radar as well. We're just holding it all together right now. This is it's an ugly race right that we're seeing, because you just don't know exactly how it's going to fall. Oh, someone hit the wall there.
Well, if the rain were to get to the track, I'd imagine it would fall down, JB.
What did I say?
You said, I don't know how it's going to fall, and I said, well, if the rain gets to the
rain.
track, I imagine it will fall down. Here's the 3 car.
Oh, my
goodness.
goodness.
That's a failure. That's a failure. Oh, my goodness, that's a hard hit.
It broke right at going into turn 3, and that propelled him into the wall. Heavy hit for Austin Dillon. Dillon goes behind the wall and will likely be credited with either a 32nd or 33rd place finish, dependent on if Ryan Preece gets back out before the race ends.
So Bell leading as they come into it. As now we see Ty Gibbs getting on the inside of Ryan Blaney for 8th position. Blaney drops back into 9th. Gibbs goes through. Having a look at the moment on the weather radar. And yeah, we've got lightning in 12 miles away. Blimey, this is getting close.
And remember, Gibbs has a bit of a tire advantage, so he's been able to make that pass to move up into 8th. Meanwhile, Zane Smith closing in on Kyle Larson at 5th. Talked about Smith a lot tonight. Very nearly won the opening stage, but has recovered from a pit road penalty, gotten through the field, stayed on the lead lap, and here he is running 6th.
Looking stronger and stronger, though. No yellow flag as of yet. Bell leading.
I want to get through the full race distance, you know.
Pit road, Kim Coon.
Has been so complimentary of his young driver, saying he's very coachable, and that's what you want in a young driver. He just trusts Ryan for the decisions he makes as a crew chief. And Ryan also telling me they kind of reverted back to the middle of where they were last year in terms of what they're doing on mile and a half. Behind the scenes, things kind of changing a little bit that have adjusted their approach approach coming to the intermediates, but right now just showing what they've got running in the 6th position.
JC just sent me an information that the weather forecast says moderate showers 4 miles southwest of the track. Expect in the next 10 to 15 minutes if it holds together. So we are racing the rain. We've got 49 to go, averaging lap times at 29.8. Last lap time was a 30.8. Average it up, that's round up to 31 seconds. We've got about half an hour to go. We're not going to see the end of this race, guys. We've got about 10 laps left maximum.
Austin Dillon out.
Yeah, so another one out. Catherine Legg, full credit. She's 12 laps down, but she's finishing this race at the moment.
Hamlin is
At the very least, she's going to finish.
Hamlin's so close to the wall at 3 and 4 as he tries to run down Bell, but he lost about 4 tenths that lap.
You got cautions out. So I don't think anyone's gone off. Is this for rain?
Extra stop, and there's a caution. 48 to go. Our 10th caution.
Lightning in the area.
Red flag. Lightning in the area. With 48 to go, we now go into a 30-minute timer, and that rain is 10 minutes out. The Coca-Cola 600 is red flagged with 47 laps to go due to lightning in the area. We have rain coming in, which was scheduled 10 minutes away, and it ends at the moment with Bell from Hamlin and Reddick. Matthew, this is the big one. Red flags out.
We'll go into the holding pattern here. Still got plenty of time in NASCAR's estimation because, again, they normally want to get done by about 1 a.m. That's still, so you still got a couple of hours to play with, and only about 47. It'll be about to be 46 laps to go.
One thing we've got to think about, Matthew, is that if that rain comes down in 10 minutes' time and we lose the track, that would be coming up to 10 o'clock in the evening. So, yeah, that would give us an hour to drive the track. That'll take us to 11, probably 12. Might just be doable. I'd say we've got the clock anyway. The lightning clock will now activate. That's 30 minutes, regardless, due to the strike. So we just start waiting. They haven't actually brought the cars down pit road at the moment, which is weird, but because it's usually an automatic red flag.
Yeah, it's normally automatic.
What are they trying to do here? Take us down a couple of laps, get a full lap? But they haven't evacuated the stands. A few people are moving down there. This is a bizarre one. What are they doing? A caution due to lightning is a red flag. That's not, oh, NASCAR doing that. That's law. That is literally the law of the United States. You can't race if there's lightning in 8 miles of the circuit after that accident in Pocono.
I think they're going to do caution for a couple of laps and then bring them down.
I just don't see how that makes any sense, but...
Yeah.
That's a bit weird, though. What's the lightning gets closer?
I just find that weird, but yeah.
Also,
okay.
it's an SVG P5 right now. I wouldn't mind that. I don't think they'll call the race just for lightning.
It's that rain that's coming in the next 10 minutes. That's going to be the key factor here.
Yeah, they want us to... If we can get it restarted by 1 a.m., kill me. Quite frankly, no.
Hang on a minute. I'm just going to have to look outside my commentary box. Give me a minute.
It's starting to get bright for me. Oh, God.
Yep, it's light. It's sunrise here. It's first light.
I'm doing an all-nighter, ladies and gentlemen.
Did you hear yes? Me say yes. Right, lovely. How loud is my microphone today?
I think the rain's going to miss, by the way.
The speakers aren't plugged in, I'd like to point out. Speakers haven't been plugged in all weekend. I have no idea, but the speakers are not plugged in. They haven't been plugged in all weekend long. So how's JT hearing himself? I have no idea. I wonder what's that causing that. I'll have a look into that. But yeah, the speakers haven't been plugged in all weekend because the fan's been in. Because we've got the iMac in here and the Skybox, we haven't been able to have our usual plugs. Have you even had a nap? It says because M3 race car. I woke up at 9 a.m. and I haven't been to bed since, and it's now light again at 4 a.m. here. So no, I have not. JT, I don't think is.
I am going to bed as soon as this race ends, though.
Me too, but JT, for the love of God, have you slept at all? When was the last time you went to sleep?
That's concerning.
JT woke up at 11 a.m. Okay, so yeah, we're all pretty much tired. Hang on.
That's when I fell asleep.
The lightning hold is gone. In the other direction.
We're going green. The lightning's gone in the other direction. We're not. We're pit road open. We're going to go back racing, boys.
Sir, Steve, there was a lot of confusion on the radio for the 20 whether or not the pits were going to be open or whether they were going to go back green, but they decided to come down pit road, go ahead and get those 4 fresh Goodyears and fuel. No changes to this 20 car.
We're all clear. We're all clear on weather.
Including Cliff Daniels and Kyle Larson. He said that
God! Magic wand!
they're opening pit road right now.
NASCAR's like, we want to get this race done. Nope, shut up.
Coming down, 4 fresh Goodyear tires for Reddick, and a drag race off pit road.
Daniel Suarez. Daniel Suarez winning the race off of pit road. Okay, so that's got to be the first time I've ever seen a lightning clock cause caution reversed. That is very strange. The word from Dustin Long, NASCAR says all clear on the lightning, stated it was close, but weather system is moving away. I have never seen that happen before.
That's new. JT.
I mean, I'm getting more racing, so I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I'm not bothered by it as long as everyone's safe.
Yeah,
I'm just that.
We're all safe, and we're gonna get some more racing in. I ain't gonna complain. It looks like the weather system's all gonna miss the track. There's some light rain there.
Just skirting it, isn't it?
Yeah, we might get rain though. JT has more news.
So Bob Pockrass is saying that NASCAR have occasionally followed this protocol, which they are doing. The question will be whether the track will get some rain. We are.
I've just read that as well.
What do you mean they've occasionally followed this protocol? I've never once remembered them following this protocol.
JT, send me the post and I'll read it out. I don't mind saying it on air.
Oh, what's going on?
JT, this is the post that I've just been sent, okay? NASCAR said, I wouldn't mind the bathroom. This is from Shane Van Gisbergen, by the way, and considering we're past the watershed in both areas of the world, he says, I wouldn't mind the bathroom, need to piss real bad. That's what Shane Van Gisbergen said. Also, I just got confirmation that one of the NASCAR officials, and JT's going to get this one ready for the swear box. NASCAR, I've been told, we ain't stopping this shit, let's go.
NASCAR Chasm has quoted that tweet by saying, Kiwi in the car, gonna wee-wee in the car.
So that is official NASCAR confirmation that they're not stopping that. I've never heard the NASCAR officials say that. They're not stopping it.
Never seen that before.
Wow.
But, you know, as long as it's
everyone, you know.
Yeah. Well, there's never been a weekend in NASCAR.
Mike Ford tweeted, by the way, he works for NASCAR.
Yeah.
Eric E. Step says, lightning hold cleared? They can do that? Mike Ford says, yes, sir. Working with weather partners. If lightning is moving away from the racetrack, the meteorologists can give us the all clear, which we did indeed get. There you go.
Matthew.
Well, okay, then. Coming to the choose here. Now, this has really worked out well for Daniel Suarez because they've come down pit road here in the 17 for Spire. Crew Chief Ryan Sparks has said he wants to take 2 tires, try to roll the dice, so Suarez is going to be the control car and the leader on the restart. Christopher Bell will be to his outside, Larson and Hamlin in row 2, Reddick and Gibbs in row 3, then Byron and Smith We're going to see a restart with 41 laps to go here.
This is going to be a very entertaining run. So, we are going racing. We have 42 laps to go here at...
One where he thought he had a tire going down, the second where he had that early vibration. They also have two different crew members on their crew this week. The Jackman, Spencer Bishop new, the carrier, Andrew Egnarski, are both new this week. In fact, Daniel telling me they practiced twice this week. It's usually just once or twice a month. He doesn't remember the last time that he has practiced this much. Also of note, his entire family is here. They do not live in Charlotte, and he told me how special this weekend is because he barely gets to see them throughout the year, but they make the trip for Memorial Day weekend, this race specifically, and so it's just a time he really gets to spend with his family.
Kim Kuhn needs to really learn when not to do a pit report as we're getting ready for the green flag to come through. Here we go. It's Suarez versus Bell. Suarez gets a push from Logano as the green flag goes, and Suarez leads. Bell's dropped back as they come through. We have 41 to go. We're 3 wide already coming through Matthew Owens, and this is going to be a great end to the race.
Really good jump by Suarez. He is clear to the lead, gets clean air on the nose of that Spire Chevrolet. He looks in the rearview mirror and really likes seeing Larson and Bell run side by side, but Bell is going to throw that car hard into turn 3. 3 wide further back, William Byron between cars. Now they're 3 wide at 4th. Tyler Reddick between Denny Hamlin and Ty Gibbs, and Reddick harpoons his way up into the 4th position. At the front, it's Suarez. He hasn't won since the 3 wide photo finish in Atlanta in the spring of 2024. He leads from Bell, then it's Larson. Hamlin clears Reddick to 4th. Hamlin's got a big run. He is rocketing after Larson. Peels to his left elbow going to turn 3. Hamlin looking for 3rd. That's at the front here. Christopher Bell to the back bumper of Suarez. Caution! Yellow is out. Suarez, the leader at the time of yellow.
Raining at 1 and 2. It's raining at 1 and 2. It is raining at turns 1 and 2 a lot harder. They've thrown the yellow. The pace car comes out in front of the field. They all slam on the brakes. Not a great idea. But if that's wet and it's raining heavier, that might be Daniel Suarez as winner of the Coke 600.
Oh, dear.
JT, is it a small shower or is it a big one?
Well, I think it's big, but as we just saw with the radar, it's skirting the
there it is.
Premise Speedway. It's hard to tell how hard it will be.
That doesn't
Let
look
me
too
tell you,
particularly heavy to me.
They wouldn't.
Let me tell you, if this race were to end, and I don't know if it's going to end here, but if it were to end here and Daniel Suarez wins this race, this is going to be massively controversial for the fact that he got to the front because they threw a caution for a lightning strike that they then withdrew. This is going to be massively controversial if Daniel Suarez were to win this race.
So...
Oh, Noah Gregson and Ryan Kurps colliding in turn 4.
I thought that was the caution because I saw that happen. Then the yellow came out. I thought they'd gone down the track, so I was expecting... Oh, they did make contact.
He hit him.
They did make contact. Wow.
Well, Riley Herbst says, you know what, you're going to do that to me? Have a bit of that.
So we haven't red flagged the race just yet, though. We are still going.
And they're going to keep the cars rolling in hopes of this just being a sprinkle at one end of the speedway, and they can keep heat in the track.
Yeah, well, we've been chasing the rain all weekend long here at Charlotte. In fact, we were worried about Indianapolis being the rain city. It's been Charlotte that has really struggled. I keep bringing that. Cars have been told to fan out to act as track dryers. JT's just telling us.
Yeah, for sure. They're going to just try to keep heat in the track because it is very light right now going on in 1 and 2.
Yeah, but looking at it, I can see the rain. Look, the fans are even starting to put their hoods up, so it is starting to rain something quite hard out there. I wonder if this would develop into a red flag and maybe the end of the race, because they're not going to... Would they really... I know it's NASCAR and they did it. Do you remember when we were at... I think it was Martinsville, and we had like... we went for a red flag for a whole hour for just 10 laps of running, which was the equivalent of about 2 minutes of track action. And they still drive the track. I'm here thinking, oh, they're going to call the race, aren't they, for the Coke 600? No. We're going to sit here until the track is dry to complete 38 laps, aren't we? Even though
in NASCAR, there has never been a NASCAR weekend where all 3 National Touring Series races has been shortened by inclement weather. I do have a friend that has boots on the ground at the Speedway, and they're up in turns 3 and 4.
Oh, yeah.
Now, remember, this call was for rain in 1 and 2. He says in 3 and 4, it's a very light drizzle, but it is, you can feel it. That's up in 3 and 4.
We are past the watershed, correct?
We are past the watersheds on both channels.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen. One of my mates who is actually at the track says, quote, it's absolutely pissing it down where I am.
Okay, so so there's light at 3 and then raining elsewhere. But we are past watershed on both sides of the Atlantic. So
And Stephen Taranto just posted a video of the rain.
Is this
I'm telling you, if
Definitely
Daniel
raining.
Suarez wins this race in this manner, oh my gosh, there are going to be people, particularly at Joe Gibbs Racing and Christopher Bell's camp, that will not be happy.
So,
Guys on broadcast.
JT's got news for us. JT, you are on air.
You can tell that we have all completely lost the will to live. Can't you? You can also tell that JT has completely lost his voice, but here we are.
How does the weather
Very
sound
light
like,
rain
JT?
around the whole track now being reported. Track is still good currently.
That was the last set of corners before the caution. Bell went way up high, and Suarez went up there to defend that and the restart. Look how good Suarez jumped out of this restart box. That restart may have just won Daniel Suarez this race.
And that would have been the best possible run. Light to moderate rain should last 15 to 20 minutes. So it's a question of, do we lose the track in this time?
Again, Suarez has only won 2 races in his Cup career, and not since spring Atlanta 2024.
It is raining quite heavily. Yeah, this will go red. I think we're getting close.
I don't want us to go red. We need the cars needs to fan out. Act as the track dryers.
When we go back green here, what's your concern with all the guys behind
big
you?
shower moving in.
No concern. We were just in a perfect situation to take 2 right there. We saw the guys hang on earlier that did that. So we've got a fast freeway insurance Chevrolet Camaro all night. We've had to overcome a lot. So, super proud of everybody hanging in there, and just appreciate all the men and women that fight for our country and allowing us to come out here and do this every weekend. So I got the best man for the job to see if we can capitalize here. But I'd love to see it rain a little harder here, but I think we're going to get back going. So if we can just net out, we'll be okay.
I was going to ask, I love a crew chief meteorologist perspective. You had the radar up on your computer. You closed it before we went on air. So what is your take on what the weather's going to do?
It's been crazy all weekend. You really haven't been able to predict it. We thought the whole weekend was going to be a washout, and it really hasn't been. It was crazy last night. There's no fog yet, so maybe that'll roll in, and we can top this thing off with a win.
Thanks, Ryan. Good luck.
Okay, so we're just waiting to see.
Adam, you guys have been bat fast all day long, recovered from 2 penalties on pit road, passed more cars than anybody, but now you're in this situation of stop and go. How hard is this for you right now to watch these raindrops coming down in second place?
Gosh, it's tough, but looking at the radar, I think it's going to clear up soon. There's enough cars out there. They should get this thing dried up, and we can settle it on the track.
Tell me about the confusion there when the lightning happened. Sounded like on the radio everybody was kind of wondering, is pit road going to be open? You might have made a last-second call to get 4 tires. You think that's going to be enough to get by the 7 car here?
Yeah, the normal protocol is lightning is 30-minute hold. But I guess there's a new rule or procedure that if it's going away and it was a certain distance away, that they don't have to have a hold. So it was precautionary that they wouldn't get more lightning, and here we are. But the last thing as a competitor, you don't want them to open pit road when the caution came for weather, and then that's the end of the day. So that gets all jumbled up. But we're in proper racing order here, and hopefully we can get back after it.
JT, you've got news. Go for you.
Last time by, there was a go, no-go poll from the drivers and spotters. 98% thumbs up.
Oh, we are go then. Right. Wow, Matthew, they really are going for it, aren't they?
Let's go back down and hear from Cliff Daniels.
Overall solid day for our team. For the HinderCars.com Chevy, Kyle's done a great job. The team's done a great job hanging in there. We haven't had the best short run speed all day, but we've been pretty good middle to the end of the run. So we'll see with as many laps left as there are. I was kind of hoping for a little bit more just to get a little longer run, but if we run a handful and get another shot to pit, then that's going to put it in our pit crew's hands as well. So we're still in the fight. We're going to keep fighting.
Overall, has this been one of the more well-executed races for the 5 team this year?
Yeah, to be honest, I didn't really hear what you said, but overall solid day and little adjustments here and there on the car, but Kyle's done a good job staying with it. So, like I said, we're going to keep fighting.
You know why Cliff couldn't hear what I said, Adam? You can hear the pace pick up on the cars on the track, and hopefully we're going to get back to green here soon.
We are going to go back to green soon. This is looking very good then, Matthew Owens.
Hey. It looks like they just took the choose, but the lights are still on the pace car.
No, it's raining heavier. It's raining heavier.
The roof for the 5.
It's raining heavier now down at turn 3. Yeah, so that's not going to happen.
Oh.
Red flag. Red flag's out. Red flag's out. They're stopping the race. They are stopping the race. So they're coming down pit road. The red flag is out, and the Coca-Cola 600 is stopped.
I tell you. Well, there's...
Yeah, so that rain has hit now the circuit. That's what we were expecting, Matthew, Jack, GT. Red flag's out. The car's coming down pit road now, and we will suspend action. And that's the worst news, because that means that now, is the race over, or are we going to try and drive the track out?
Depends how long it's raining for.
But I don't understand
what I can tell.
I don't understand why they're bringing them down pit road now. If they felt confident enough a moment ago to give them one to go, and then all of a sudden they make half a pace lap, and now they're saying, no, keep them out on the track.
It started apparently raining a lot harder as soon as they gave the one to go signal.
Yeah, because there's another cell that's coming in. That's got absolutely a lot of water coming down. So there is another cell there.
Ah, man, we got so close.
Command red, command red. That's it, red flag's out.
JT, you're the weather radar. How are we looking?
He's dead as a door knocker, you can't even hear.
Well, I can tell you, here's what I just got in a chat. Definitely picked up a bit more, but still not a lot of actual moisture. Very inconsistent.
The red flag has been given. The race is suspended. So,
how big's the cell? That's my question.
I sent you on Twitter, Jack.
Oh, I don't check. I literally don't check Twitter DMs.
Oh, it's a massive rainstorm that's coming in. Suarez might just be the winner of this event.
Is that going to hit the track or is that going to miss it though?
That's what's hitting the track now.
What is it coming across?
Yeah.
Now we'll get going again. We'll get going.
Optimistic. I hope so. What do you think, Matthew?
We got 2 hours still to get going.
Jeff Crum says... It's tricky, this one. Yeah, the increased rain was a bit much, so we've gone red flag. Okay, so we are suspended. Cars are down pit road. And we will wait to see if we get a green flag restart time. We have 34 laps to go here of the Coca-Cola 600, as we're just checking through. Matthew, would you restart the race, or would you say you've all had fair game, that's it? Because it's now really heavy.
I mean, if they can get it going, they will. I mean, it just depends on how much comes down. Obviously, if it becomes a downpour and you're looking at the clock and it's 11, it's the quarter after 11, you're saying no, probably not. But again, if this just skirts through and the whole track does not get soaked, they'll send out the track drying equipment and start again.
Right, let's check in with the CW. Oh, I keep doing that. Let's check in with Prime as we're under the red flag.
Silence in an unbelievable drone show here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Catherine Legg doing the double. Unfortunately, has had some issues here tonight after crashing at Indy, but what a feat to try to pull it off in the two different cities.
We've got mist, folks. We've got mist as well.
Third stage there, forcing a yellow flag. And Christopher Bell runs a little bit long for his green flag pit stop, comes out with fresh tires, storms from 9 seconds back all the way to the lead to win stage 3.
Another accident. 47 of Stenhouse gets in the back of the one of Chastain. Chastain goes for a ride to the inside wall here.
Big hit for the one. That just kind of started the action on the backstretch. That was the hot spot for the next handful of laps. Once again, back straightaway is going to look a lot like the last wreck. The 19 moves down, the 17 moves down the block. There's contact. That'll take out the 60 of Priest, the 19 of Briscoe.
Yeah, Josh Berry gets a little bit of this as well. You see him trying to avoid huge contact for the 19 on the inside wall.
Drivers have been told to remain in their cars.
Saving grace for Briscoe, 24 stage points before crashing. Said Shane Van Gisbergen's name a lot tonight.
Yeah, he did it.
So we've just been told quickly while I go to here that the sale will be around about 5 minutes, but then a small break, but more rain is coming in quite heavy. So Matthew, I think that if I was NASCAR, I would probably call it now, because you can tell the radar, it's coming in, and this wasn't on the radar and it's popped out of nowhere.
Well, this is the same race where a couple of years ago it was raining and they red flagged it, and then it stopped raining and they called the race. They called the race and it wasn't actively raining, and they got raked over the coals for that. So they don't want to.
Let's have a word with Tyler Reddick.
Well, man, you look pretty good earlier in the night. Need a little track position. How good's the car here?
Well, it just seems like our Mobile and O'Reilly Auto Parts Camry is really, really good. It was kind of a shame there in stage 3. We kind of fell off. First time we've had that all night, and yeah, we had to fight pretty hard there. You know, I feel like 11 and 20 are really strong. Had to fight Denny really hard there in stage 3, but yeah, man, I just feel like we got to get a really good restart here, and anything is possible here in the closing laps when we get back going.
Yeah, I know you've been waiting on the top of the racetrack to come in, but the bottom's actually been pretty good all night, a little bit different than what we saw last year. What do you think the difference is?
Yeah, man, it's kind of hard to say. Just, yeah, I don't know if the track's just wearing out enough where that bottom just works a little bit better. They're 3 and 4, but yeah, it's been fun. It's been a big handful. You know, typically that top 1 and 2 comes in and you can rip it, and it's been kind of treacherous all night. But 3 and 4, man, is just been real rough. It's been hard on us inside the car, but it's been a good, fun handful. It's a great place to have a 600-mile race, that's for sure.
Seen a lot of drivers with tire issues. How have you been managing the right front tire? A lot of guys have having cording issues. How's that going for you?
Yeah, we've been doing pretty good with that. You know, a couple runs early in the race, we were definitely kind of one or the other. But yeah, the guys, Billy Scott and the team, been doing a good job of helping me work through it. You know, help me adjust and do things I need to do. So feel pretty good about it. Sounds like we're getting ready to go.
We really appreciate the opportunity to talk to you. I know it's been a long night. 34 to go, bud. Good luck.
Yeah, let's get done.
Love the insight there from Tyler Reddick. Such a great start to the year for driver 40.
Engines are refiring. We are going to restart here. So we are going to go green again, Matthew and Jack and JT. Light sprinkling of rain, 34 to go. How long until we go back to a red flag? This is getting insane, Matthew, this type of racing.
Well, this is getting, like, I don't understand why they brought them down pit road to begin with.
Oh, I don't.
But now I haven't fully understood a lot of what's gone on the last 30 minutes. I don't understand the caution for lightning, and then you go into a lightning hold, but then you rescind the lightning hold, and then you set up, you know, pit stop that puts a guy, God bless Daniel Suarez and Ryan Sparks. They haven't been a race contender all race long. Now they're at the front. When a caution comes out for rain, then it red flags. They could be in position to win. Now we're firing them back up. I'm really not so sure I'd agree with the calls that's been made the last half hour.
Oh, let's go down to Prime, actually. They're at the desk.
Positions. I've sat there as the person leading the race, and if this thing rains, you get it. And I've been the person saying, come on, we can race in anything. Let's just go. I think a genius call by Ryan Sparks. It puts them in this position. I hear the cars moving, though, and the rain is just drizzling. I think we're going to get some more racing in.
And what an interesting opportunity to get just a reset, knowing you've got 35 laps for a crown jewel race. We've got the 20 in the mix. You got the 45 in the mix trying to win.
Oh, we're going to go green this time by Matthew. So this is one to go now.
Well, they're trying to get this going as quickly as they can. I mean, they really don't. This race could be over quickly.
Raining. It's raining again. Sorry, spotters are saying it started raining again. They tried, now it started raining again. They can't catch a break out here. It has started raining again. We just got close. Yeah, confirmed it started raining again on the circuit. Oh.
We're going to have to make a decision at some point on this, because this little lingering drizzling is going to continue. Wow. Was that lightning, or was that just off the video board?
I think it was off the video. I'm hoping that. No, it is lightning. It was lightning. It was lightning. Red flag's out again. Red flag, it's lightning. Red flag for lightning again.
Oh, my days.
So, it was lightning. Great spot, Matthew. JT, can I have a replay of that, please, on our camera up here in the booth that you've got? Because I saw it. So, let's have a look. There we go. Where am I looking? Oh, yeah, it's lightning. Oh. Yeah, big time lightning. Red flag's out for lightning. Rain has resumed on part of the track.
They haven't put them down pit road again.
What?
They usually roll for a couple of laps.
But we know it's raining and there's just been a lightning strike. What are we doing here? They have to evacuate the stands. Okay. We are not going due to the rain, not the lightning strike we saw. So the lightning might not have been within 8 miles, but we could see it.
Have a lightning rule. If we're going to have a lightning rule, we have to have a consistent lightning rule, and we've already gone against it once tonight, and now everyone just plain as day saw that strike of lightning right over the top of the...
Reminder, by the way, quickly, of how far you can see lightning from, though. We had that at Elko a couple of years ago.
Do you remember Fontana? It lightninged once, and we could see it. That was 20 miles away. JT says that lightning strike was 15 miles away, and we could see it.
You could see lightning from a long way away. Look at Elko in the ARCA race. We were racing with lightning in the background that was far enough away.
Go on, Matthew.
There were so many shirtless men over there in that camera shot. I thought that this was a ball game. Green. We're going green this time. We're going green this time. Good Lord. Okay.
Here we go. We are getting the green flag coming in. How on earth is this going to go? 31 laps to go. Track is greasy. Boogity, let's go! Just throw them into turn 1 and see what's going to happen. Suarez leads from Larson, then Bell, Hamlin and Zane Smith coming through as they try and keep it up. Look, they're already drifting on the track, Matthew, through turn 1 and 2. They're struggling to keep it on the traction. And look at that, Larson's dropped back down the middle of the field.
Larson and Bell nearly had it coming together. Denny Hamlin's going to thunder down into turn 3, and thunder might be the operative word tonight. Hamlin to the inside of Bell, but at the front with clean air on the nose of his Spire Chevrolet is Daniel Suarez to the lead with 30 laps to go. He looks in his rearview mirror and sees Toyotas tussling behind him. Hamlin, Bell, and Reddick. Hamlin slides up the banking in turn 2. Bell sticks it in around the outside. Reddick might go down to the inside. Further back, Zane Smith taking it to Kyle Larson. But up front, it's Daniel Suarez from Monterrey, Mexico, out in front of the field in the 600.
Look at Hamlin. He's got the traction as we get raindrops on the camera lens as well. This is absolutely insane sittings right now. 4 wide through the tri-oval section as that's Blaney trying to come back through on the inside line. Look who's going up high. It's going to be Suarez, Hamlin and Bell side by side. Exit at turn 2. Hamlin gets a door for Bell. Contact between the two as now we get to see Suarez still in the lead, but Hamlin's not letting it detract. Hamlin going down low as they try and keep it in. We've got a yellow flag once more down somewhere on the straight. Suarez still the leader. It's raining in turn 2. It's raining in turn 2. The caution is out again.
Oh my days.
And it's really raining now at turn 2. Quite a lot of rain coming through there. And the driver's struggling to control it. That's it. That's got to be it now. Has to be it. It's bucketing it down at turn 2. Matthew.
Enough already with this. This is ridiculous now. Now this is ridiculous. You've got to do... You have to make a decision and stick with it, for goodness sakes. Now,
just call it. Just call this off. This is getting silly now. That could
if you want to wait it out, we've got a window of time. We've got lights. We're not on, national television here. We're on a streaming service. We could wait it out if we want to. But good Lord, don't just keep sending the cars out to run 3 laps at a time.
They've lost the track. It's raining heavy. It's raining heavy now at turn 4.
There is a lot of room behind this, though, as you see.
So we've hit the rain, and it's still coming through. So this is a long night. We've been racing now for nearly 5 hours, and this is a long night.
This is much heavier.
Yeah, this is going to put a stopper for a while now.
Well, okay, we can all be frustrated with everything that we're seeing, and I think we all are, but oh my goodness. Hats off to Daniel Suarez for what he's done on the last couple of restarts, holding the lead. It is much heavier rain now on the backside. There's spray coming off the tires. Yeah, there's spray coming off the tires on the backstretch. This may be Daniel Suarez's Coca-Cola World 600.
Confirmation from NASCAR, we have lost the track. So that's already an hour to dry it now. What time are we at? We are 90 minutes away from 1 a.m. That is usually when they don't want to go past. So an hour to drive the track, 27 laps, that's 15 minutes. I don't, to be honest with you, which other race, I don't think... Yeah, and there's rain behind. I don't think this is going to restart, Matthew. I think that's it.
We're done.
We are done. That's done. That has to be done. We've done enough. We've done enough, and I think Suarez being a victor would be good. If I was NASCAR, I would call the race. We'll just have to wait and see what happens.
Let's see how long we're...
Matthew, would you...
I'm going to be honest with you.
Go on, Jack.
I think this might be it. We'll see how patient NASCAR wants to be.
No. Now look at this shot. Now it's heavy rain on both ends, backstretch and front. So now... It's not only have we lost one section of the track, we lost the whole track.
So that's drying all... Drivers out of the cars now are being told. If I was NASCAR, that I would call it over.
I think we might be done.
It's not. It's heavy rain. It's also fine rain. So it's the one that really soaks it, and that's going to take the longest to dry it up. There's an optimistic Sunoco. Is it just stopped raining?
That would be fitting.
Did it just stop raining, like, in an instant for a split second, as the red flag is now officially deployed? But did you see that, guys, on the cameras?
I don't know at this point.
It's stopped raining.
It is starting to let up.
That was incredible.
I think the damage is done. It was. It was incredible. I saw exactly what you saw. But again, we're in the month of May here in the Southeast. That's just how things work here.
That's it! The race is over!
The race has ended. Daniel Suarez has won the World 600.
He's got tears in his eyes. Daniel Suarez has just won the Coca-Cola 600. He is crying. His team are hugging him. And that is the best way to get a race win. Hugs and everything. And he points it to the number 8. He holds his hands up into the air. And I think Kyle Busch would be mighty happy with the kind of race we've seen tonight.
Let me tell you, Kyle Busch would be mighty proud of this young man, because when he came from Mexico to the States to pursue a career in NASCAR, one of the first chances he was given was by Kyle Busch to put him in a KBM truck in 2015. A virtual unknown from Mexico, given an opportunity by Kyle Busch. And for what he just did on the last 2 restarts on a tire disadvantage to hold off all of those big hitters in Toyotas behind him, Daniel Suarez, this is going to be controversy. This is going to be controversy, but he earned it on the last 2 restarts. Let's hear from him with Marty Snyder. 3rd career win.
Restarts, Daniel. I know you said in our pre-race show, you've thought about it since Thursday. How badly did you want this one for Kyle?
This one really means a lot, Mary. This one really means a lot. I've been saying for years that this is my favorite race of the year. You know, I get to have my family here every year. This is most of the time the only race that I get to come, and it's been a very tough week. You know, Kyle, he was special, man. This one is for Kyle. For Kyle, for Samantha, for Braxton, for Lennox, for all his family.
Two that were on our pre-race stage before the race, both showing emotion.
This is very special. You know, every win is special. Thank you, Jimmy. Appreciate it, brother. Thank you so much.
Jimmy Johnson in with a hug.
But definitely this one has a special flavor because of Kyle. This one is for him. If it wasn't for Kyle, I wasn't going to be an Xfinity champion. I wasn't going to have my shot in the Cup Series. And to be able to win this race for him is unbelievable.
You mentioned your championship. In some ways, is this win more meaningful than that?
Every win is special. You know, every win is special. The championship was very, very special. But it's been a second, right? But, you know, first win with the Spider Motorsports, Freeway Insurance on the car. Cesar Soriano, the CEO of Freeway Insurance, is here. Just unbelievable. The team did an amazing job. It wasn't easy. We had a lot of issues throughout the race, but they put us in contention, and we executed well.
I got to ask you how you did it, because they had 2 shots at you with 4 fresh tires on your 2.
The car was fast. We were having some issues, but we knew all weekend that the car had plenty of speed.
You got a bow for us coming up in a little bit, Daniel?
Yeah, I think so. Listen, I want to thank everyone, Freeway Insurance, all our partners, Chevrolet, HMS Power, so many people that makes this program as successful as it is.
I know you wanted it for Kyle Busch, and Daniel Suarez pulls it off. What a call by Ryan Sparks, but what a drive for Daniel Suarez at the end of that race. He wins the Coca-Cola 600.
As JT's just pointed out, the last race victory of Kyle Busch came in Aspire number 7. And now the first race after his untimely death comes from Aspire number 7. Suarez wins. Poetry. Matthew Owens, what a race.
It was a fantastic race, and then it just got messy at the end, and nothing. I mean, listen, I applaud NASCAR. See, NASCAR's in a no-win situation. They're always in a no-win situation, because if they didn't try, then everybody would go, oh, you didn't want the Toyotas to win. You were rigging it for Chevrolet. But if they did try, then they're going to get all of this. Well, why did the lightning clock get rescinded, and why are we trying to race in? Because all the social media morons can't help themselves. I mean, give credit to NASCAR. They tried to give us a finish of this race under green, but at the end of the day, that was just, the rain was just so nagging. But Daniel Suarez, listen, again, controversy from the caution clock is going to come up a lot here, but you cannot say that he didn't earn it on those last 2 restarts on a tire disadvantage to hold off the dominant cars of the night that had 4 tires. That's a hell of a win for Daniel. 82 races since his last win. This race the World 600 has been a race where drivers have snapped a lot of long winless droughts, and Daniel Suarez has done it here tonight. Good for him. That emotion when they learned that it was called and he started crying, that was tremendous to see. Absolutely idiotic questioning from Marty Snyder, by the way. Does this win mean more than the championship? Don't make him answer that question. They got some stupid questions being asked on pit road these days. But all credit in the world to Daniel. What a win. His amigos will celebrate this one. Third career win. And, you know, now he's won on a road course, a super speedway, and an intermediate oval. So 3 wins on 3 totally different kinds of tracks.
And I think some credit has to be given quickly to Ryan Sparks, his crew chief. What a brilliantly inspired call.
Yeah, Ryan Sparks. All the controversy that's going to come from this, Ryan Sparks should be absolutely given all the credit in the world. He gets half of this trophy.
I just want to also say it's apparently now a deluge on pit road.
Oh, wow.
It's chucking it down.
Yeah, they did right.
I think NASCAR's made the right call there, you know.
Well, JT, your final thoughts on your voice, if you can hear me.
There, Daniel.
JT, your final thoughts?
Hello.
Hello.
I am barely alive. But yeah, what a race. It seems like all of the tears from the pre-race ceremonies have finally fallen down onto pit road. And today was difficult in many ways, but good to see Daniel Suarez win it.
Well, we'll let Matthew sign off on USRN in just a second, but my thanks to him, my thanks to JT, and my thanks to Jack, and to all of you at home. All 45,000 of you have watched our broadcast on JBM side. I think there's only one way. Wow, 85,000 people have listened to us ramble today. That's insane. Thank you very much.
Goodness me, do you guys have nothing better to do with your lives?
That's insane. Thank you. I think, guys, there's only one way to end today, and that is simply with a bow.
Yes.
See you next time out. It is a brilliant race victory. And we'll now see Daniel Suarez is the Coca-Cola 600 winner. Good night.